안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 디렉터 흠입니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 e스포츠는 작년에 진행한 쿨림픽을 통해 국내 e스포츠의 저력을, 그리고 올해 3월 글로벌 인비테이션을 통해 세계 e스포츠로서의 가능성을 확인했습니다. 2025년 우리는 더 크고 더 본격적인 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠의 새로운 이름으로 거듭납니다. 이제는 세계 챔피언을 뽑을 시간, 바로 월드 챔피언십입니다. 월드 챔피언십은 작년의 쿨림픽과는 완전히 달라진 새로운 선발, 그리고 새로운 대회 방식을 도입하게 되었는데요. 더 박진감 넘치고 더 많은 세계 플레이어들이 함께하는 e스포츠가 되기 위해 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 팀이 준비한 2025년의 e스포츠 로드맵, 지금부터 공개합니다. 여러분의 참여와 응원이 이 여정에 큰 힘이 될 거예요. 자, 그럼 본격적으로 시작해볼까요? 올해부터는 모든 선수가 자신의 지역에 배정되어 경쟁하고, 하이라이트는 바로 최강자 토너먼트입니다. 2025년에는 밀란마 시즌, 라인마 시즌 총 2회의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그가 개최됩니다. 플레이어는 그랜드 챔피언스 리그를 통해 지역별 랭킹 포인트를 의미하는 RP를 획득하고, 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 RP의 총합에 따라 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 진출할 수 있는 자격이 주어집니다. RP의 합산으로 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선의 진출자가 결정되기 때문에 밀란마 시즌, 라인마 시즌 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 모두 정말 중요하겠죠? 2025년 그랜드 챔피언스 리그는 월드 챔피언십을 향한 여정이 될 것이기 때문에 기존 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에서 개편되는 사항들이 있는데요. 그럼 2025년에 진행될 그랜드 챔피언스 리그가 어떻게 개편됐는지부터 살펴보겠습니다. 첫 번째 변화, 바로 지역 시스템의 부활입니다. 설산, 바다, 초원, 사막 4개의 지역이 다시 돌아옵니다. 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에 처음 입장하면 무작위로 한 지역에 배정되며 내 소속 지역은 그랜드 챔피언스 리그와 프로필에서 확인할 수 있어요. 이번 밀란마 시즌부터는 관전자도 지역이 배정됩니다. 왜냐고요? 바로 지역 응원전 이벤트가 열리기 때문이죠. 멋진 응원 보상도 걸려 있으니 내가 속한 지역의 응원전 승리를 위해 열심히 참여해주세요. 두 번째 변화, 토너먼트가 돌아옵니다. 참가자들은 예선을 시작으로 본선 3개 라운드, 마지막 선발전까지 총 5번의 라운드전을 치르게 되는데요. 예선에서 주어지는 하트는 단 3개, 더 이상 실수할 여유는 없습니다. 이렇게 치열한 과정을 뚫고 최종 16인에 선발된 선수들은 토너먼트에 돌입하게 됩니다. 그리고 16강 토너먼트를 뚫고 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 최종 우승자가 탄생합니다. 최종 우승자는 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 자동 진출하는 혜택도 누릴 수 있습니다. 매 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 종료 시 지역 내 순위에 따라서 RP를 획득하고, 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그의 RP 합산 기준 지역별 상위 8명까지 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 진출할 수 있어요. RP는 같은 지역 소속 선수들끼리 성과를 기준으로 계산됩니다. 동점일 경우 마지막에 치러진 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 순위가 높은 순으로 결정됩니다. 게임 내 지역 랭킹 메뉴에서 시즌별 그랜드 챔피언스 리그의 랭킹과 종합 랭킹을 확인하실 수 있습니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 고수 여러분 모두 좋은 퍼포먼스로 월드 챔피언십에서 진가를 발휘하실 거라 믿어 의심치 않습니다. 쿠키러너분들의 열정적인 참여를 기다립니다. 자, 그럼 진출 순위별 RP 매트릭스에 대해서도 설명해 드려야겠죠? 같이 알아볼까요? 순위가 한 계단 한 계단 올라갈수록 받을 수 있는 포인트도 기하급수적으로 높아집니다. 결코 짧지 않은 여정입니다. 하지만 그 여정을 통해 진정한 월드 챔피언이 탄생합니다. 2025년 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그, 그리고 월드 챔피언십, 여러분들의 뜨거운 참여와 응원을 기다립니다.
안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 담당자 레이나입니다. 좋은 소식으로 여러분을 다시 만날 수 있게 되어서 너무 기쁘네요. 자, 이제 그랜드 챔피언스 리그를 뚫고 올라온 최강자들이 어떤 무대에서 경기를 펼치게 되는지 살펴볼 차례입니다. 월드 챔피언십, 완전히 새로운 여정이 시작됩니다. 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선은 각 지역별 8강전부터 시작됩니다. 선수들은 정상까지 단계별로 치열한 대결을 이어가게 되죠. 8강은 라운드 로빈, 4강부터 결승까지는 선승제로 치러질 예정이며 3, 4위전은 별도로 진행되지 않아요. 선수들은 온라인으로 참여하며 월드 챔피언십 예선은 중계를 지원할 예정이오니 쿠키런 채널을 통해 우리 지역의 선수를 응원해주시는 것 잊지 마세요. 이제 대망의 본선 경기 구조를 알아봐야겠죠? 이제 남은 여정은 단 하나, 세계 최고의 자리로 가는 여정뿐입니다. 월드 챔피언십 본선은 오프라인으로 진행되며 첫 번째 개최지는 대한민국 서울입니다. 선수들은 항공, 숙박 등 대회 참가를 위해 필요한 항목들을 모두 제공받게 됩니다. 본선 장소는 추후 고지드릴 예정이며 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 유저분들도 현장에서 같이 관람하고 즐거운 시간 보내실 수 있도록 각종 부스 프로그램도 같이 마련될 예정입니다. 많은 기대 부탁드립니다. 월드 챔피언십 본선은 예선과 동일한 방식으로 진행되지만 본선이니만큼 3, 4위전이 별도로 진행됩니다. 챔피언이 탄생하는 순간까지 꼭 함께 해주시길 바랍니다.
이렇게 치열하게 진행되는 월드 챔피언십에서 부정한 방법으로 진출한 유저가 있어서는 안 되겠죠. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 팀은 어뷰징 및 비정상 행위에 대한 추적과 제재를 더욱 강화할 예정입니다. 정당한 승부 그리고 깨끗한 실력 대결이 될 수 있도록 모든 플레이어 여러분들의 협조를 부탁드립니다. 지금까지 2025년 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠의 월드 챔피언십과 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에 대해 안내드렸습니다. 작년 프림픽에 보내주신 큰 성원 덕분에 이제는 전 세계가 주목하는 월드 챔피언십으로 나아갈 수 있게 되었어요. 그리고 월드 챔피언십에 많은 기대감을 보내주고 계시는 유저분들께도 진심으로 감사드립니다. 2025년 전 세계가 함께 뛰는 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 월드 챔피언십, 지금부터 여러분의 플레이가 역사가 됩니다. 많은 참여 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
이게 어디 갔지 이게? 이게 어서 오세요. 제 이름은 영케 탐정이죠. 자, 저는 의뢰인의 비밀 임무를 전달받아 호화선 에스카르고호에 잠입했습니다. 이곳에서 저는 다양한 사건과 여러 용의 쿠키들을 만나게 됩니다. 과연 어떤 사건들이 펼쳐지게 될지 먼저 간략히 살펴보시죠. 신규 쿠키와 펫, 신규 스킨, 타이틀 이벤트 탐정런, 1조 챌린지, 커스텀런, 다양한 이벤트와 개선 사항까지. 자, 그럼 에스카르고호에서 펼쳐지는 흥미진진한 이야기들 지금 만나보시죠. 아차! 그 전에 구독과 좋아요 부탁드립니다. 많은 유저분들께서 기다리셨던 탐정런이 돌아왔습니다. 탐정런은 여러분들이 직접 단서를 수집하고 추리하여 범인을 투표하는 방식으로 진행이 되죠. 지난 탐정런에서도 맹활약한 호두맛 쿠키, 이번에는 초호화 크루즈 에스카르고호에 탑승하게 되는데요. 출항을 하자마자 쿠키가 바다로 떨어지는 무시무시한 사건이 일어나게 됩니다. 더욱 엄청난 사건들과 함께 돌아온 탐정런, 지금 만나보시죠. 자, 이번 탐정런에서는 매 1차마다 뚜렷한 범인이 존재합니다. 여러분은 범인 지목, 신문하기, 증거 수집, 3가지 항목을 통해 여러 용의 쿠키들 중 범인을 찾아내야 하죠. 선배 탐정으로서 팁을 드리자면, 먼저 증거를 수집하고 해당 증거와 매칭하여 용의자들을 신문하고, 마지막으로 범인을 지목하는 방식으로 따라가는 것을 추천드립니다. 자, 이번 탐정원에서는 각 사건별로 여러분의 범인 지목 결과에 따라 엔딩이 달라지게 됩니다. 그렇기 때문에 여러분은 뛰어난 증거 수집 능력과 신문을 통한 용의 쿠키들에 대한 통찰력, 그리고 확실한 범인을 색출해내는 능력까지 여러 방면에서 탐정으로서의 실력을 보여주셔야 합니다. 범인을 색출한 횟수에 따라 엔딩이 나뉘게 되니 신중한 선택으로 최적의 엔딩을 보고 에스카르고호의 비밀을 밝혀주세요. 자, 이렇게 눈빛이 음흉하다고 범인으로 지목당하는 일은 없어야겠죠? 새로운 챌린지 모드 베타 버전의 1조 챌린지도 만나볼 수 있습니다. 여러분은 여러 스테이지를 거치며 카드를 획득하고 조합하여 최종 스테이지에서 1조점을 달성하는 새로운 형태의 챌린지를 즐기실 수 있습니다. 입장 티켓을 사용하여 1조 챌린지를 시작하게 되면 여러분은 파워 카드가 있는 챌린지 쿠키 중 하나를 골라서 시작할 수 있습니다. 1조 챌린지는 총 3개의 챕터, 15개 스테이지로 이루어져 있으며 카드들을 모아가면서 점점 높아진 목표를 향해 달리는 방식입니다. 카드는 챌린지 쿠키에 귀속된 강력한 파워 카드 외에 일반, 빨강, 노랑, 파랑, 무지개의 다양한 타입의 카드들이 존재합니다. 각 스테이지를 클리어할 때마다 크레딧과 카드팩을 획득할 수 있는데요. 카드팩을 열거나 상점에서 크레딧을 사용해서 카드를 얻을 수 있습니다. 보유한 카드는 10종을 넘을 수 없으니 선택과 집중이 필요하겠죠? 이렇게 카드를 모아가며 스테이지를 클리어해 나가서 다음 챕터에 도달하면 도우미 쿠키도 선택하여 이어달리기까지 사용이 가능해집니다. 이렇게 쿠키 조합과 카드 조합을 활용하여 최종 스테이지에서는 1조점에 도전하게 됩니다. 마지막 1조 스테이지까지 클리어하면 챌린지에 성공하고 특별한 보상을 받을 수 있습니다. 물론 도중에 실패하더라도 패스 포인트를 얻어 시즌 패스 보상을 획득할 수 있고 챌린지 경험치로 쿠키들의 챌린지 레벨을 올려 다음 챌린지를 더 유리하게 시작할 수 있으니 포기하지 마세요. 1조점에 도달하는 그날까지 열심히 달려보자고요. 자, 이번 업데이트를 맞아 새롭게 선보일 쿠키는 바로 스테이크 맛 쿠키입니다. 스테이크 맛 쿠키의 능력은 현상금 수배자 소굴에 뛰어들어 악당들을 소탕하는 것입니다. 스테이크 나이프로 달려드는 수배자들을 차례차례 베어내다가 무리를 지어 몰려오면 거침없이 휘둘러 단숨에 쓸어버립니다. 마법 사탕 능력은 커다란 스테이크를 던져 조각내는 능력입니다. 4조각으로 나누어진 스테이크 젤리를 먹으면 큰 점수를 얻을 수 있습니다. 스테이크 맛 쿠키의 짝꿍 펫 와일드 포크의 능력은 바닥을 콕콕콕 찍으며 오른쪽으로 전진하는 능력입니다. 전진하는 동안 동선에 있는 젤리를 함께 꽂아 한 입에 먹어버립니다. 스테이크 맛 쿠키와 함께 찾아올 신규 보물은 젤리 디너 코스 요리입니다. 접시가 날아가면서 주변에 젤리를 담고 담긴 젤리로 요리를 완성해 다양한 고급 요리 젤리를 만들어냅니다. 멋진 스킨들도 함께 소개해드릴게요. 하얀 양복에 스파클링 주스, 범죄쿨을 잡기 위해서 낯선 변장을 하고 파티에 등장한 선상 파티의 불청객, 스테이크 맛 쿠키의 슈퍼 에픽 스킨과 디너 파티의 음식을 포크에 꽂아서 꿀꺽 먹어버린 패스킨, 디너 파티의 불청객 와일드 포크, 그리고 이번 명절에 아쉽게도 고향에 가지 못하는 쿠키들의 명절 편지를 배달하는 명절날 전하는 인사 솜사탕 맛 쿠키의 에픽 스킨과 안부 편지를 받고 반가워하는 쿠키들을 보면 날개짓이 가벼워진다는 패스킨, 명절날 전하는 기쁨 솜사탕 비둘기입니다. 귀여운 솜사탕 맛 쿠키와 패스킨은 잼 교환소에서 만나보세요. 다음으로는 와일드 스테이크 젤리 세트입니다. 두툼한 스테이크 젤리를 직화로 구워 풍미가 가득 화끈한 불맛을 제대로 사냥했으니 많이 기대해주세요. 아이고 벌써 4일차가 됐군요. 시간이 정말 후딱 가네요. 자, 랜덤 챌린지에 슈가 티어가 돌아옵니다. 과연 어떤 새로운 축복이 생길지, 그리고 또 어떤 버프들이 모습을 보일지, 지난 랜덤 챌린지 개편을 통해 변화한 점들이 슈가 티어에 어떻게 녹아들었을지 기대해주세요. 참, 이번 슈가 티어 랜덤 챌린지는 3주 동안만 진행될 예정입니다. 한가위를 맞이하여 찾아온 한가위 곰뚜껑 인형 이벤트. 맵을 플레이하다 보면 귀여운 한복을 입은 한가위 곰뚜껑 인형을 발견하실 수 있으실 텐데요. 이번 한가위 곰뚜껑 인형에서는 기존과 다르게 조금 더 특별하고 푸짐한 보상을 받아보실 수 있습니다. 이벤트 기간 동안 기본 곰뚜껑 인형에 더해 한가위 곰뚜껑 인형이 추가로 출연하고 이벤트 전용 슬롯도 추가로 생깁니다. 한가위 곰뚜껑 인형을 열면 풍성한 보상도 나오고 꿀송편도 얻을 수 있습니다. 꿀송편은 한가위 미션으로도 더 많이 얻을 수 있는데요. 꿀송편을 모아 꿀송편 상점에서 다양한 상품을 교환해보세요. 뱀사다리 보드게임도 돌아옵니다. 매번 주사위 던지기 힘드셨죠? 이번에는 버튼 터치를 통해 간편하게 주사위를 던지실 수 있고 여러 개를 한 번에 사용하는 배율 기능도 추가되었다고 하니 더욱 편리하게 보드게임을 즐길 수 있겠네요. 새롭게 단장한 뱀사다리 보드게임은 10월 중순에 만나보실 수 있습니다. 이외에도 모드리스트 개선과 잼 교환소 개선까지 만나보실 수 있으니 이번 업데이트도 많은 기대 부탁드립니다. 10월 중순에는 에스카르고마 쿠키가 찾아올 예정입니다. 그리고 에스카르고 호를 타고 아름다운 궁전으로 유명한 기항지를 여유롭게 거니는 기항지에서의 산책, 에스카르고마 쿠키의 슈퍼 에픽 스킨과 가는 도시마다 어울리는 모자와 리본을 달고 모두를 시선 집중시키는 패스킷, 산책의 목적 멋쟁이 달팽이도 함께 만나보실 수 있습니다. 가을을 맞아 가을 컨셉의 다양한 버프들과 함께 커스텀런도 돌아옵니다. 여러 버프들과 함께 가을 옷을 입은 커스텀런은 10월 초에 찾아오니 많이 플레이해주세요. 10월 말에 찾아올 월드 챔피언십 본선도 기대해주세요. 월드 챔피언십 관련 이벤트에 참여하고 월드 챔피언십 토큰으로 특별한 로비 스킨과 젤리 스킨도 교환할 수 있습니다. 자, 이렇게 에스카르고호에서의 다양한 이벤트들을 소개해드렸습니다. 저도 이제 여러 탐정분들이 있으니 마음 편히 에스카르고호를 좀 둘러봐야겠군요. 자, 그럼 이만.
안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 디렉터 흠입니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 e스포츠는 작년에 진행한 쿨림픽을 통해 국내 e스포츠의 저력을, 그리고 올해 3월 글로벌 인비테이션을 통해 세계 e스포츠로서의 가능성을 확인했습니다. 2025년 우리는 더 크고 더 본격적인 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠의 새로운 이름으로 거듭납니다. 이제는 세계 챔피언을 뽑을 시간, 바로 월드 챔피언십입니다. 월드 챔피언십은 작년의 쿨림픽과는 완전히 달라진 새로운 선발, 그리고 새로운 대회 방식을 도입하게 되었는데요. 더 박진감 넘치고 더 많은 세계 플레이어들이 함께하는 e스포츠가 되기 위해 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 팀이 준비한 2025년의 e스포츠 로드맵, 지금부터 공개합니다. 여러분의 참여와 응원이 이 여정에 큰 힘이 될 거예요. 자, 그럼 본격적으로 시작해볼까요? 올해부터는 모든 선수가 자신의 지역에 배정되어 경쟁하고, 하이라이트는 바로 최강자 토너먼트입니다. 2025년에는 밀란마 시즌, 라인마 시즌 총 2회의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그가 개최됩니다. 플레이어는 그랜드 챔피언스 리그를 통해 지역별 랭킹 포인트를 의미하는 RP를 획득하고, 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 RP의 총합에 따라 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 진출할 수 있는 자격이 주어집니다. RP의 합산으로 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선의 진출자가 결정되기 때문에 밀란마 시즌, 라인마 시즌 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 모두 정말 중요하겠죠? 2025년 그랜드 챔피언스 리그는 월드 챔피언십을 향한 여정이 될 것이기 때문에 기존 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에서 개편되는 사항들이 있는데요. 그럼 2025년에 진행될 그랜드 챔피언스 리그가 어떻게 개편됐는지부터 살펴보겠습니다. 첫 번째 변화, 바로 지역 시스템의 부활입니다. 설산, 바다, 초원, 사막 4개의 지역이 다시 돌아옵니다. 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에 처음 입장하면 무작위로 한 지역에 배정되며 내 소속 지역은 그랜드 챔피언스 리그와 프로필에서 확인할 수 있어요. 이번 밀란마 시즌부터는 관전자도 지역이 배정됩니다. 왜냐고요? 바로 지역 응원전 이벤트가 열리기 때문이죠. 멋진 응원 보상도 걸려 있으니 내가 속한 지역의 응원전 승리를 위해 열심히 참여해주세요. 두 번째 변화, 토너먼트가 돌아옵니다. 참가자들은 예선을 시작으로 본선 3개 라운드, 마지막 선발전까지 총 5번의 라운드전을 치르게 되는데요. 예선에서 주어지는 하트는 단 3개, 더 이상 실수할 여유는 없습니다. 이렇게 치열한 과정을 뚫고 최종 16인에 선발된 선수들은 토너먼트에 돌입하게 됩니다. 그리고 16강 토너먼트를 뚫고 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 최종 우승자가 탄생합니다. 최종 우승자는 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 자동 진출하는 혜택도 누릴 수 있습니다. 매 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 종료 시 지역 내 순위에 따라서 RP를 획득하고, 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그의 RP 합산 기준 지역별 상위 8명까지 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 진출할 수 있어요. RP는 같은 지역 소속 선수들끼리 성과를 기준으로 계산됩니다. 동점일 경우 마지막에 치러진 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 순위가 높은 순으로 결정됩니다. 게임 내 지역 랭킹 메뉴에서 시즌별 그랜드 챔피언스 리그의 랭킹과 종합 랭킹을 확인하실 수 있습니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 고수 여러분 모두 좋은 퍼포먼스로 월드 챔피언십에서 진가를 발휘하실 거라 믿어 의심치 않습니다. 쿠키러너분들의 열정적인 참여를 기다립니다. 자, 그럼 진출 순위별 RP 매트릭스에 대해서도 설명해 드려야겠죠? 같이 알아볼까요? 순위가 한 계단 한 계단 올라갈수록 받을 수 있는 포인트도 기하급수적으로 높아집니다. 결코 짧지 않은 여정입니다. 하지만 그 여정을 통해 진정한 월드 챔피언이 탄생합니다. 2025년 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그, 그리고 월드 챔피언십, 여러분들의 뜨거운 참여와 응원을 기다립니다.
안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 담당자 레이나입니다. 좋은 소식으로 여러분을 다시 만날 수 있게 되어서 너무 기쁘네요. 자, 이제 그랜드 챔피언스 리그를 뚫고 올라온 최강자들이 어떤 무대에서 경기를 펼치게 되는지 살펴볼 차례입니다. 월드 챔피언십, 완전히 새로운 여정이 시작됩니다. 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선은 각 지역별 8강전부터 시작됩니다. 선수들은 정상까지 단계별로 치열한 대결을 이어가게 되죠. 8강은 라운드 로빈, 4강부터 결승까지는 선승제로 치러질 예정이며 3, 4위전은 별도로 진행되지 않아요. 선수들은 온라인으로 참여하며 월드 챔피언십 예선은 중계를 지원할 예정이오니 쿠키런 채널을 통해 우리 지역의 선수를 응원해 주시는 것 잊지 마세요. 이제 대망의 본선 경기 구도를 알아봐야겠죠? 이제 남은 여정은 단 하나, 세계 최고의 자리로 가는 여정뿐입니다. 월드 챔피언십 본선은 오프라인으로 진행되며 첫 번째 개최지는 대한민국 서울입니다. 선수들은 항공, 숙박 등 대회 참가를 위해 필요한 항목들을 모두 제공받게 됩니다. 본선 장소는 추후 고지드릴 예정이며 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 유저분들도 현장에서 같이 관람하고 즐거운 시간 보내실 수 있도록 각종 부스 프로그램도 같이 마련될 예정입니다. 많은 기대 부탁드립니다. 월드 챔피언십 본선은 예선과 동일한 방식으로 진행되지만 본선이니만큼 3, 4위전이 별도로 진행됩니다. 챔피언이 탄생하는 순간까지 꼭 함께 해주시길 바랍니다.
이렇게 치열하게 진행되는 월드 챔피언십에서 부정한 방법으로 진출한 유저가 있어서는 안 되겠죠. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 팀은 어뷰징 및 비정상 행위에 대한 추적과 제재를 더욱 강화할 예정입니다. 정당한 승부 그리고 깨끗한 실력 대결이 될 수 있도록 모든 플레이어 여러분들의 협조를 부탁드립니다. 지금까지 2025년 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠의 월드 챔피언십과 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에 대해 안내드렸습니다. 작년 프림픽에 보내주신 큰 성원 덕분에 이제는 전 세계가 주목하는 월드 챔피언십으로 나아갈 수 있게 되었어요. 그리고 월드 챔피언십에 많은 기대감을 보내주고 계시는 유저분들께도 진심으로 감사드립니다. 2025년 전 세계가 함께 뛰는 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 월드 챔피언십, 지금부터 여러분의 플레이가 역사가 됩니다. 많은 참여 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
It's time to run, Cookie Runners all around the world. We continue with the final day of the preliminaries here at the Cookie Run Oven Break World Championship 2025. My name's Trevor, joined by State, and we're down to the last region, State.
Yeah, we're going to the Glacier region, and we kind of saved the best for last. I must say, the competition is absolutely stacked, especially in Group 8 today, and I am really excited to send our last two players to the main event in October.
Yeah, exactly. If you haven't been following along, we will introduce the entire roster later, but I'm pretty sure if you followed any Cookie Run tournament, you've probably heard at least some of these names. So we got a lot coming up. Of course, we've already had 3 out of the 4 regions play through.
Yes.
And yesterday, we had some bangers in the Ocean region.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the comebacks were just absolutely absurd throughout the entire day, and I don't know if I can count how many collisions that we had. It was the most chaotic. wild day of Cookie Run that I think I have ever seen, because from top to bottom, whether it be like the three-way tiebreaker that we had, whether it be the upsets, whether it have like we had players with early collisions end up winning the game. It was just absolutely bonkers. If yesterday is like the benchmark for success, I'm hoping today is going to be even more fun.
Yeah, exactly. We had a lot of the comebacks, like you said, not just in the run, but also just in like the best of threes and best of fives, right? Jinju, of course, going with the big comebacks with the space donut cookie in his lap.
Of course.
So, that's the key, is that you want to get comfortable. But let's take a look at overall how things have been progressing. We've had 2 weekends so far, and we're now down to just the Glacier region here in the regional preliminaries.
Yeah, going to be a lot of fun here. Last day of the regional preliminaries. We're going to be sending the final 2 players into that top 8 at the World Championship Finals, October 25th and 26th. So 2 of the players that you see competing today will be returning to Seoul, Korea for that grand finals and a shot at that prize pool.
Exactly. Lots of money on the line here in the prize pool once you get to the main stage of the World Championship Finals. So like State said, we had 6 players already qualifying. 2 out of the 8 playing today will also secure their tickets to return to Seoul, South Korea, to see who truly is the best cookie runner from all around the world this year.
Yeah, and as we've seen already on desert, plains, ocean regions, it's kind of a grind to get there. We've got a pretty intense match format. We're going to be starting out with 2 groups of 4 players, and in those groups, you'll be playing a round-robin format, which means everybody plays everybody once.
Exactly.
If you win a match, you get +5 points. If you lose a match, you get -1 point. Then at the end, we tally up the score. If there is a tie, we will have a tiebreaker match. And the top 2 players of each group are going to be advancing into the semifinals. That is the round of 4. You see right here the map pool for the semifinals and the finals, Chobra.
Exactly. We have different map pools for each stage today. Once again, we will be playing all of these. So quarterfinals today, semifinals today, and the finals for the regional preliminaries today. And as you can see, there are only 3 maps for the finals. It is a best of 5, so the rules are on the bottom of your screens, but you cannot play the same map more than twice. So if it does go the full set of all 5 games, then we are guaranteed to see every map at least once.
Yeah, in the quarterfinals, that is the round-robin stage. That is the stage that we're going to be starting out with today. And the maps are predetermined. So the first 3 matches are going to be played on Beneath the Lilies, and then the final 3 matches of each group will be played on Boiling Stock Village. We'll run that back twice because we do, Group A, and then we do Group B. And then once we move on to the semifinals and the finals, we're going to have those best of 3, best of 5s, where the loser of the previous map gets to choose the next map. And here we have the roster for the Glacier region.
As you can see, Glacier, we've got 4 players in Group A, 4 players in Group B. Some big favorites in Group A, especially with Ganu and Fire Spirit, with some nice placements in the past couple Cookie Run tournaments. The names highlighted in yellow in the previous regions are those that have qualified. So Sick Duck Shuang Tim from Desert, Jungho Kikuchi from Plains, and just yesterday we had Jungdex and Jinju qualifying from the Ocean region.
Yeah, and the Glacier region already is stock full of talent. The top-heavy region absolutely stands out to me as the Glacier, and folks are showing up here today. Ganu, he won the Cookie Run tournament in 2024. Fire Spirit just a couple of months ago got 2nd place in the big invitational. He's going to be kicking off with the first match here versus User Cookie as the full breakdown for the round robin.
Yeah, so we'll see how that pans out. We'll be kicking things off with Fire Spirit versus User Cookie, and then as you can see, the matchups are all predetermined. Like we said before, the first 3 matches will be played on one map, and then match 4 through 6 will be played on the second map, and it's the same on Group A and Group B. And we didn't get to mention it while we were going through all the information. Lots to unpack here, but if you get first seed, you do get a special benefit in that group draw or the seeding draw going into the final stage of the main stage of the World Championship. So not only do you want to, win obviously in the round robin, move on to the semifinals, you win that, you secure your ticket to return, but then you definitely want to win that best of 5 finals because you have some pretty strong advantage, and we'll explain that later once we have everyone who's qualified.
Yeah, absolutely. So this round robin stage, it's basically all about elimination. You're trying to get into those qualifying matches, those round of 4 matches where the winner goes to the finals in October and the loser goes home kind of empty-handed. It's a pretty brutal format. It's a grind.
Exactly.
You have to climb the mountain to get there. It's a lot of battles you got to fight through. And as you said, the finals of those participants, once we go into the best of 5, it will be determining who gets the higher seed out of the region. And that is very important when you're actually developing the bracket, because We'll go into more detail about that
Yeah.
later, but it makes you have the easiest path forward.
Basically, you have power. You get to choose who you play against, which is obviously going to be very important because at that point, once we return a month later, you are playing against the best. We already have 6 of them determined from the other regions and then 2 more today. So, obviously everyone's good. Everyone's really amazing at that point, but if you can choose at least still the slightly weaker runners, but okay, here we go. Kicking things off today for all of our cookie runners tuning in. You've got 3 hours to input this code on your screen to get 500 crystals. It's continuing on with the bumped up 500 crystals. 3 hours. It's Glacier running 28.
Yeah, get your devices out, open the system settings in Cookie Run, and load up that code, get your 500 crystals. I like that we've upped it from 300 to 500 here today. And
it's nice little bump up. And I was about to say, why 28? We're in 2025. It's because today's the 28th.
Oh, you're so smart.
It's the 28th of September.
You're the next Detective Cookie. That's.
You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna unravel all the mysteries of Cookie Run here.
I was actually wondering that too. I was like, oh, they got the year wrong, but no.
No, we got 28. So Glacier running a 28 as we take a look at some of our players getting ready for their first match, making sure everything is in order. And as you can see, at least a little bit, they're all using the same gear. So we provide the headphones if you so choose. You don't have to use them, but most of them obviously would like to, so they can just focus on the game itself. They're all given kind of the same system phones that we provide here at the tournament. Of course, you might not use the same thing at home, but they are given some time to get used to it here during rehearsals and such.
Yeah, it's how you make sure that there's a completely even playing field for all the competitors here at the Cookie Run World Championship in 2025. And I'm excited for this first match to kick off. It's going to be a really fun one. Looking at Group A, it's just absolutely unbelievable. Ganu, Fire Spirit, and User Cookie all ranking in the top 10, top 8 actually, of the Glacier region. We have former champions, we have former runners-up of championships, and Snow Yunsu, kind of the underdog coming into this one, ranked 34 in the Glacier region overall. He was going to be playing later today. We're going to be kicking off with Fire Spirit versus User Cookie.
Yes.
And this is going to be epic.
Yeah, this is already a banger, right? Fire Spirit, again, pretty well known globally, especially with his performance at the Invitational. But User Cookie, also lots of high expectations with the amount of points that he has, as you can see as well. And a lot of people just knowing very well aware how good User Cookie is here in Cookie Run. He has been running for quite some time as well. So these are some experienced players that we've got in this opening matchup. And even then, I mean, we've still got Kim Ganu as well. So this group is stacked. Now, Fire Spirit obviously saying, I want to win again and show the world how strong Taiwan's Cookie Runners are, really going for that representation. Did very well alongside a fellow runner in Mai Mai at the Invitational. Mai Mai took first place. Fire Spirit came in second. Now Fire Spirit trying to carry on that torch. And meanwhile, User Cookie, he's let us know that he's got some tough competition. He's aware that he has to beat at least one of Fire Spirit or Kim Ganu to make sure he gets like the 2 wins to move on.
Yeah, and when when User Cookie was interviewed heading into this match today, he said that, the players I'm looking out for, it's Kim Ganu and it's Fire Spirit because I have to beat one of these players if I want to make it into those qualifying matches. He's going to have his work cut out for him.
Exactly. As we head into our first map, again, the first matches here in the round robin will be held on Beneath the Lilies. It's going to be the same map, so everyone has a chance to show us what they've prepared, and you already know what you're going to play. And we'll see how this goes through. I mean, now that we've seen the best of the best run through this over the course of 2 weeks, it really does come down to that 1 or 2 mistakes. And especially if you make a mistake in the later half with the Iron Cookie Robot, you miss, 3, 4, maybe even 8 Lotus Gem Jellies all at once, and that would be terrifying.
Yeah, here we're looking at the loadouts for the players. User Cookie actually favoring the pink jellies there.
Okay, the pink bear jellies here for User Cookie, favoring that on the Blessing for the Magic Candy. So that's an interesting change. Most of our runners have favored the all jellies. Now and then we've seen the pink bear jellies come through for 1 or 2 runners. We'll see if this pays off here for User Cookie.
Yeah, it's a little bit greedy, but if you're able to play it perfectly, then your score might get just a little tiny bit higher. So, hey, if you think you can deliver under the pressure of the main stage here in your first event, absolutely do it, man, because it is a different beast when you're playing here under the lights with all these people surrounding you, the admins, the cameras, knowing that fans are watching at home, knowing that commentators are analyzing your game. There's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, exactly. Very, very curious. It looks like User Cookie is just like trying to keep the same exact position for his hands and his phone just so he's ready to go as soon as we start. It does look like we are getting just about ready. So Fire Spirit might be choosing to just forego the headset and just play in comfort zone, you know, not have to worry about anything on his head. You know, we did have one of the runners in the first weekend with the headphone almost falling off, so
yeah,
you don't want to risk that. But opening up here in Group A for the Glacier region, it's going to be Fire Spirit versus User Cookie to see who gets the first 5 points in this round robin.
All right, and our map beneath the lilies is loading up. Fire Spirit on top, User Cookie on bottom here in the first match of the regional preliminaries, Glacier.
All right, let's see if we're off to a smooth start today. As you mentioned earlier, yesterday we had quite a few collisions, quite a few crucial mistakes even in the very beginning of each run. So I'm hoping to see a little bit of a cleaner line here from everybody as User Cookie just favoring to skip out on a couple of those alphabet jellies to make sure he gets the rest of them.
Yeah, just prioritizing the high-value jellies right here is User Cookie. And as you said, there's some kind of risky lines that players can take here in the early game where there's a chance of going for a collision, especially if you try to get this extra destruction points.
Yeah.
Which we have seen a lot of players trip up on so far in this tournament.
Yeah, so with those early couple jellies missed from User Cookie, he sits just behind, but again, anything below 100,000 is quite frankly a non-issue. Maybe even at about 500,000, it can always flip on just one extra jump, as we're going to see going through who's going to get all the Rainbow Bear jellies, who's going to get all the destruction points. That could really start to put a gap. And
no.
Speaking of, there's a collision as User Cookie jumps a little bit too late onto that spinning wheel.
Yeah, it's already happened, man. He is going to try and get the extra destruction point there, so maybe a little bit of compensation, but losing that energy early on is brutal. And
yeah,
I kind of was hoping we would be past all of these collisions after yesterday. Yesterday felt like it was a little bit of an outlier with how dramatic some of these matches were, but we're already kicking off match number 1 here in the Glacier Preliminaries with a collision.
Yeah, that looked a little bit rough, but we'll continue to watch to see if User Cookie can try to cash back up, sitting at about 1 million behind already. He will have to play to perfection, you know, try to get every single Lotus Gem jelly on the lily pads as they come up here shortly as well.
Yeah, and also just try and play for as much distance as possible to try and mitigate losing that energy as well. Now we are on the Lotus pads. A lot of players will skip one of the Lotus Gems just to make sure their jumping pattern is a little bit easier.
Yeah,
that's what we see Fire Spirit doing on top. User Cookie, he's trying to make up for lost ground, so he goes for every single one, and he gets them.
Yeah, he makes it clean, so he's doing everything he possibly can, but so far it's still going to look a little bit rough.
Yeah, there is an opportunity for a comeback. In a little bit, we're going to be having these big columns drop down, and should Fire Spirit miss one of those columns, or at least one of the big rows of those columns, there is a window for User Cookie to try and close things up.
Fire Spirit already missing a couple on that blast mode of the Lotus Gem jellies gives an opportunity for User Cookie to try to catch back up. User Cookie getting a little bit more distance as well here on the bottom during the relay. So User Cookie does have an opportunity to catch back up.
Yeah, it's actually looking pretty good right now. Okay, Size Up coming in. This is a tough one to get every single one, but indeed they both do there on the drop. Well played by User Cookie.
Yeah, we expect nothing less here from some of the best runners that we've got here. User Cookie missing out on one extra Lotus Gem compared to Fire Spirit. So Fire Spirit extends the lead back up to 1 million points.
Yeah, it's looking really good for Fire Spirit right now. Just not needing to make up for any of that lost ground. They have their lead, they're defending it. They might not be getting every single gem, but they're getting as many as they need to maintain this comfortable lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And at this point, I do think it's going to be a little bit tough for User Cookie. Unless Fire Spirit somehow messes up his jumps in that last row of Lotus Gem jellies, I find it hard to believe that User Cookie is going to be given a window of opportunity to catch back up. Both of them making that safe landing on the bottom floor, and they both collect all the Lotus Gem jellies at the end there.
Yeah, nice timing on the double jump just to collect every single Lotus Gem. Of course, you get 100,000 extra points for Lotus Gems on this map, so they are crucial. And Fire Spirit, that lead, it's gotten whittled down a little bit here, Trobra.
Yeah, and User Cookie just favoring that drop there to try to use that Tier 3 transition to get as much distance as possible. And they'll both clean up as many of the Lotus Gems, and Fire Spirit just barely staying ahead to take the win here in the first match of the round robin.
Man, that is crazy. Was that 80,000 point difference
80,000.
there for Fire Spirit?
Less
That is
than,
absolutely
maybe even less by the end of the
wild.
calculations. Yeah, less than 100,000 though for sure. A 5-digit lead is insane here on Beneath the Lilies, and it just goes to show that even with the collisions, both of them continuing to play just to perfection, showing us rather why they're some of the best runners that we have.
Yeah, even after that early collision, things did seem to equalize at some point, and I can't believe we had a victory with, what, less than 100,000 point differential? I think that's the first time that we've had something sub 6 figures like that here at the Cookie Run. Usually the margin of victory on Beneath the Lilies, I feel like on average, if I were to guesstimate, I would say it's like 1 to 2 million.
Yeah, by the end of it,
80K is kind of crazy.
Yes, it's a very, very small margin. So just goes to show that even if there are like very, very small mistakes, obviously both of them not being flustered by it, right? We haven't seen anyone spiral out of control, which is usually where that point difference starts to widen. Because if you get, you miss one and then you miss the next row of, let's say on this map, like Lotus Gym Jellies or something like that, it starts to go from 500,000 to a million and things like that. So it's good to see. It's good to see why they're some of the best right now. They don't let it phase them.
Absolutely, and just having that kind of perseverance when things don't go exactly to plan in the early game, making sure that you keep your footing, it puts you in good opportunity to succeed. We're going to be looking here at the total score, 736.2, 736.1.
That is crazy. Yeah.
Oh, it actually wasn't a collision there from User Cookie. I could have sworn I saw my screen flash red. I really thought that it was.
I guess not. Maybe right at the end of that transition there, but getting an extra obstacle destroyed, User Cookie still not able to go all the way through.
Yeah, in the end, remarkably close scores regardless there. And I feel kind of bad for User Cookie because, you're coming into this one, you don't have quite the accolades of Kim Ganu or Fire Spirit. You have to take down one of these players to actually advance into that round of 4. And coming so close to victory here in the opening match and losing, that's going to add some pressure later on in the match.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how they perform in the remaining matches. You can see Kim Ganu there on the right station, looking a little anxious, a little excited, a little anxious. Maybe some mixed feelings, of course, coming in as, I guess we could say, the reigning champion, from 2024, winning the 2024 Cookie Run tournament, now rebranded into a fresh new circuit with the World Championship. So Kim Ganu's got to prove himself once again. And his challenger is going to be Snow Yun-sa here as we see him getting set up. Of course, compared to the, rest of the players here in his group, a little bit newer here to the offline scene.
Yeah, certainly not the accolades and also quite lower ranking in terms of GCL, but, they're feeling confident. We have had a lot of players enter this tournament, the preliminaries for the World Championship in October, with not that much reputation, and then under the lights, they suddenly just bust out these incredible performances. We've had a lot of very surprising results. Cookie Run Esports, it's something that's budding, it's something that's growing. You're getting new talent rising to the top all the time, and this might be Snow Yun-sa's chance to succeed and show what they've got.
Exactly. Just barely edging his way in here with those points from the GCL, ranked 34th for the entire region, making his way into the qualifier. It's Snow Yun-sa. And interestingly enough, in the Glacier region, his ID is snow. It involves snow. He's somehow got
that's
seated.
right.
It is randomly seated in the game.
You really are the detective, Cookie. My goodness, Trevor, you just keep noticing these things.
Figuring it out, man. I'm on to Jinju yesterday with the Space Donut. Listen, I'm gonna get my hands on that Space Donut at some point. He's got to watch out. But here we go, repeating the match here on Beneath the Lilies.
Yeah, going to be Beneath the Lilies for this match and the next match, and then after that we will be rotating onto the next map here in the round robin stages. We have not the biggest breadth of maps here because we want to give all the players the maximum opportunity to practice and deliver their top level performance here on the main stage.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be about like adaptation and depth once we get into the semifinals and finals, but here we want to make it as fair as possible. Everybody knows the exact 2 maps that you will have to play at least once each here in the round robin, so of course, they've been given the match order prior as well, so if you're going to have to play maybe Lilies twice, maybe you have to play Boiling Stock twice, so you can kind of pick and choose where you want to focus. Kim Ganu on our screens right now. All eyes on him of course, because of his success last year. Now, he did fall a little bit earlier in the invitation than a lot of people expected. As we mentioned before, it was Mai and Fire Spirit both going all the way to the finals of the invitation. Neither of the Korean players making it forward earlier this year. So Kim Ganu is going to have to kind of redeem himself in some weird way, even though he's the reigning champion of the Cookie Run tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he has nothing to prove. Everybody knows that he is one of the best players to ever touch this game, but trust me, if you're a competitor of Kim Ganu's caliber, you're taking that one on the chin, and you're like, okay, I'm going to come back.
Yeah.
I'm going to train. I'm going to be even stronger, and I am so excited to see what they're bringing to the table today.
All right, it's going to be the second match here in Group A of the Glacier Region Preliminaries. It's Snow Yeon-seo versus Kim Gun-woo on Beneath the Lilies to see who gets their first win and who's going to have to start a little bit on the back foot during the round robin.
Yeah, both these players with pretty similar high scores, actually, as we open up the map. Beneath the Lilies loading in. Snow Yeon-seo going to be on top, Kim Gun-woo on bottom. A little bit of a mismatch, you know, real underdog story here for Snow Yeon-seo.
I mean, absolutely, and it's not to his fault, really. It's just the caliber of the opponents in this entire group, but it would mean a lot if he's able to get the lead. Ooh, yeah. Lotus Gem Jelly being missed by Kim Gun-woo there.
Yeah, a little bit surprising. Maybe still warming up right now onto the stage, but it's all right. These small margins in the early game, it usually doesn't go the way that Fire Spirit versus User Cookie did, where it's an 80,000 point difference at the very end. That literally is a 1 Lotus Gem difference, but in this case, I think, yeah, it's going to come down more to the mechanics here later in the game.
Yeah, now Snow Yeon-seo did say he's very confident in his consistency. Rather than maximizing, min-maxing the highest possible records, he's just kind of looking to, I guess we could infer, making no mistakes throughout the day, which, I mean, hey, if you're just able to keep a 200 to 500,000 lead, that is what could bring you the victory.
I would say that most of the people who have qualified already via the preliminaries have done so just by being safe and consistent. Actually, both players, I believe, going for the extra destruction points, both able to collect them all as well.
Okay, so looking good on both sides. Now on the blast mode, another one missed here, it looked like, for Kim Gun-woo, but it's going to be Snow Yeon-seo who continues to stay in the lead because of that.
Double jumps now coming in. We're going to be going through some obstacles here. Actually, a couple more Lotus Gems missed here by Kim Gun-woo.
Both sides, actually. Snow Yeon-seo missing one as well, but Kim Gun-woo basically still missing one extra each time, so it's slowly putting him further and further behind.
Yeah, Snow Yeon-seo just really delivering for kind of a rookie coming in. Not quite as much experience as the other players in this region. For this to be their opening match and to play this well in the early stage, very impressive stuff. Now we're moving on to the lily pads. Are we going to have both players try and go for every single Lotus Gem? Oh, we actually have two get skipped there by Snow Yeon-seo, really showing that his mantra is just safe, consistent play, not taking the risk.
Exactly. It looked like it was very intentional once he realized he might not have the perfect timing. He didn't want to risk a collision, so he just goes for the safe skip, which actually now brings Kim Gun-woo all the way down, sometimes taking the lead depending on the sync here with the calculation.
Oh, and another Lotus Gem gets missed there by Snow Yeon-seo. This one might come down to another very small margin of victory. Now the first column drop is coming in. Both players able to collect everything.
Yeah, very clean from both sides. So again, no big mistakes as Kim Gun-woo ever so slightly getting further. But I do believe once we go in with the transitions here with the Ion Cookie, both of them should end up pretty much at the same exact spot at the very end.
Yeah, size up coming in. Another drop down here on the column. Every single one collected. The players have been so good at collecting those so far today. Here at the very beginning, it's still just a 300,000 point margin. And that's going to get shorter as another Lotus Gem Jelly is missed by Kim Gun-woo.
Yeah, it's just constantly back and forth under the 100,000 mark once again. If this ends up in another 5-digit or less difference, I am going to lose my mind. And it just goes to show that already we might just have a stronger region here, as I do believe we might have missed the little size up there from Snow Yeon-seo. We'll have to double check near the end with the points, but it does look like it, right? Not able to collect all the jellies now. A huge boost forward for Kim Gun-woo.
Yeah, that's a big win here for Kim Gun-woo. Just able to collect a little bit more jellies right there, and that might be the difference maker in this map. There isn't much level left to be played. Another Lotus Gem gets missed there by Snow Yeon-seo.
Yeah, and now it's going to be Kim Gun-woo sitting very, very comfy here, moving forward. And I think, we were kind of concerned that it might just come down to 1 or 2 jellies, but Kim Gun-woo was, in fact, the one who ended up being more consistent here near the end. Snow Yeon-seo kind of losing his focus in that moment just a bit ago, not able to secure the full last line either, and it will be Kim Gun-woo who takes the win.
Yeah, with 736 million and some change. One of the best scores that we've actually seen here on Beneath the Lilies. Very impressive stuff coming out from Kim Ganu in his first match of the night, showing that he is back here to play. He wants to return to that main event in October, and this is a great start.
And this is why you just can't ever count out those who are experienced, because Noyonzo looked actually to be the one who was a bit more consistent, you know, even having that margin to play a little bit safer on some of those lines in the very beginning, but then missing that giant jelly right near the end, a little bit of a late jump, it seemed like, mistiming that, and then he's not able to secure all of the jellies, and that just completely ruins the point advantage that he had trying to keep up, and it's going to give the lead to Kim Ganu.
Yeah, up until that point, it was ridiculously close. I think in some moments it was sub 10K.
Yes.
In like the later stages of the round. How often do we see that in these preliminaries? It feels like basically never. Usually when you get to that stage where you're getting the giant jelly and you're going into the final round of collecting the Lotus Gems, there's typically like 500K to 1 million or so, 1 point in the lead, assuming that nothing crazy's happened, because somebody's going to miss a column, somebody's going to fumble at some, they're not going to get as many destruction points, there's going to be some kind of delineation between the two.
Yes.
But so far, both in match number 1 and in match number 2, it has been so close, Jobra.
Yeah, it just goes to show again how much practice they've put in. And I just realized, funny enough, Kim Ganu actually picked Beneath the Lilies as kind of the hardest map in this entire pool, saying that he thinks the jelly patterns are the most difficult. And I think it's just a repetition of what we've said before, where yes, it's technically a simpler ranked map, right? It's 3 stars out of 5. However, because of that, if you're not perfect, you fall behind. Like, you know you're behind if you don't get every single jelly. So that could be why we do see him kind of stating that this is one of the toughest ones, or perhaps it's just personal worst. Maybe he's just better at the more mechanically required maps later on in the tournament.
I mean, honestly, if you're one of the top calibers of players, you probably do want a bigger challenge for both you and the opponent, because it gives you more opportunities to show your skill. Whereas if you play on one of these simpler maps, as you were pointing out, Trevor, then suddenly if you make one mistake, it gets amplified because the baseline of mistakes is already very low.
Yeah.
You know?
So now we do have Kim Ganu continuing on with another match here on Beneath the Lilies. Unfortunately, he is going to have to play on this map twice, even though he doesn't like it. And of course, User Cookie trying to redeem himself after such a narrow loss to Fire Spirit.
Yeah, just a phenomenally close first match, and for User Cookie going against the 2 heavy hitters in this group. He is ranked number 3 in the GCL overall right here for the Glacier region, so he is no slouch by any means. It's what we saw, him versus Fire Spirit, incredibly close match, but if he wants a shot at qualifying for the round of 4, he probably needs to win here.
Yeah, exactly.
Barring some miracle where you have like a 3-way tie with 3 players and a 1-2 record, which we have not yet seen in the preliminaries.
Yes.
Yeah, you got to get a win on the board right now here as User Cookie. You cannot go down 0-2.
Yeah, and it's funny right there, Kim Ganu kind of letting User Cookie know, like, yeah, I know you're good, but offline tournaments are a whole different deal, right? You got to adjust. You're not playing with your own gear. You got to play with whatever's given. You got to play under the lights. You got to play in front of the cameras. So Kim Ganu already having a wealth of experience on that department, as we see User Cookie returning once again with the plus 3,000 points for Pink Bear Jellies on the Magic Candy Blessing.
Yeah, and just favoring the Pink Bear Jellies just a little bit here. As we said before, if you play absolutely perfectly, I'm pretty sure it nets you quite a few more points, but it is tough on this this level of competition to execute that. You know, we do say this is one of the simpler maps. The maps are going to get progressively harder as we continue on through the day, through the competition. But nothing is easy when you're playing at this level, because it's not just you versus the map. It's not you trying to get your personal best high score. It's you versus the opponent.
Yeah, you have to do better in that run, right? It doesn't matter what your highest score ever was. It doesn't matter what your average is over 10 times. It's just this one time, as you both get ready, log in, who wins the actual race? It's an actual race, right? So I am curious if User Cookie, if that earlier match against Fire Spirit, if that was enough warm-up to get him on the stage.
Yeah, I'm hoping it will be, because I would love to see a really fierce competition here in Group A. Absolutely stacked group with so many accolades across the players. User Cookie going to try and make a name for themselves with a victory here. They've been ranked highly in the GCL, top 3, top 4, multiple seasons, but can they deliver the performance here against the reigning champ Kim Ganu?
Game start on Beneath the Lilies. Kim Ganu on the top side, User Cookie on the bottom side. Let's see who will take the win. If Kim Ganu wins here, he will be sitting comfortably with 2 wins, 10 total points in the round robin so far.
Yeah, 2 wins is really the place to be in. It basically guarantees you a spot in the round of 4, barring some crazy exceptions, which we did have an instance of yesterday, and it would just be phenomenal for him. But my eye is mostly going to be on User Cookie. I want to see how they're going to perform under the pressure going up against a player as phenomenal as Kim Ganu.
Exactly, and both of them actually, both of these users are taking the same line they did earlier, kind of skipping out on the alphabet jellies to make sure that their jump is nice and safe. So very, very identical builds so far.
Yeah, and that's reflected in the score. It's a 30,000 point or so difference, so just a couple of jellies really is.
Well, and also the blessing difference as well, right?
Oh yeah, that's right.
All the bonuses from every single jelly so far, but we'll see if the plus 3,000 for the pink bear jelly starts to add up here for User Cookie.
And in this segment, there are a lot of pink bear jellies, so it's very important for User Cookie to collect absolutely every one of these. You're going to see that skill, or not that skill, excuse me, the score difference get a little bit closer with those extra points. They both also go for the added destruction point. Even the one on top, they both indeed get it.
Yep, and securing all the rainbow bear jellies as well, and on to the drop. So nice and clean in the first section so far as we move on to the next area.
Yeah, in the first section, it might seem very simple, but it's where we have the most collisions happen. So the fact that both players are able to navigate it quite greedily, frankly, trying to maximize their points without any collisions, without any catastrophes. A very close match.
Now moving onward, still not missing any of the crucial Lotus Gem jellies from either player. This is starting to look very intense because if you still don't have a big gap by this point, you both start to know that what mistake and it might be done.
And now we're going on the lily pads. I think at this point, both of you should probably be greeting for every single Lotus Gem. You don't want to try and play it too safe. In fact, yeah, they both do.
Okay, and can they make sure they secure it all the way to the end as well? You should be able to, and that's going to be a nice clean one. And on to the 2-column drop as well.
Yeah, the timing has to be perfect to get every single jump on the lily pads and every single Lotus Gem. That's why we see a lot of players play it safe. But when the difference maker is, what, 100,000 points? Halfway through the level? Yeah, it makes sense. They're both going to try and go for absolutely everything here.
Yeah, both of them just skipping the one there right on the blast mode, just making sure they're lined up for the drop, and it's clean for both, continuing on still at just about 100,000 point difference. Nice double jump on the relay.
Yeah, User Cookie actually getting the edge there because there are quite a few pink bear jellies all stacked up. Remember, they're getting bonus points for those pink bears, whereas Kim Ganu is getting bonus points for all the jellies, and now critical column. Oh man, 2 get missed there by Kim Ganu. This is an opportunity for User Cookie.
Exactly, like you mentioned, he gets the burst from the bonuses and he gets the full drop. Kim Ganu does not, and with how close it's been, with how good both of these players are, that could make all the difference.
Oh, these matches have been so close to start out Group A. Our players absolutely delivering. Some more pink bear jellies, excuse me, found here. And oh no, no giant there for Kim Ganu. He's able to get most of it, but you see the huge point difference there now.
Yeah, he realizes he missed up a little bit of the shake on his head. He was able to draw in a couple of the ones he missed with the transition into Tier 3, but still you're going to leave behind a couple of them, both of them getting the giant jelly as well. So no opportunity here for Kim Ganu for another comeback as User Cookie continues to look clean.
Yeah, at this point here as User Cookie, you know you have that lead. All you have to do is defend. Don't take any extra needed risks here. Just play it nice and safe, collect these pink bears, avoid the collisions, do not fall off the map, and you're going to be taking down the reigning champion. Wow, what a performance from User Cookie here in his second match.
Just be able to clean up. He even misses out on a couple of the Lotus Gems, but as we mentioned, it does not matter. A 1,000,000-point lead for User Cookie as he brings this group to a bit of an intense situation, getting the 1-1 record against Kim Ganu.
And that was a really high score there for User Cookie. More than 737 million points in total. One of the best performances we've seen on beneath the lilies here,
Lilies, yeah. No mills here, just the lilies. But you can see how much it meant for User Cookie there on the camera as well.
Yeah,
you almost couldn't believe it. It's just the best of one, but still to be able to say that I did perform better in the moment against the reigning champion is an absolutely impressive feat. Getting a couple of those extra obstacles as well in the later part of the map. And User Cookie going to be putting on 5 points to his name. So now tied with Kim Ganu at 4 points because both of them have 1 win, 1 loss. And now all eyes are going to be on Fire Spinner on the next match then, because if he gets 2 wins now, he's safely in towards the semifinals.
Yeah, man, this has been a spicy group thus far. And User Cookie, hey, he had the two big dogs to try and take down here in the opening matches. He was able to defeat one of them. He is 1-1 now. All he has to do is beat Snow Yunso, and he's got at least a shot at a tiebreaker should we go into 2-1.
Exactly.
Oh, it has been a fiery start, Trober. I'm telling you, this weekend, compared to last weekend especially, it has been kind of crazy the matches we're getting.
Yeah, Desert and Plains, after the first couple matches, we started to kind of see the playing field, right? We've got favorites, we've got challengers. And yes, there were some upsets on some of the runs and whatnot, but by the end, the Final Four, even the top two, it was kind of clear who was going to be moving on to the World Championships. But like you said, in Ocean and Glacier, it's like, okay, well, on paper, yes, like on our bios, we have favorites. But once we're in the game, clearly that's out of the window.
Yeah, and how exciting is it for User Cookie to take down the reigning champ like that? That's pretty phenomenal for them. This is the person who's been top 3, top 4 multiple seasons in a row here for the Glacier region, but doesn't quite have the same offline accomplishments as some of the other players in this group. No championships, no runners-up. And to be able to come here on the stage, you're fighting to qualify for that World Championship spot in October with nearly $20,000 prize pool across 8 players. There is so much on the line. User Cookie just absolutely making a name for themselves with that win right there.
Yes, and now Snow Yunsa versus Fire Spirit getting ready for match number 4, and we'll cover it here in just a brief second. But of course, now starting in match 4, we'll be taking a look at what each of our players in Group A have prepared for Boiling Stock Village, the destruction-based map, one that Snow Yunsa is not a big fan of it, according to his interview.
Yeah, we have a lot of players who aren't a big fan of these destruction-based maps because setting up the combinations is so tricky on some of them, especially here in the later stage.
Yes.
When you have those meteors coming in, the skill activation timing has to be so perfect. You also have to use it at the proper time in your jump to maximize the points. It is really tricky. Like, the timings, if they were maybe at the start of the level, say, it would be a little bit easier because it's something you could practice over and over right again.
Sure.
But the fact that it comes in at the very end when you're probably already feeling some pressure either to make up lost ground or defend a lead, yeah, it's tough. And the cookies available here, it's going to be Orange Cookie and Yugwa Cookie. Players almost always start with Yugwa Cookie first. In fact, that is what we're going to be having right here. Oh, it's going to be fun.
Yeah, with the 10,000 destruction points. Now, we've seen quite a few differences once you go onto the Orange Cookie for the Blessing. We've had Blast Mode. Yep, we've had Yellow Bear Jellies. We've had all jellies. We've even had destruction points even then. So another different Snowy Unsuff favoring the big burst during the Blast Mode, and Fire Spirit just going for nice and steady, big jumps during the Yellow Bear Jelly sections.
Yeah, indeed. This one, it certainly does feel like the skill activations are more important than anything else there in the second stage. So
yes.
I feel like we're most prone to having a big difference in terms of what you want to maximize in terms of points as a player. But the end-all be-all really is the execution.
Yes, absolutely. Now, neither of these players really liking the destruction-based map. And it's funny, Fire Spirit kind of saying, I don't get how other players are getting high scores above 860 million. Now, just so we're clear, he has reached above 860 million on his own records as well, but I'm assuming he thinks other players are consistently hitting that, whereas he probably got it maybe once, and he's like, I don't know how everyone else does it. I don't know what I did, but we'll see. I'm sure he's put in some more time since he's reported that top score. Snow Yonso on your screens looking for the first win. Fire Spirit looking to take the lead here in Group A with a second win in the round robin for the Glacier Region Preliminaries.
All right, match 4 is loading up. Snow Yunsa on top, Fire Spirit on bottom. Snow Yunsa fighting for the first win in this group. Fire Spirit looking to get a solid second win.
Yeah, both of them just starting nice and smooth here with the destruction with the Yugwa Cookie. But all eyes once you hop off of the Tiger to see if you're able to maximize the destruction points, because sometimes you got to cut it close to the obstacles to get that jump and then make sure that the Hope badge bounces all the way around. Both of them narrowly avoiding that collision.
Yeah, it's kind of the same story as Beneath the Lilies, where if you're going to have a collision, it usually is at these early stages. Even though it might look like it's easy, the timing is actually very tricky if you want to maximize your points.
All right, moving on forward now, back onto the Tiger as we just go through the big burst of points coming in. And of course, this map, we explain it every time, but it's all just around the destruction, right? You have the cookies that have the destruction skills. You got the pet that gives you extra destruction points. You got the treasures that work out of the coins, which the map gives you coins after destruction. It's all a cycle. Ooh, as we see some giant bear jellies being missed by Fire Spirit there.
Yeah, that was 2 of them getting missed. Occasionally we'll see 1 get missed once in a while, but missing 2 like that quite early. They still have the lead, I think, because the skill activations might have been just a little tiny bit better better there for Fire Spirit, but that's painful missing those.
Yeah, because that could be what gives an opening for Snowyunsa to try to catch back up later on in the map.
All right, drop downs coming in again. All these big yellow bear cookies getting collected.
Yep, and just securing both of them, missing one. Oh, actually one extra one from Fire Spirit, so he's shaking his head a little bit, but as we can see, the in-game calculations still favoring Fire Spirit so far, and you gotta assume it's mostly with how that destruction's been working, giving him the extra boost through the treasures as well.
Yeah, it's difficult to get every single one of those yellow bear jellies. You know, I would say it's like 50-50 in terms of seeing players with those columns, whether you're going down on them, whether you're going up on them. The timing has to be perfect if you want to get every single one. As we enter the second stage right now, and the skill activations, especially once we hand off to the second cookie, the orange cookie, are going to be so critical because a 1 million margin of points, that is not going to cut it. If the skill activations are better here for Snowyunsa.
Yeah, we've seen it flip just drastically once you move on to the orange cookie with how you're able to use those charges. Fire Spirit going for a bit of that drop into the use, whereas Snowyunsa just playing it safer up top.
Interesting decision there to drop. We'll see exactly how that's going to play off for Fire Spirit. They're still up quite a significant number of points. As long as they get maximum distance right here, and in fact they do a little bit further ahead than Snowyunsa, it's all going to come down to the skill activations. Now 2 or 3 million points, that's a pretty good margin. Just got to nail those timings and you should be good here as Fire Spirit.
Yeah, Snowyunsa actually used the skill immediately after switching to the orange cookie as well to try to get some early blast as well. We'll see if that turns out in his favor, but I do think it's going to be a little bit tough if Fire Spirit continues to just charge on forward.
Yeah, the timings are a little bit different there at the very beginning, but now both players saving 2 charges for the skill activations. We'll see when they get used here in the meteors. Double jump to make sure they get absolute leverage on those shots. Pretty similar lines going in right now, but for Snowyunsa, that's bad news because they need to close the distance.
Yeah, and it does feel like Snowyunsa's been using the skill a little bit earlier, a little bit safer. I am curious if that's just his own build with the blast mode coming in as well off of the activation, but it doesn't feel like it's been paying off.
Certainly not. Fire Spirit just seems to have the better plan right now here in the later stages. That skill, the points have widened so much because of the skill activations, up to 13 million now, and let's not forget they also have a little bit more distance.
Yeah, and the yellow bear jellies now as well in the later portions, just giving him so many points to stay ahead. There's not really an opportunity on everyone getting the bear jelly parties, which is going to absolutely secure extra points for Fire Spirit.
Yeah, this is looking really good right now for Fire Spirit, and let's see if Snowyunsa is actually going to try and save one of these charges until the very end. Occasionally we'll see the player that's losing try and go for it, but no, instead they're going to go for the exact same timing, and Fire Spirit with a really comfortable win by 18 million points, going to close it out at 858.
Yeah, there we go. A little celebration coming in here for Fire Spirit as well as he takes his second win, leading 2-0 in this group in the round robin.
Yeah, the first stage there was looking really good for Snowyunsa, but I feel like the timings on the skill activations just weren't quite as crisp as what Fire Spirit had prepared for us. We really saw the score difference widen there in the second stage. 858 versus 840 going to be the final tally, and now Fire Spirit, the only undefeated player so far in this group.
Well, look at that. So many more obstacles destroyed as well. And again, I think it's just some of those, like the drop on the Yuga cookie. We see a couple of the players risk that, but if you are able to do it, you get the full screen clear instead of missing out on a couple that you've already jumped past if you take the higher line, things like that. So very, very well done from Fire Spirit, even taking a little bit of that min-maxing, and he's still able to get the win nice and clean, 0 collisions. And now, depending on maybe even the next map, that pretty much secures Fire Spirit's way into the semifinals, because if User Cookie's not able to get a win here, then that means only 2 people can get 2 wins, right? It would be Kim Ganu and Fire Spirit, and they would basically secure their spot into the semifinals.
Yeah, Fire Spirit is in a really good spot. With 2 wins and 0 losses, they've guaranteed that the worst case scenario for them is that they have to play in a potential tiebreaker, and that requires the deck of cards to fall in exactly the perfect way for that situation.
Yeah.
We've only had it happen just once so far here in the preliminaries, but hey man, if User Cookie and Kim Ganu continue cooking, it is a possibility that we have another tiebreaker tonight.
It is very possible, and I think if you're Kim Ganu, you're already a little bit concerned, because the remaining matches, the next one's going to be Snowyunsa versus User Cookie, and from what we've seen so far, while Snowyunsa has been playing fine, unfortunately in this group, in this region, fine isn't good enough, right? User Cookie just coming off of a win against Kim Ganu should be feeling pretty safe here in this matchup. So if he gets that win, Kim Ganu has to beat Fire Spirit to then go into a tiebreaker. That's
Yeah.
a lot of pressure on the reigning champion.
I mean, if anyone's going to handle pressure, it is going to be the reigning champion. But
Sure,
you're absolutely right,
sure.
because going up against Fire Spirit, that easily could be a playoff match here in this
Yes.
tournament. This group is just absolutely stacked. And for Ganu to have to play with a tournament life in the line, I mean, Fire Spirit's going to be salivating at the opportunity to eliminate one of the toughest competitors in a
Sure.
single best of one.
Yeah, but now first up we have to watch Snow Yunsa versus User Cookie, and again, if User Cookie wins here, then things are still up in the air. However, if User Cookie loses, it's really a seeding match between Kim Ganu and Fire Spirit, potentially. Of course, it could still be a tiebreaker between User Cookie and Kim Ganu as well. So Kim Ganu basically still looking to try to make his win in his own match, but User Cookie, his fate could decide Fire Spirit's fate. Going through this match, you can see him just making sure he's not tense. And Snow Yunsa, unfortunately, out of the running entirely here for the semifinals. But as we've seen, you don't want to go out with 0 wins. You've made it this far. You want to at least leave your mark here during the World Championship preliminaries so people have something to look forward to if you're able to make your way back next year.
Yeah, I'm sure it'd be a great feeling, too, for Snow Yunsa to take down some of these top GCL players in the
Yes.
Glacier region. Everybody here is top 8 with the exception of Snow Yunsa, so there is a lot to prove. It would be a big badge of honor to emerge victorious here versus User Cookie. And for User Cookie, I've been very impressed with their performance thus far in the opening match against Fire Spirit. They lost by, what was it, 80,000 points or something, which is so close against one of the best players in the tournament. And now they have a chance to really solidify their position with a second win here in the group.
And going for the blast mode here for User Cookie as well. So no difference in the setup. Both of them bringing the same blessings on their magic candies. We'll see if Snow Yunsa can redeem himself, not just on this map, but for the day, currently sitting at 0 wins. Meanwhile, User Cookie, can he also guarantee a minimum tiebreaker to try to take the next step going into the semifinals here of the Glacier Region Preliminaries? We're in match 5 of Group A in this round robin, second to last match, to see who will be able to move on here in the regional preliminaries of the Cookie Run Oven Break World Championship.
All right, we're going back to Boiling Stock Village here for match number 5 of Group A. Snow Yunsa on top, User Cookie on bottom, and Snow Yunsa going to see if he can deliver the first win of the night.
Yeah, now earlier we both saw the earlier racers, or the runners rather, taking that very narrow jump early on to get the maximum destruction. Snow Yunsa was able to make it clear. Let's see if User Cookie can do the same. And also, if Snow Yunsa can avoid the collision, both of them make it nice and clean.
Yeah, nice early start for the both of them. The timing on that one is so dangerous. Yesterday, I feel like we saw quite a few players actually have a collision going for that jump and the skill activation at the same time.
Yeah, we do see a lot of the other jellies being missed by Snow Yunsa, though, which gave a bit of that lead to User Cookie as we now start charging forward on the Tiger once again. And we'll see if Snow Yunsa can continue to maximize on these manual uses.
Yeah, and as we navigate this earlier portion, my mind is really kind of focused on what the skill activation timing is going to be for Snow Yunsa, because they just played on the main stage. Oh man, missing a yellow bear right there. They just played on the main stage, and the timings just weren't quite there in the second one, and to have to reevaluate now going into that second level, it's going to be tough against a player like User Cookie. I wonder what must be going through their mind.
Yeah, because you don't have the full time to just review and practice and whatnot. You just got to jump right back in. But it's been a lot of these big bursts of jellies that he's been missing. Overall, it seems like very focused. There's another giant bear jelly being missed by Snow Yunsa as well. It's neither of them going perfectly clean in this section, but overall getting by with only 1 or 2 missed.
Yeah, it's really hard to collect every single one on these. You can see both of them quite often. Oh, missing one, but there for Snow Yunsa, actually missing 2 at the very end. So I think that margin definitely going in User Cookie's favor.
And now the line of Rainbow Bear jellies, and it does look like User Cookie already sitting quite comfortable here with the point lead. Of course, with things like destruction, it could flip at any point with just 1 mistake.
Yeah, this is where the points really start to get racked up here in the second stage of Boiling Stock Village, and we'll see how this one's going to go. For Snow Yunsa in the previous match on this map, they did not have the best skill activations compared to their opponent. But going up against User Cookie, it's going to be more of the same, honestly. This is another really tough competitor, and those timings have to be much better here.
Yeah, both of them favoring to just stay all the way up top here for the destruction, going a little bit safer as they now hop back onto the Tiger.
But on Tiger getting ready for that final jump, see how much distance they can both get here. And actually, it's Snowyunsa with considerably more distance. I think User Cookie might have fumbled one of those jumps a little bit, and hey, that could come back to bite him.
Yeah, missed the double jump there, not able to land all the way to the giant yellow bear jelly. Now, he still has a very sizable lead, so we'll see if it's good enough, but it can make a difference, right? Because you're going to be missing out on maybe 5, 6, 10 more jellies near the end. It could make a difference on the type of jelly as well.
Yeah, I think ultimately it will come down to the skill activation for these destruction points in the next couple of minutes. Will we have the double jumps and the timings come through on all of these meteors? Who's going to get more right now? A 12 million point lead here for User Cookie. When all is said and done, what will that lead be? We're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, as we see Snowyunsa trying to make sure that he's maximizing all of the points he can possibly get, trying to slowly close that gap.
It was a lot better. They were able to close it by about 5 million points there with the skill activation, so a lot better than the previous round.
Yeah, and you can see just way far ahead as well, as we see Snowyunsa quite a sizable lead on the distance.
Absolutely, and User Cookie, they still have that lead to work with. Single and double jumps coming in, just making sure they get every single one of these jellies. Will they be able to hold on to that lead, though? It's getting quite thin. Chobra, with the extra distance, Snowyunsa could potentially do this.
I mean, I would say just about 1 million. That's going to flip just based on the distance here, as Snowyunsa continuing to maximize all of the blast mode as well with the skill activation.
But man, the destruction points coming in there for User Cookie. Suddenly, it's a huge margin.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa. What a difference there all the way at the end. User Cookie is able to close it out. It was looking quite close there for a minute, but yeah, User Cookie just locked in today, man. They are looking so good. The one level that they lost was the opening match versus Fire Spirit by less than 100,000 points. Since then, they have been playing perfectly.
Yeah, like you said, near the end, it comes down to the exact activations and just the micro movements coming in from User Cookie, going for the big win. So Snowyunsa, unfortunately, not able to secure a victory today in the round robin. He will be exiting the qualifiers, or the preliminaries, sorry, here with 0 wins, but I mean, who can fault him? You unfortunately got put in the same region as some of the best players around the entire world.
I would honestly say this is the toughest region that we've had in the preliminaries entirely. Or if not the toughest region, this is certainly the toughest group. I feel like there is absolutely no denying that for Snowyunsa. That was a really good performance overall from level to level. It felt like they kept getting stronger. I'm excited to see if they come back to compete in Cookie Run again later this year or next year. But before that happens, we're going to have to decide who's advancing from Group A. We have 1 match left here in the round robin. And should Kim Ganu win, I believe we're going to another 2-1 tiebreaker.
A 3-way tiebreaker.
Oh, man.
And that's to determine which 2 move on. So still any one of them could get eliminated. Now, if Kim Ganu loses here, he's out. So Fire Spirit has a chance to eliminate potentially one of the biggest rivals and competitors just outright here in the regional preliminaries.
Yeah, no matter who wins this next round, it's going to be a little bit of drama. Either we're going to have the reigning champion knocked out, you know, the Cookie Run tournament winner of the previous year, not going to the main event in October this year, or we're going to have a 3-way tiebreaker between these players because they will all have a 2-1 score. Should we go into that tiebreaker, the way that it works is that 2 players compete on stage at the same time. They go for the highest possible score. Their scores are saved. The final player comes on. They play as well. The player with the lowest score out of those 3 is eliminated. And the top 2 advance. Their scores determine the seeding, who advances in first and who advances in second. It's honestly a really crazy, it's a crazy development when those tiebreakers happen.
Yeah, exactly, because it's not a race. So you could lose if you're part of the first 2 group. You could lose and you could still make it on to the semifinals. But we may not even get there as we wait to watch Kim Ganu run against Fire Spirit, undefeated so far, both winning against User Cookie and Snowyunsa. Kim Ganu took that very, very narrow loss to User Cookie. Has to redeem himself if he wants another shot to move on to the semifinals.
And he's going to have to redeem himself versus the only undefeated player in this group thus far, Fire Spirit, who got 2nd place in the Cookie Run Global Invitational earlier this year, looking to knock out the reigning champ in the preliminaries, and not even the playoff bracket of the preliminaries. In the round robin stage, it would be a crazy crazy world we live in, but hey, that might be the world we're in right now, Chobra.
Yeah, and this almost just goes to confirm that the in-game random assignment of regions truly was random, because how in the world do we have both Fire Spirit and Ganu here, both in the Glacier region? It's insane that they were absolutely put in here as one of the best, two of the best, rather, runners around the world, but hey, that's just somehow how it all lines up in-game, so now you do have to face off against each other here in the studio.
Yeah, this is going to be an absolutely pivotal match for the fate of the entire region, not just Group A, but also Group B, because we're deciding which players are advancing into that round of 4 into the qualifying matches for the global finals. And for Ganu, you kind of have to lock in right now. This is basically your finals. This is your tournament life on the line. You are in a must-win situation right now as the reigning champ.
Now, we've never seen Ganu play this map today. This is the only time he's going to be playing in it unless we play it again during the tiebreaker. So we'll see if he can jump right in to his last match in the round robin with the Yugua cookie, the orange cookie, see what the setups are. What is Ganu going to favor as the blessing for the orange cookie? Scrolling down, it's going to be Yellow Bear Jellies for both.
A dramatic reveal. Yeah, Yellow Bear Jellies for both, so it's going to be the exact same loadouts here heading into this map. And Fire Spirit, he did mention, you pointed out earlier that this is the map that he is the least confident in the entire tournament, Boiling Stock Village. He doesn't know how other players get 860 million plus consistently. He has a hard time really doing it, even going for his personal best at home. Doing it on stage is something different entirely. And now he's going to have to do it if he wants to knock out Ganu, because Ganu is no slouch on these destruction maps at all. He's one of the best players in terms of delivering the combinations, in terms of hitting the timings for those destruction points. Oh, it's going to be a very epic match. So much on the line already here, just in the quarterfinals of the Glacier region.
All right, Ganu, and both of them, I just noticed, not playing with the headphones on either. Most of our players kind of favor that just to be able to listen to the game, but both of them just wanting to stay clear of that, just keeping their eyes focused on the game, making sure they're thinking about what to do next. Ganu looking to extend his tournament life here in the regional preliminaries of the World Championship, but Fire Spirit looking for the clean sweep, attempting to eliminate perhaps the biggest rival and contender, and maybe even the tournament favorite right here in the Glacier Region Preliminary Round Robin.
All right, here we go. Potentially the final match of Group A on Boiling Stock Village. Reigning champ Ganu on top, Fire Spirit, the runner-up of the Global Invitational earlier this year on bottom. If Fire Spirit wins, Ganu is out of this tournament entirely.
Yeah, so Fire Spirit, a little bit of pressure on him as well, because obviously you would love to get that big lead here in the preliminaries. And we'll see if it pays off. Ganu does enjoy playing Boiling Stock Village, although he agrees that it's a tough map, both of them. Make it clean. It does look like Ganu missing out on a couple of those obstacles getting destroyed, but overall they're pretty much lined up.
Yeah, about a 50,000 point difference is really nothing on this map. Boiling Stock Village seems to be one of the biggest difference makers in terms of points across the entire field of levels that we're playing on over the course of this tournament. So I think that playing safely right here for Ganu and for Fire Spirit, it makes a lot of sense. You know that with the caliber of opponent you're going up against, you're probably not going to get a huge lead early on. It will come down to those skill activations later, barring some mistake.
Yeah, exactly. Both of them going for that nice jump above the big burst. Giant Bear Jellies being missed by Fire Spirit.
Two of them.
Slip up, yeah. So we'll see if he can redeem himself on the remainder of this run as the points are starting to favor Ganu by a margin.
All right, single and double jumps now coming in for both players. And double jumps were missed before for Fire Spirit when collecting those giant Yellow Bear Jellies, but now seems to be doing a little bit better. And as we have the drops and jumps on these ones, will we get every single one collected? It's very difficult. Okay, one gets missed there by Fire Spirit. Oh, two get missed by Ganu, so +1 overall there for Fire Spirit.
Yeah, that brings it back down to a little bit below 1 million. So Fire Spirit absolutely still has a shot because, as we've noticed, things get pretty crazy in the later parts.
Two more got missed there for Ganu, so Fire Spirit, he's definitely made a dent in that lead that Ganu accumulated earlier on in this map.
Yeah, you know, Ganu still had the leisure to kind of scratch the itch on his cheek there during that quiet section, so he knows exactly when he can take a break or not during these maps.
And now that we're heading into the second stage, it really will come down to those skill activations. Fire Spirit, can he deliver? It's the hardest part of this map for him. He is not a fan of these destruction point skill activations, but if he wants to close the distance, if he wants to knock out the reigning champ, it's going to have to come through for him here.
Yeah, absolutely. Just making sure he secures all the jellies, dropping down for that destruction. See if that pays off as Ganu takes the safer line up top.
Yeah, slightly different builds right here in this section as we're getting closer and closer to the orange jelly handoff. And I wonder who's going to be further when all is said and done in terms of distance. Okay, double jump comes in, Fire Spirit. Okay, about the exact same spot. I think Fire Spirit just a little tiny bit further than Ganu.
Yeah, both of them just still making sure that they are able to secure that giant yellow bear jelly before the relay here onto the orange cookie.
Absolutely, and man, what a close match we have right now, Chobra. Oh, Fire Spirit actually taking the lead right there with his skill activations, and then instantly it gets lost again. It's a 50,000 point difference at this time.
Yeah, when it comes down to the orange cookie, because of how the skill just does so much destruction in the game, obviously trying to play catch up here on a little bit of the points. I think we're going to have to watch all the way to the very end unless there's some kind of huge blunder from either side. Ganu dropping all the way down below to 100% secure all of the pink bear jellies.
Man, I've been watching Fire Spirit screen, and these skill activations were so clutch. I think they hit every single meteor. Now, there is a big difference in points right now, but that's because one extra charge is being saved up here by Ganu.
Yeah, but how many times have we seen a player miss the opportunity to use it at the right time? If you're not using it on the meteors, it kind of just usually means you've missed out on a timing, unless Ganu's got something hidden up his sleeves to show us.
Yeah, does he have that trick? His tournament life is on the line right now. A 12 million point difference between him and Fire Spirit.
And so far, nice and clean from Fire Spirit, getting every single one, utilizing that blast mode as well to destroy everything in his way. Still sitting pretty nice and healthy in front, but a big flip coming in towards the end here.
Yeah, that final skill activation there for Ganu might have been the difference maker. And this one is so close, actually, that I think we're going to have to wait for the final scores to get tallied. It's unbelievable. Are you kidding me? 2,000 points? 2,000 points?
Fire Spirit actually gets more jellies at the end to close the gap back. But like you said, that one extra activation flips the entire script. As Ganu, he even jumps at the end, just trying to secure whatever he can, actually ends up running to the wall once he's out of energy. Of course, it doesn't matter at that point, but what a run.
That is unbelievable. Ganu just saved their tournament life, forcing a three-way tiebreaker with a 2,000 point difference. Absolutely unheard of. The closest score that we've had this entire preliminary tournament,
yeah,
I think, has been the 80,000 that happened earlier between Fire Spirit and User Cookie. When we play on here, 858 million points apiece, and the difference is 2,000?
Yeah,
that's like one jelly.
Points.
That's one jelly, Chobra. Oh my goodness.
It is a tiny difference. You can even see more obstacles being destroyed in total. But when and how did that go through? Of course, the rainbow bear jelly, one being missed by Fire Spirit. And you can see it on the camera. Even Fire Spirit just couldn't believe how he lost just about 2,800 points. Just an absolute minuscule percentage in score, and reminding us why they are some of the best players. And what a treat to be able to watch these two race against each other here during the round robin of the preliminaries.
Yeah, and we were talking about when the handoff happened, when they transitioned into the second cookie, how Ganu had a little bit more distance. That was the difference maker at the very end, because they were able to collect those jellies. You know, you miss one more of those jellies, and you're probably losing that game. Just an absolutely insane run from both players. And now we're going to be going into this three-way tiebreaker. I'm pretty sure it's going to take a moment for them to get the stage ready to try and figure out exactly how this is going to go, because there also needs to be a random draw by the admin to decide which map will be played.
And the order as well.
And the order as well.
They will just have a random order. So in some ways, if you get drawn in to play third, you could say that you have an advantage because you know exactly what score you have to beat to move on. Of course, there's a little bit more pressure on you as well, because now it's kind of a race against yourself, or, you know, a high score race, but you only get one shot. So we'll take a look at it once it goes through, but we also don't know, like you said, if it's going to be Beneath the Lilies or Boiling Stock Village. Yeah,
and I think if you're Fire Spirit right now, you really want it to be Beneath the Lilies, because that close and bitter loss to Ganu already being a map that they also don't want to play. Just going from having a 2-0 record in the group to potentially, I mean, now they are literally playing an elimination match.
Yes.
I mean, how quickly the fates have turned. These
and
round
this
robin
includes-
groups are explosive.
And this includes User Cookie. We should remind
Right.
everybody
Yes.
that we keep saying it's a three-way tie. That's because User Cookie also sitting at that 2-1 record. And it's funny, right? Fire Spirit and Kim Ganu kind of already proving themselves multiple times offline. User Cookie coming in as this online monster. Both Fire Spirit and Kim Ganu giving their respects, saying that, you know, the matches against him in the GCL, or even Kim Ganu kind of scrimming against him in preparation here for the preliminaries, noticing how good of a player User Cookie has been. It's going to be an absolutely intense matchup. So we'll wait for the final call here from the admins to see what map we're going to get. But if it's Boiling Stock Village, I mean, Fire Spirit, do you greed anything here? Do you change anything up? It looks like it's going to be a tough match against both User and Kim Ganu.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because we were talking about the early stage on that map, and I would say 99% of the time we were right. We're talking about how you can just play it relatively safe in the first stage of Boiling Stock Village, because it's usually about the destruction points at the very end. You know, it's not missing a couple jellies at the very beginning. Obviously, you would like to play it perfectly. You would like to have a lead going into the destruction points, but typically the winner is determined by those skill activations at the very finish. That was not the case in that game. In that game, literally everything mattered. It was kind of spectacular. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it.
No, it was a very, very exciting race. So curious to see. I do think we have the map now determined. And as far as we are told, it is Boiling Stock Village.
My goodness.
So they're all going to have to run it back. And this is the map we just saw where so many things were decided, right? User Cookie getting that win, making sure that he's securing the tiebreaker, and then Kim Ganu with the 2,800 point difference win, taking the lead over Fire Spirit. And now suddenly, even though Fire Spirit had the 2 early wins, he kind of feels like the underdog.
Yeah, it's a tough draw, and this is one of the reasons why it's important to be a well-rounded player coming into these, especially a group as stacked as this one, because if there is just one map that you aren't very good at, it could be the difference maker. We saw that actually in the finals of the preliminaries yesterday when we were playing in the Ocean group. One of the finalists said that, well, you know, coming into the finals, I wanted to mostly focus on the early stages of the tournament, so I practiced all of those maps, and in the finals, I knew that I could play 2 of the maps twice, and so I was like, you know what, I'm just going to practice 2 of them. The other one, I'll just kind of leave that as my weak point. That was the difference maker. That was the very end. That was what determined who was the winner yesterday. And for Fire Spirit, it might be the same story today. He's very good on Beneath the Lilies. That got him 2-0 overall today. Or he won the first match on Beneath the Lilies versus User Cookie by, what, an 80,000 point margin, and then he won the first match on Boiling Stock Village versus Snow Yun Suh. But now it is going to come down to the map that is his weak point. Will he be able to survive under the pressure? So we see the players on stage. It is going to be User Cookie and Fire Spirit opening this one up. And keep in mind, again, this is not a head-to-head necessarily between the 2 on stage right now. All 3 players will play the same map. Whoever has the lowest score of all 3 is eliminated from the tournament.
Yes, so Fire Spirit shouldn't really be so concerned about, you know, beating User Cookie or not. Even if he loses, he just needs to get a high enough score. Obviously, the same applies to User Cookie here, because afterwards, we will invite Kim Ganu to the stage to see if he can beat both of their scores. Oh boy, I mean, Ocean and Glacier regions absolutely delivering here as we see our 2 players getting prepared, getting in the zone to run it back on Boiling Stock Village.
Yeah, we're both laughing there because User Cookie had a big smile on his face. He knows that he just got a second chance at life right here going into this one. It's going to be really fun, this match. I cannot wait for this one to start, man. Fire Spirit, User Cookie, what a crazy, crazy development here in a Glacier region, which we're hyping up coming into this one, and Group A is absolutely delivered, is once again confirming Boiling Stock Village is going to be the map. We're running it back with the orange cookie, with the Yugua cookie. You get the extra gold coins for obstacles, and everything here is about the destruction. But as we just saw in Kim Ganu versus Fire Spirit, every point matters.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see if User Cookie can make sure that he goes safe and sound all the way through the play. User Cookie does favor that Blast Blessing. I assume he's not going to change anything up. We'll get confirmation shortly as we take a look at their loadouts, I'm sure. But that would make him the only player out of the 3 that favors that blessing for the orange cookie, whereas both Fire Spirit and Kim Ganu choosing the Yellow Bear Jelly bonus points. And there you go. It's the plus 1,300 for Jellies and Blast mode here for User Cookie.
I mean, if you're confident in your skill activations, it certainly can pay off, but you're really putting everything on the line. going for that.
Oh boy. All right. Well, Fire Spirit, he said that he doesn't get how other players are getting those crazy high scores here in Boiling Stock Village, but if there was ever a time to reach a new high, it is going to be now, because it's all about the high scores in this three-way tiebreaker. First up, it's going to be a record of who gets the higher score, or the highest scores rather, here from User Cookie and Fire Spirit, and then it's up to Kim Ganu to see if he can beat either of their scores.
Yeah, this is going to be epic. It's going to be a lot of fun. Right now, you're just playing to get the highest score possible. You're not going to really care too much about the score difference between you and your opponent, because you want to basically just hit your personal best here. As User Cookie, as Fire Spirit, you're playing not just to beat the opponent on stage with you, but also Kim Ganu, who is going to be watching from the sidelines. Look at his chops, getting ready to get on that stage and solo it and try and pass both their scores.
It's going to be a tough one, because also sometimes you're kind of used to just keeping tabs on the score difference, because you're usually racing against each other. But right now, it's not about wins and losses. It's about how high can you go in the tiebreaker, taking us to Boiling Stock Village.
All right, the map is loading in. We are in the quarterfinal tiebreakers. Another day in a row, this time between User Cookie and Fire Spirit, kicking us off in a race to see who can get the highest score of these three players.
Yeah, so we're going to keep eyes just on how both of these players are performing, rather than who's actually winning this run in points. As we see both of them playing it nice and smooth here in the beginning, we're going to enter that first little bit here, going right under the obstacles, both of them going for destruction. Fire Spirit missing out on one extra obstacle, it seemed.
Yeah, just one extra obstacle, so a little bit of a difference right there, 500,000 points. We have seen how important that is. I'm kind of scared of underplaying it right now, because we just had like a 2,000 point difference in terms of who is going to be winning a match, but both players with really solid starts thus far.
Yeah, again, against the best of the best, right? All three of them players that people from around the world are looking forward to here for the World Championships. So you know that every single bit matters. Every single point, every single coin, every single jelly matters, as we say that another giant yellow bear jelly being missed by Fire Spirit.
And that's going to close things up a little bit. Of course, we are paying more attention to the score overall as opposed to the difference between these two, but hey, they are also competing against each other in some kind of way, you know?
Yeah, a little bit, just having to keep eyes on that. Obviously, if you're a player on the stage right now, you want to try to avoid it as much as possible. But most importantly, it'll just be both of them still securing as many of these giant bear jellies.
Ooh,
one being
yellow
used by User Cookie, so we'll have to see if Kim Ganu later on is able to make these clean this time around.
Missing giant bear jellies is painful here at the start. It's hard to get every single one of them. Oh, another one gets missed. I think User Cookie -2 overall on that entire sequence, so that's going to translate into a 700,000 point lead here for Fire Spirit.
Fire Spirit now continuing on forward. Overall, I think quite a smooth start after missing just that one extra obstacle. So we'll see if he's able to maximize all of his points. I'm going to be keeping my eyes on Fire Spirit here in this section, as he's consistently taken a drop on one of these manual uses, and I don't know if that's been paying off for him.
Yeah, it's an interesting build. We've seen that throughout the entire preliminaries. Occasionally some players go for it. I don't know if they want to try to get a little bit extra distance or if it's just for the destruction points, but we've seen it backfire. We've also seen it pay off.
Yes, exactly. Once again, there we go, just dropping down onto the meteors to try to bounce the Hope Bay badge all around. But overall, again, not a race, but it does seem like User Cookie just being able to jump up top and still finding an angle to bounce things around to secure everything is giving him consistently more points. Double jump coming in.
Oh,
no.
no.
User Cookie once again not making it very far, so perhaps not a mistake in just the way that he's trained himself to go through this map.
Yeah, but it is concerning because it does limit the potential points that you might get by a little bit, but hey, maybe it'll set him up for some better blast points because he's going into the second stage of this map a little bit later. Perhaps maybe the meteors line up a little bit better for him with the blast point bonus.
Exactly. It might just be that how you're lining up once you're breaking those meteors and getting that short blast onto the jellies, right? Maybe you can time it for more jellies for that extra bonus, but we'll have to keep our eyes on it because, again, it's not just this race, but you also have to make sure you have a higher score than Kim Ganu if you want to secure your spot into the semifinals. Another Rainbow Bear Jelly being missed once again by Fire Spirit. Again, it's a point race, so that could make a difference as well.
Oh, absolutely. Fire Spirit in a really good spot right now, though. Pretty significant lead overall. All these yellow bear jellies getting collected right now, and these ladder skill activations are going to be crucial. This is where Kim Ganu was able to pull off the comeback in the previous match. How many points are we going to get accumulated here in this final stage?
Yeah, Fire Spirit actually cleaning up those jellies there, more so than usual. So he should be as happy as he can be, going for perfection, going for the highest score that he can. User Cookie, 2 more charges left as he jumps and gets all the coins, starts to use through all of those. Gets a little bit of that extra point here during the blast mode.
Feels like it might be a little bit more energy right here on User Cookie in terms of the skill activations, and I wonder if that will translate into one more ability usage. As it is right now, it is so close. The final moments, what is the score difference going to be? 1.4 million in favor of Fire Spirit. So Fire Spirit is safe no matter what. He is top 2.
Most importantly, exactly, he gets the 860 million. So not only is he top 2 because he took the win, but he might even be safe for first seed because most people, they're barely breaking that 860 million point line to get their personal best.
Yeah, so that was 860 million there for Fire Spirit, and I want to make sure I write down exactly what the scores were there.
Yeah, we'll take a quick look at it in review, of course, as we see where the differences came through. But 858 million and some change here for User Cookie, 701,000 in fact, and Fire Spirit 860 million, 115. Secures a spot minimum into the semifinals, but he's already in a decent spot to maybe even take the first seed.
Yeah, and so when Kim Ganu comes on stage, 858.7 is going to be the number to beat to qualify as the second seed into the round of 4. But if he can surpass Fire Spirit, if he can go way past 860 million, well, then he's going to be the first seed in this group.
Interesting enough that Fire Spirit, kind of complaining that he thinks it's too hard to get over 860 million. And he's able to come in and get that.
Actually, I'm looking at our data sheets. That might have been, that was basically his personal best. His personal best is 860.19 on Boiling Stock Village, and he just did 860.115.
Exactly, very, very similar. So kind of reaching that top again. That's what we were talking about before. I said, this is the time for him to show us if there was ever a time to hit that 860 million mark, it was going to be during this tiebreaker. And now Kim Ganu, the point to beat is 858,700,000, but if he wants the first seed, he will have to break 860,100,000 and some change coming in from Fire Spirit.
Yeah, but honestly, we're hyping up Fire Spirit because obviously they had a great performance right there in the previous match, but here for User Cookie, 858.7 is also a very respectable score. Both of our cookie runners in the previous map had fantastic runs. They really racked up the points. And now for Kim Ganu, the pressure is on. This is not going to be an easy feat, passing 858.7 or 860.1 by any means. And you can see he's kind of giddy with excitement here on stage. He knows this is going to be an absolute trial.
Well, as we said yesterday as well, some players, they might prefer this because you're the only one on stage, but sometimes that might mess you up because everybody's only watching your run. There is nothing else to distract us. It's going to be just his run on the screen to see if he can get a higher score.
Yeah, man, what an epic first match this has turned out to be. Group A here in the Glacier region, living up to the hype. These 3 favorites coming in, Kim Ganu, Fire Spirit, User Cookie. They're all top 8 in the GCL points for their region. 2 of them veterans of the pro scene here in Cookie Run with accolades in offline events. And now it's all coming down to one final tiebreaker. Kim Ganu alone on stage. Can he rise to meet the challenge? Can he surpass 858.7 million points, or will he be out of this tournament?
They're reciting some personal mantras there on stage, making sure he stays focused. He might be the reigning champion, but currently he is potentially facing elimination with just one run. No redos, no resets. You must keep running here on Boiling Stock Village for Kim Ganu. 858, the number to beat. Kim Ganu versus the high scores here in the tiebreaker. Comparing himself against User Cookie and Fire Spirit, let's see if the reigning champion can move on to the semifinals.
All right, we are in the second leg of this tiebreaker, so it is Kim Ganu alone on stage right now in a race for points exclusively. 858.7, the number to beat. You see the score at the bottom of the screen. If he surpasses 858.7, User Cookie is out of the tournament. If he surpasses 860.1, he is the first seed going into the playoffs.
Exactly. Kim Ganu, obviously as a reigning champion, you want to aim for more, but right now, first off, you want to just make sure you're not making any mistakes because you don't want to pretty much secure elimination early on. I'm sure User Cookie also watching intently from the sidelines.
Oh, absolutely. Everybody's going to be completely on the edge of their seat watching this game because King Ganu's performance right now is going to determine who is advancing into the playoffs and who isn't. So far, it's been a very good early start, and my eyes are going to be on how many of these giant yellow bear jellies will he be able to collect? Will he miss a couple? We saw that for the previous runners quite a bit.
Getting that jump over that big chunk of obstacles, getting the destruction. Dropping down below, but coming right back up to secure those giant bear jellies here from Kim Ganu.
Yeah, it's a really nice start here for Kim Ganu thus far. Single jump and double jump coming in. Able to collect all those coins, all those jellies. And this is, man, really a picture-perfect beginning for him. If he can also nail the columns, he's going to have a very comfortable position heading into the later stage on this map.
Yeah, looking quite okay for the time being. This is what we were talking about, those strings of giant yellow bear jellies. If he gets these, obviously he gets a little bit of an edge, as we saw both of our runners earlier missing at least one or two. So far, he's collected all of them.
Yeah, does miss one.
Missed, yeah, so overall, just about equal in total, but so far, no mistakes, or no crucial mistakes, rather, from Kim Ganu.
Yeah, I think he did about on par with User Cookie. I think he missed 4 in total in that sequence. Fire Spirit was a little bit more consistent with the giant yellow bears in total, so it's going to make it harder for him to reach that 858.7 mark.
And now just using the last one right as we switch areas, going on to the lava section.
Now, will he play for extra distance the way that he did previously, or will he try and take a line similar to what User Cookie did before, instead setting up for more destruction points?
Of course, Kim Ganu going for the yellow bear jellies as we saw earlier on the blessing once you switch over to the orange cookies, so we'll have to keep that in mind as well.
Yeah, thus far perfect collecting all these yellow bear jellies. Also the skill activation favoring the high road right now with a little bit of a drop down for the skill activation. Going for maximum distance, it seems. Will he be able to nail the double jump here as the timer ticks down to 0? Guess the double jump gets maximum distance.
Yep, lands right on the yellow bear jellies, skipping those row of pink bear jellies in favor of the distance and the energy. And now on to the orange cookie.
To the orange cookie, and it's all about just maximizing the points right now. You are in a battle against yourself. What is the possible highest score that you can get in this situation? Kim Ganu, we are going to see his top performance right now.
The reigning champion, if he can move on, he can try to defend his title, but if he loses out on 858 million here on this one race, he will be eliminated from the preliminaries.
Double jump, and then at the apex of that jump, activating the skill, trying to get as many destruction points as possible. It looks like he's going for a pretty good margin right now, saving the ability usage for later round 2.
Yeah, it should be okay. We saw him flip the script in that earlier race as well against Fire Spirit with that extra charge. So I think we should be okay from what we've seen so far.
Might have missed destroying one of those obstacles. I believe one of those boulders actually did stand strong. So will that be a difference maker for him coming in?
Okay, still 2 more charges back up to the full 3 charges, and we'll start to see the opportunities to use it for maximum points.
All right, there's a skill activation coming in. There is another one right there. Perfectly timed so far by Kim Ganu. Already at 798 million, going down to 800 million. Can he surpass 858?
Needs 40 more, needs 40 more million. Getting those coins from all the obstacles. There's the big burst with the extra charge against all the obstacles coming in. 8 million to go, and 3 seconds left. He passes the 858 mark, just barely breaking 860 million. 3,000, securing himself the 2nd seed to move on to the semifinals.
Less than 100,000 point difference between him and Fire Spirit. And so unfortunately for User Cookie, this has been an incredible run against some veterans of the game, but he is going to be eliminated here in 3rd place of Group A. Fire Spirit advancing in 1st place with 860.1. And Kim Ganu with, what, like less than 100,000, like a 50,000 point difference again. Just absolutely insane how close these matches have been thus far here in Group A.
But even then, more importantly, I mean, only about 1 million and some change over User Cookie. So that, if he had missed just the timing there on 1 or 2 of the Orange Cookie skills, User Cookie might have still made it through. What an absolutely tight race here. But unfortunately, having to go up against the best of the best, the monster from online from the GCL, User Cookie, will be eliminated here in the preliminaries.
Yeah, but we're going to be seeing more of him in the future, guaranteed. This guy is a beast in the online performances, and you can already tell he is going up against these veterans who have competed in the finals of tournaments in the past and even won them.
Yeah.
And he is not shaken up one bit. That was an incredible run.
Yes, exactly. It's really just how things line up and where you were placed in the random draw here for the regions once you were in game. He got into the Glacier region. Little did he know he's going to be having to go up against these. They've been competing against each other on the GCL. He, in fact, does well online, but Kim Ganu told him in the interview, he said, well, offline's a little different. Welcome to offline, I guess. And unfortunately, User Cookie, a bit of a bitter end, but hopefully we will see him return in the future competitions. But that is going to be the end of Group A so far, and we will have Fire Spirit and Kim Ganu moving on to the semifinals later today.
Yeah, Fire Spirit, the first seed, Kim Ganu, the second seed, and a 1.3 million point and some change difference separating Kim Ganu from User Cookie with that elimination. That is a bit of a heartbreaker, but wow, what an exciting start it has been. These preliminaries have really spiced up in the second weeks, and we're getting closer and closer to those grand finals in October. The players are giving everything they have got to qualify for that main event.
Yeah, absolutely. It's getting very, very intense as we start to see the cream of the crop rise to the top here. So Fire Spirit and Kim Ganu, both with 2 wins, 1 losses, but the highest score in the tiebreaker. Fire Spirit takes the first seed. Kim Ganu, the second seed, going into the semifinals later today. Unfortunately, User Cookie, despite the 2 wins, will be eliminated in the tiebreaker, with Snow Yunsa unfortunately not securing a single win here.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Snow Yunso, but overall, I mean, what a fierce group. We were talking about it at the beginning of the show. It's just the most stacked group on paper that we've had thus far in the tournament. We were wondering if it's going to live up to the hype, and it certainly did. Oh,
and of course,
man.
we still have 4 more players to go here in the Glacier region. We've got Group B waiting for us. We will be moving on to that next. And of course, it's going to be the same maps once again, Beneath the Lilies and Bowling Stock Village, round robin, best of 1, same format, to see which of those 2 will they'll then compete against Fire Spirit and Kim Ganu to, for the ticket to return later on for the World Championships.
Yeah, of course, after we have that second round robin stage, as you said, the playoffs, those are qualifying matches right out of the gate. The best of 3s are going to be qualifying matches, so ooh.
It's going to be fun. We've got a lot of cookie running ahead of us. Of course, this is a nice time to remind everyone that we already had a code go out here on the broadcast.
Yeah, that's right.
So if you have it, make sure to boot up your phones. Tell each other in chat. I believe it was Glacier running 28.
I think
but
that's
let's
right.
double check. So we're going to give you some time to input that code for the 500 crystals. When we come back, it's going to be the Group B round robin.
어서 오세요. 어서 오세요. 제 이름은 영케 탐정이죠. 자, 저는 의뢰인의 비밀 임무를 전달받아 호화선 에스카르고호에 잠입했습니다. 이곳에서 저는 다양한 사건과 여러 용의 쿠키들을 만나게 됩니다. 과연 어떤 사건들이 펼쳐지게 될지 먼저 간략히 살펴보시죠. 신규 쿠키와 펫, 신규 스킨, 타이틀 이벤트 탐정런, 1조 챌린지, 커스텀런, 다양한 이벤트와 개선 사항까지. 자, 그럼 에스카르고호에서 펼쳐지는 흥미진진한 이야기들 지금 만나보시죠. 아차! 그 전에 구독과 좋아요 부탁드립니다. 많은 유저분들께서 기다리셨던 탐정런이 돌아왔습니다. 탐정런은 여러분들이 직접 단서를 수집하고 추리하여 범인을 투표하는 방식으로 진행이 되죠. 지난 탐정런에서도 맹활약한 호두맛 쿠키, 이번에는 초호화 크루즈 에스카르고호에 탑승하게 되는데요. 출항을 하자마자 쿠키가 바다로 떨어지는 무시무시한 사건이 일어나게 됩니다. 더욱 엄청난 사건들과 함께 돌아온 탐정런, 지금 만나보시죠. 자, 이번 탐정런에서는 매 1차마다 뚜렷한 범인이 존재합니다. 여러분은 범인 지목, 신문하기, 증거 수집 3가지 항목을 통해 여러 용의 쿠키들 중 범인을 찾아내야 하죠. 선배 탐정으로서 팁을 드리자면, 먼저 증거를 수집하고 해당 증거와 매칭하여 용의자들을 신문하고, 마지막으로 범인을 지목하는 방식으로 따라가는 것을 추천드립니다. 자, 이번 탐정런에서는 각 사건별로 여러분의 범인 지목 결과에 따라 엔딩이 달라지게 됩니다. 그렇기 때문에 여러분은 뛰어난 증거 수집 능력과 신문을 통한 용의 쿠키들에 대한 통찰력, 그리고 확실한 범인을 색출해내는 능력까지 여러 방면에서 탐정으로서의 실력을 보여주셔야 합니다. 범인을 색출한 횟수에 따라 엔딩이 나뉘게 되니 신중한 선택으로 최적의 엔딩을 보고 에스카르고호의 비밀을 밝혀주세요. 자, 이렇게 눈빛이 음흉하다고 범인으로 지목당하는 일은 없어야겠죠? 새로운 챌린지 모드 베타 버전의 1조 챌린지도 만나볼 수 있습니다. 여러분은 여러 스테이지를 거치며 카드를 획득하고 조합하여 최종 스테이지에서 1조점을 달성하는 새로운 형태의 챌린지를 즐기실 수 있습니다. 입장 티켓을 사용하여 1조 챌린지를 시작하게 되면 여러분은 파워 카드가 있는 챌린지 쿠키 중 하나를 골라서 시작할 수 있습니다. 1조 챌린지는 총 3개의 챕터, 15개 스테이지로 이루어져 있으며 카드들을 모아가면서 점점 높아진 목표를 향해 달리는 방식입니다. 카드는 챌린지 쿠키에 귀속된 강력한 파워 카드 외에 일반, 빨강, 노랑, 파랑, 무지개의 다양한 타입의 카드들이 존재합니다. 각 스테이지를 클리어할 때마다 크레딧과 카드팩을 획득할 수 있는데요. 카드팩을 열거나 상점에서 크레딧을 사용해서 카드를 얻을 수 있습니다. 보유한 카드는 10종을 넘을 수 없으니 선택과 집중이 필요하겠죠? 이렇게 카드를 모아가며 스테이지를 클리어해 나가서 다음 챕터에 도달하면 도우미 쿠키도 선택하여 이어달리기까지 사용이 가능해집니다. 이렇게 쿠키 조합과 카드 조합을 활용하여 최종 스테이지에서는 1조점에 도전하게 됩니다. 마지막 1조 스테이지까지 클리어하면 챌린지에 성공하고 특별한 보상을 받을 수 있습니다. 물론 도중에 실패하더라도 패스 포인트를 얻어 시즌 패스 보상을 획득할 수 있고, 챌린지 경험치로 쿠키들의 챌린지 레벨을 올려 다음 챌린지를 더 유리하게 시작할 수 있으니 포기하지 마세요. 1조점에 도달하는 그날까지 열심히 달려보자고요. 자, 이번 업데이트를 맞아 새롭게 선보일 쿠키는 바로 스테이크 맛 쿠키입니다. 스테이크 맛 쿠키의 능력은 현상금 수배자 소굴에 뛰어들어 악당들을 소탕하는 것입니다. 스테이크 나이프로 달려드는 수배자들을 차례차례 베어내다가 무리를 지어 몰려오면 거침없이 휘둘러 단숨에 쓸어버립니다. 마법 사탕 능력은 커다란 스테이크를 던져 조각내는 능력입니다. 4조각으로 나누어진 스테이크 젤리를 먹으면 큰 점수를 얻을 수 있습니다. 스테이크 맛 쿠키의 짝꿍 펫 와일드 포크의 능력은 바닥을 콕콕콕 찍으며 오른쪽으로 전진하는 능력입니다. 전진하는 동안 동선에 있는 젤리를 함께 꽂아 한 입에 먹어버립니다. 스테이크 맛 쿠키와 함께 찾아올 신규 보물은 젤리 디너 코스 요리입니다. 접시가 날아가면서 주변에 젤리를 담고 담긴 젤리로 요리를 완성해 다양한 고급 요리 젤리를 만들어냅니다. 멋진 스킨들도 함께 소개해드릴게요. 하얀 양복의 스파클링 주스, 범죄쿨을 잡기 위해서 낯선 변장을 하고 파티에 등장한 선상 파티의 불청객 스테이크 맛 쿠키의 슈퍼 에픽 스킨과 디너 파티의 음식을 포크에 꽂아서 꿀꺽 먹어버린 패스킨 디너 파티의 불청객 와일드 포크, 그리고 이번 명절에 아쉽게도 고향에 가지 못하는 쿠키들의 명절 편지를 배달하는 명절날 전하는 인사 솜사탕 맛 쿠키의 에픽 스킨과 안부 편지를 받고 반가워하는 쿠키들을 보면 날개짓이 가벼워진다는 펫스킨 명절날 전하는 기쁨 솜사탕 비둘기입니다. 귀여운 솜사탕 맛 쿠키와 펫스킨은 잼 교환소에서 만나보세요. 다음으로는 와일드 스테이크 젤리 세트입니다. 두툼한 스테이크 젤리를 직화로 구워 풍미가 가득 화끈한 불맛을 제대로 사냥했으니 많이 기대해주세요. 아이고 벌써 4일차가 됐군요. 시간이 정말 후딱 가네요. 자, 랜덤 챌린지의 슈가 티어가 돌아옵니다. 과연 어떤 새로운 축복이 생길지 그리고 또 어떤 버프들이 모습을 보일지 지난 랜덤 챌린지 개편을 통해 변화한 점들이 슈가 티어에 어떻게 녹아들었을지 기대해주세요. 참, 이번 슈가 티어 랜덤 챌린지는 3주 동안만 진행될 예정입니다. 한가위를 맞이하여 찾아온 한가위 곰뚜껑 인형 이벤트. 맵을 플레이하다 보면 귀여운 한복을 입은 한가위 곰뚜껑 인형을 발견하실 수 있으실 텐데요. 이번 한가위 곰뚜껑 인형에서는 기존과 다르게 조금 더 특별하고 푸짐한 보상을 받아보실 수 있습니다. 이벤트 기간 동안 기본 곰뚜껑 인형에 더해 한가위 곰뚜껑 인형이 추가로 출연하고 이벤트 전용 슬롯도 추가로 생깁니다. 한가위 곰뚜껑 인형을 열면 풍성한 보상도 나오고 꿀송편도 얻을 수 있습니다. 꿀송편은 한가위 미션으로도 더 많이 얻을 수 있는데요. 꿀송편을 모아 꿀송편 상점에서 다양한 상품을 교환해보세요. 뱀사다리 보드게임도 돌아옵니다. 매번 주사위 던지기 힘드셨죠? 이번에는 버튼 터치를 통해 간편하게 주사위를 던지실 수 있고 여러 개를 한 번에 사용하는 배율 기능도 추가되었다고 하니 더욱 편리하게 보드게임을 즐길 수 있겠네요. 새롭게 단장한 뱀사다리 보드게임은 10월 중순에 만나보실 수 있습니다. 이외에도 모드리스트 개선과 잼 교환소 개선까지 만나보실 수 있으니 이번 업데이트도 많은 기대 부탁드립니다. 10월 중순에는 에스카르고맛 쿠키가 찾아올 예정입니다. 그리고 에스카르고호를 타고 아름다운 궁전으로 유명한 기항지를 여유롭게 거니는 기항지에서의 산책 에스카르고맛 쿠키의 슈퍼 에픽 스킨과 가는 도시마다 어울리는 모자와 리본을 달고 모두를 시선 집중시키는 펫스킨 산책의 목적 멋쟁이 달팽이도 함께 만나보실 수 있습니다. 가을을 맞아 가을 컨셉의 다양한 버프들과 함께 커스텀런도 돌아옵니다. 여러 버프들과 함께 가을 옷을 입은 커스텀런은 10월 초에 찾아오니 많이 플레이해주세요. 10월 말에 찾아올 월드 챔피언십 본선도 기대해주세요. 월드 챔피언십 관련 이벤트에 참여하고 월드 챔피언십 토큰으로 특별한 로비 스킨과 젤리 스킨도 교환할 수 있습니다. 자, 이렇게 에스카르고호에서의 다양한 이벤트들을 소개해드렸습니다. 저도 이제 여러 탐정분들이 있으니 마음 편히 에스카르고호를 좀 둘러봐야겠군요. 자, 그럼 이만.
Welcome back, everybody. We hope you all inputted your codes here for the 500 crystals, I believe, because now we have to pay attention to our screens once again, because we're moving on to Group B of the Glacier Region Preliminaries.
Yeah, we are, and if Group B is anything, a modicum of the excitement of Group A, we're going to be in for a treat because the Glacier region has absolutely delivered thus far, and hey, we have a lot of up-and-coming players who are getting ready to compete.
Yeah, exactly. We had an intense three-way tiebreaker just a moment ago. If you missed it, make sure you go check it out during the breaks because we had some of the best players that we've known so far compete in that. Of course, we had Kim Ganu and Fire Spirit eventually winning out and securing their space in the semifinals, getting one step closer to the main stage of the World Championships in the later part of October.
Yeah, and soon we're going to find out which two players will be joining them from Group B in that playoff stage later today because at the end of the day, we're going to have two players qualifying for that main event in October. And hey, we're only halfway there, man. Group A, yeah, they were able to emerge victorious in their rounds, but there's a lot of game left to be played.
Yes, of course, we will go through the round robin once more. So for those of you who kind of missed the overall format of how this all works, during the group stage of the regional preliminaries, we do a round robin. Everybody plays each other once on 2 different maps. And then once we have the top 2 of each groups, they go into a best-of-3 semifinals to determine who moves on to the actual World Championships in 1 month. So there's a lot of games you have to get through. It is a battle of endurance at that point, the focus, and of course, also the depth of how much you've prepared across all the different maps.
Yeah, because there are only 2 maps here for this early stage, but as we move on to the playoffs, the best of 3s and the best of 5s later on today, it's entirely new maps. So right now, we're going into the second group stage. It's going to be another round robin, as you said. It's going to be Beneath the Lilies once more. It's going to be Boiling Stock Village once more. And then after that, we're going to have a fresh batch of new maps, new cookies, new pets, new excitement. It's going to get intense.
Yeah, and just looking ahead right now as we await for the players to get settled in on stage, we got a brief glimpse of them, but of course, we've got 4 new players coming in. We want to make sure everything's well set up for them. All of our players here during the quarterfinals for the round robin, they all prefer Beneath the Lily. So none of them preferring the destruction-based map of Boiling Stock Village. So it might come down to just who performs better in their opening match here.
Yeah, and if you get 2 Beneath the Lilies maps, you might be a little bit happy. But honestly, because the fact that everybody prefers it means that it's not that consequential anyway, right?
Yeah,
because
I guess so.
You're also playing against your competition. They also want to play on that map. They also have a pretty high skill. And look at another plushie right there. Was that Ginger Brave? I missed it.
Oh, was it?
DR Emman had one of those plushies on his desk.
Okay.
Man, if plushie power comes back again today, I'm going to become a full believer.
I mean, listen, whatever helps you, you need it on stage as we get prepared for Jojun versus DR Emman. Now getting ready for that first matchup. Oh, yeah, okay, it looks like it. Oh, nice. It's a mini-me version.
He's got a little candy cane, too? Yeah.
Okay.
That's adorable.
It's not quite the comfort cushion of the Space Donut yesterday, but we'll see. We'll see if he, holds on to it somehow while he's competing.
Yeah, it's a lot harder.
That'd be
Definitely
crazy.
a lot smaller. I wonder if the Brave plushie being smaller, if it's going to be a little bit less powerful than the Space Donut plushie that we saw yesterday, because I don't know exactly how this kind of thing works. I'm new to the plushies influencing the powers of the players.
Listen, I'll let you know.
Yesterday didn't make me a believer after the championship.
I'll let you know once I get my hands on the Space Donut plushie. I'm going to put it through the lab. We got to figure out, exactly what's in that thing. But
dude, it's so tiny. Oh, my goodness. Anyway, this is going to be Jojun going up against DR Emman. DR Emman says he's going to show you how unsealed he is. He's going to unleash here in this group. And now, both these guys pretty high in the GCL for their region. It should be a very fun match.
Yeah, I am curious if DR's name here is supposed to be based on Dora Emon, because in Korean it's kind of like DR Emong, and so it may be a callback to that other character. But either way, DR Emon coming in, now having to compete on Beneath the Lilies up against Jojun.
Yeah, going to run it back on Beneath the Lilies. If you're just joining us, or if you missed the earlier stages, it is exactly the same as the Group A and the preliminaries. 3 maps on Beneath the Lilies, 3 maps on Boiling Stock Village, and then we're going to decide, based on the scores, whether 2 players are advancing straight away, or if we're going to have another tiebreaker like we did earlier on as we look at the loadouts here for this opening match. A little bit of a difference here. DR Emman going for the Pink Bear Jelly bonus as opposed to the All Jellies. We saw that pay off quite well for User Cookie on Beneath the Lilies earlier.
Exactly. So the Pink Bear Jelly is giving you 3,000 points, kind of putting everything into the Pink Bear Jellies, whereas Jojun just saying, I just want all the bonus points across all the jellies. I don't want to have to think about special builds here going through Beneath the Lilies. I just want to play it safe. Oh, he's having just standing right on the little desk.
Oh,
He's
that's
peeking
adorable.
Out. He's peeking out above. Oh my gosh.
He's spying on the other players.
That's
like,
great.
hey, they just got one more yellow giant bear. You gotta watch out.
That's great. No, I love it.
So
It's a
cute.
perfect height. That's incredible. How did that work out?
Yeah, man, that's great.
That's amazing.
I
You
love that
to
so
see it.
much.
You love to see it. Also, interesting enough, DRM, one of our other runners here who have finished their military service and now just getting prepared to be a Cookie Run Overbreak player. Looking to compete here. A already high-ranking player here in the Glacier region, ranked 15th in the GCL for Glacier. Now looking to go further here in the World Championship. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be kicking off the round robin in Group B. This is the quarterfinals for the Glacier Preliminaries. Jojun on the left, DR Emman on the right, getting ready for this best of one.
Yeah, DR Emman and his little sidekick there, Ginger Brave, getting ready for the opening match here on Beneath the Lilies. Who is going to be starting off Group B with a win? Who's going to be going down 0-1? We are about to find out. Let's start the preliminary Group B.
We've got Jojun on the top screen, DR Emman on the bottom screen, and as always, Beneath the Lilies, it all just comes down to making sure that you're getting those Lotus Gem Jellies and a couple of those extra destruction points in this earlier phase.
Absolutely, and also navigating and make sure that you don't have any collisions as you try and get those extra destruction points is very important because, as we saw yesterday, Beneath the Lilies, it might be one of the easier maps that we have in the pool. Arguably, I would say it's the easiest and the simplest map that we have in the pool, but it does have its dangers.
Yeah, and Jojun already missing out on several Lotus Gem Jellies, kind of one of each batch, giving a nice lead of 500k here for DR Emman.
DR Emman feeling pretty confident right now with Ginger Brave at his side. Some nice single and double jumps as well here through the frogs, and that's going to be every Lotus Gem collected on both of them.
And now getting all... Ooh, Jojun, he's shaking his head. He knows that's a big mistake, missing two as he kind of just threads the needle in between all of the Lotus Gem Jellies. Taking a deep breath on the top side of your screens, Jojun trying to recover himself to make sure that he still plays to perfection towards the end, gets the Rainbow Bear Jelly there.
Yeah, of course, here on Beneath the Lilies, an extra 100,000 points for those Lotus Bears as skill activation coming in. Let's see if we are going to get some extra destruction points. Seems like it's dead even right now between these two.
Well, a big destruction point advantage from Jojun there, getting the extra obstacle, whereas DR Emman misses that, so he actually loses out on a bit of that gap and now closes back down to 200k.
Oh, great catch there, Chobra. I had missed that one. You're right. 200,000 point difference now. We've had some really close matches thus far here in the Glacier region. This one already shaping up to be another one.
All right, now, of course, now this section really is all about the Lotus Gem Jellies to make sure that you can collect all of them. We've had several runners in Group A secure every single one in this section, jumping across the lily pads. We'll see if Jojun and DR Emman can do the same.
Yeah, some single jumps and now dropping down into the lily pads. A lot of players will skip one of the Lotus Gems, but just as Chobra said, a lot of folks also have been going for every single one. So we have Jojun on top. He is going to be going for everyone. DR did skip one on bottom. Actually, Jojun playing it really safe. I think was that 2 missed in total.
Yeah, misses out on one more there at the end. So DR Emman just taking the safe one miss. Jojun trying to greed for it, but having to skip out on one towards the end. Continues to keep the lead here for DR Emman.
And now on the back of this fish, we're going to be collecting a couple more Lotus Gems. Ooh, both of them missing two on that column as they're just going for the speed there. And now we have a big drop down coming in. Both players getting every single one in the column. Does either have more distance? It seems like Jojun just by a hair.
Yeah, just a little bit more. See if that can come into action as we now switch on over to the Ion Cookie Robot. Both of them sliding under. Here's the size up into Tier 2. And one Lotus Gem Jelly missed here from Jojun.
Yeah, one missed. It's not the worst, but when you're down 1.4 million points, you want all the help that you can possibly get to try and close the distance. Here, Emman right now playing a fantastic game. Very beautiful run thus far, almost flawless.
Yeah, it might just be the power of the gingerbread plushie.
Yeah,
you can see it in his
sure.
camera. They're right, just peeking out into the edge of the camera. One extra Lotus Gem Jelly being missed here from DR Emman. That it slowly might give the window to help Jojun catch up. So DR Emman does have to watch out. There's still a decent amount left here on this run.
Yeah, you don't need to take any big risks. You want to play it safe here, but you also need to defend this lead. And so it's going to be important that he hits the jump right here. Indeed, he does, as we have the size up coming in there.
Yep, both of them getting the giant jelly, just skipping out on a couple of those last yellow bear jellies there on the jump. And it does look like DR Emman now should be relatively safe, barring any crazy accidents.
Yeah, he's looking to be in a really good position right now as we have the skill activation coming in. Remember that Jojun has a little bit more potential distance. That might net a couple 100,000 points. I don't think it's going to be the difference maker on this one.
Ooh, nice and clean from DR Emman at the end there as well, collecting every single Lotus Gem Jelly. And that will give him the win, giving him a nice 5 points to open up the round robin phase.
Yeah, 736.5 million points right there for DR Emman. He's going up 1-0 in this group, and hey, it seems like there are no nerves at all. I mean, he looks a little bit relieved now that the match is over, but when the actual game was being played, that was so solid coming in by DR Emman. That Ginger Brave Puff plushie really giving him the energy that he needs.
And listen, whatever can be your safety blanket, right? Whatever can be your comfort zone, you bring it into the stage. What matters is that you get the win. And that's what Emman did here against Jojun. Jojun, unfortunately, making several of those mistakes. So although he got that extra spike with the spinach cookie early on that we often like to call out, unfortunately, that's not enough when you're missing out so many of those Lotus Gem jellies in the middle part of the race.
Yeah, and for Emman, who has a PR of like 738 million, I guarantee when you're going for that PR, you're getting every single destruction point. So it's nothing that he is going to be unaware of, or it's nothing that he's going to be incapable of doing, but it makes sense. You know, you're playing your first match here in group number B, you're opening the whole thing up, you want to start with a strong footing, play it safe. You're confident in your gameplay. You don't need to go for a personal best high score, you just need to beat the opponent, and he absolutely did, even missing that one destruction point.
Yeah, so Emman now sitting at 1 point, or 1 win rather, so 5 points. We do have a point system here for wins and losses. Of course, nobody gets eliminated just yet. We have to wait for the records to start to pan out as we wait for a quick player switch on stage, because next up it's going to be Stan versus Flover.
Yeah, that should be a fun one too. Two players that we have not seen yet here in the preliminaries, going to be opening it up in match number 2. As once more, this is a round-robin stage, so everybody in this 4-person group is going to play everybody else exactly one time unless we have that tiebreaker.
Yeah. Now, Flover's bio is interesting. I'm looking at it here, and Flover specifically calls out that I'm Flover, a fan of Promise 9, which is a K-pop idol group.
Oh, is it?
But who also loves Cookie Run. That's part of their bio. So,
oh, really?
They did want to.
Oh, that's
I was
adorable.
wondering. I called it out because I was wondering if they were going to show up with any Promise 9 merch on stage, but it doesn't quite look like it, as we have Flover on the right, Stan on the left, getting ready for their match.
Yeah, both players with quite a bit of GCL League RP there on their screen, and also very similar best scores here on Beneath the Lilies, 737 apiece. Stan with just a very slight edge right there, saying that he's going to give it all, going to take home 2 wins. 2 wins typically is enough for you to make it into that playoff stage, but as we saw earlier today, it might not guarantee it.
Yeah, I mean, you do have to just make sure that you're getting the best scores here throughout. You get 3, absolutely, you're in for the semifinals. So that should be what everybody is aiming for here. Going once again to Beneath the Lilies.
Yeah, Spinach Cookie and Ion Cookie Robot once more, as we will be playing Beneath the Lilies 2 more times today. And now we have the loadout getting looked at. All jellies for both players on the Spinach Cookie. Are we going to have anything else different on the Ion Cookie, or just all jellies once more?
Should just be all jellies.
Yeah.
Don't think we've quite seen any changes there. But yeah, like you said, they're both opting for the all jellies during the Spinach Cookie as well. So again, really comes down to execution between these two.
Absolutely. There's nothing specific that you want to play for, like the Pink Bear jellies on either side. You're just playing to be completely solid on absolutely everything. And I wonder whether either of them is going to be risking going for that extra destruction point in the early game. It's worth it if you get it, but we have had a lot of collisions happen as a result. Some players maybe will fall all the way to the bottom of the screen. It's a dangerous proposition. I wonder which of the two, if either of them, will go for it.
Yeah, now Flover on the right saying that, you know, generally if you stay happy and you smile, good things come your way. So I'm going to make sure I try to stay smiling throughout the entire tournament. Today does have his mask on, but we can still see through it. And whenever he gives us a little nice smile to the camera, we'll see if he can keep that smile on after this match, as Stan on the other side looking locked in and ready to go in their opening match of the round robin, a best of 1 going on to Beneath the Lilies.
We return again to Beneath the Lilies, Stan 2012 on top, Flover on bottom as the map is loading in. Our players are ready, and here they go.
Now off with the Spinach Cookie. See if they get all of the Lotus Gems early on, or if one of them starts to fall behind from the get-go.
We've had some very close matches so far here on Beneath the Lilies. It's basically a little bit of a different line right there. Stan going for every alphabet jelly, whereas Flover not. Actually missing a Lotus Gem too, I think.
Yeah, that was a Lotus Gem jelly miss here from Flover, but both of them favoring that jump into the blast mode. So going for a similar build, but Flover, of course, making a slight mistake on that Lotus Gem.
And now the double jumps here, trying to collect every single Lotus Gem between these frogs, and they both are able to do it successfully, so well played by them.
Yeah, this was where we saw, of course, one of our players miss out, Jojun missing out on a couple of the Lotus Gem jellies earlier on, but this time both of our players nice and clean to restore some energy.
Yeah, it's looking really good on both sides right now. Very close match, Stan with just the slightest bit of an edge.
Yeah, I think it's just really comes down to that earlier Lotus Gem Jelly. We'll see if anyone can make a difference here on the destruction. Both of them get the extra destruction, but Flover continued to miss out on a couple of those extra jellies, so still a little bit behind on points.
Yeah, that margin actually widening just a little tiny bit. I do like them both going for the extra destruction points and also being able to solidify that in, locking it in, not having a collision either. Very well played by them, but Flover still has a little bit of work cut out for him as we go into these single and double jumps.
Yeah, both of them all getting the Lotus Gem Jellies on the early portion here in the second area, getting those in the sky as well. And now we get ready for the lily pads. Once we get there, it might come down to whoever chooses to skip 1 or 2 during all of their jumps.
And honestly, in a situation like this one with the score so close, I feel like you kind of have to go for absolutely everything. Let's see if anyone's going to be going for a skip or a miss. One is permissible. We do have one skip there by Stan. Flover is going for everything. It does make the jump sequence a little bit harder.
Now, I was about to say, Flover had the timing there to just make sure he only has to keep jumping there, but Stan, of course, going for the safety, just the reset there, skipping on 1 Lotus Gem Jelly. He still does have a lead for now, but it's not a big one.
Yeah, it could have been a little bit wider, but hey, play it safe in a situation like this one. You're confident in the later stage of the map. You have at least 1 Lotus Gem missed on both sides right there. This is just kind of part of the build, I think, as we drop down here on the column. Both players able to get him.
Nice and clean here on both sides, and both of them getting the double jump a slight distance here for Stan on the relay, but it's not anything to write home about just yet.
And this is a really, really close match thus far. It's going to come down to these columns, perhaps. Are both able to get everything? Ooh, Flover actually missing one. Flover already behind right now in terms of score, and that's going to make it even harder for him to close the distance.
Exactly. When you're behind, it really starts to hurt, even though it was only a singular Lotus Gem Jelly. It does even out a little bit here as Stan skips one as well, but it's still a 500,000 point lead here for Stan.
Yeah, and with the Ion Cookie at half energy, not too many opportunities left to close that distance, especially with Stan having just the slightest bit of energy lead.
Yeah, Flover just making sure that he continues to play with his own build here, favoring that transition time into phase 3 of the Ion Cookie robot to kind of draw in all of the jellies, both of them landing on the giant jelly.
Yeah, both players able to do that successfully. And now we head into this stage. Gonna have to go for a jump right here. Dodge and duck.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to hit any of these collisions here, as you have to just keep on going here with the jumps. Both of them using that transition into phase 3 to rise back up into the sky. It's coming down to the wire here in the last section. Both of them collect all the drops from the giant yellow bear jellies, and actually it might just be, Flover does get one extra Lotus Gem at the end, but it's just not enough. Only about 100,000 points favoring Stan as he takes the win.
What is up with these matches today? They have been so spectacularly close. Another 100,000 and some change point difference here between Stan 2012 and Flover. Stan getting the upper hand on this one. He's going to be winning, but wow, what a great run by both of them, especially for Flover. They went into the later section of that map with about a 500,000 or 600,000 point lead to try and surmount. And they almost did it. What a close run.
Exactly. I mean, at the end, he does get the extra Lotus Gem as well, but it just comes down to 1 or 2 of the earlier ones that he missed. And that's so unfortunate because he did stay locked in all the way to the end. 100,000 is literally 1 Lotus Gem Jelly, and then you flip that, especially with the blessings coming into play. So very, very nice attempt here from Flover, but unfortunately, it will be Stan who takes the win here, getting the 5 points. So that's going to be Stan and Emman sitting at 5 points each, leading this group so far. Jojun and Flover with -1, looking to redeem themselves in the coming matches.
Yeah, and I think this is good news for Flover. I mean, there is a silver lining to this at the very least, is they played really well, especially in the latter half of Beneath the Lilies, and guess what? They're staying on stage to play the Beneath the Lilies one more time right now. They're getting ready as well as their opponent, Emman, again.
Yeah.
And hey, you were very close to winning that last one. It was like 100,000 point difference. I feel like as long as they're able to deliver about the same level of performance here in match number 3, they could easily go 1-1.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it looks like this group once again shaping up to be a very close one, so we might even be in store for another tiebreaker, but we will see what the possibilities look like as we now swap seats, making sure everyone goes through a rotation. Flover now sitting on the left, Emman returning here to the right with his Ginger Brave plushie.
Yeah, so Flover, Emman, and of course Ginger Brave all playing Beneath the Lilies twice today, as this will be the last time that we see this map thus far. After this, we're going to be moving to Boiling Stock Village for the final 3 rounds here in the round robin for Group B.
Yeah, so we will be moving on to the Chaos of Destruction after this one. Both of them, again, nobody in this group favoring the Destruction map. Everybody likes and prefers Beneath the Lilies. So for both of these players who have been gifted a chance to play twice on this based on match order, you want to maximize your chances.
Oh, absolutely. And for Flover, you showed a great performance on Beneath the Lilies just a moment ago. I think it's actually a good thing, not taking a break, staying on stage, because you can kind of keep that momentum going. The last run is very fresh in your mind. I feel like you've had that warm-up. Now is the time to deliver a performance that's going to tie you up here with DRM. And
yeah, let's see if it really pays off. Continue to try to keep that smile, but yeah, it's going to get harder and harder if you don't get those wins. And of course, on the other side, Emman, just when they were practicing at home, having the best score, the better record here, personal record. And it's funny, Emman says, let's do our best, but I'm winning. So just having that confidence coming into this match.
Yeah, Beneath the Lilies, we're running it back here one more time today. After this, we will be switching to the Destruction Chaos map of Boiling Stock Village to round out the group as we look at the builds. Emman actually preferring the Pink Bear Jellies here with the Spinach Cookie. I like that choice a lot. Actually, I'm kind of a fan of it after seeing User Cookie utilize that earlier on, because you could really see the point difference. Whenever User Cookie would enter those stages with a ton of Pink Bear Jellies, it would be down a lot of points, and then they would be able to not just close the distance, but also surpass their opponent if there weren't enough Pink Bear Jellies. So Emman, if he's able to deliver, could get a lot of extra score from that.
Yeah, especially in that first part, again, with the Spinach Cookie. Before they switch over, he can try to get that lead, and then afterwards, both players will have the blessings here for the all jellies, the 500 points. Both of them looking ready to go. Flover looking for his first win. Emman looking to get the lead in the entire group, trying to go for his second win and an undefeated run in the round robin. We continue on here on Beneath the Lilies.
Running it back on Beneath the Lilies for the last time today. This is the quarterfinals, Group B, Match 3 for the Glacier Region Preliminaries. Flover on top, Emman on bottom.
All right, both of them continuing on with the Spinach Cookie. Lotus Gem Jellies, of course, the highlight here, but also the Pink Bear Jellies is where we want to keep our eyes here on the bottom side of the screen for Emman, as he's chosen that blessing, the extra burst of points. Both of them getting all of those Lotus Gem Jellies in the sky, nice and clean, and continuing on with the destruction points as well.
Yeah, and you see whenever there are these big segments of Pink Bear Jellies like the ones coming up right now, that is Emman's opportunity to start gaining a little bit of ground against the opponent.
Now, Lotus Gem Jellies all being collected on both sides in between the frogs. Now, moving on, this is where things start to get a little bit dicey, but both of them landing that double jump. Oh, one missed from Flover up top.
A little bit of a painful miss right there for Flover. Their early game was a little bit shaky last time. They played on Beneath the Lilies as well, although they are very strong finishing on this map. And when the skill activation comes in, I feel like we're probably going to see Flover run it back, going for the extra destruction point. I'm not sure if Emman will do the same thing, though. Let's wait and see.
Yeah, both of them go for it and succeed, but it does look like a giant mistake coming in from Flover, not able to get the jump. So this is the problem with maximizing that destruction, is that you have to stay as late as possible onto that wheel, but then if you miss the jump, you just fall off.
Yeah, I mean, that's a collision. That's energy down the drain right here for Flover. Such a painful, painful moment. We were talking about the risk-reward of going for that extra destruction point. So far, we've seen it pay off today, but it certainly didn't just there.
Well, yeah, I mean, you needed to. I get it. I respect it. But now with that fall off, look at the energy difference, losing so much in this run for Flover.
Yeah, and I know that Flover is very strong finishing here on Beneath the Lilies. They were excellent last time, but this is just a huge lead to try and surmount now.
Yeah, we'll see if Emman ever gives a shot for Flover to catch back up. Right now, the ball's basically in DR's court to make a mistake or not on this run.
Yeah, as long as Emman is able to hit all of these columns, I feel like barring any collision or any fall, they should be a lock for winning this round. They just need to defend because they have a very comfortable lead. I mean, think about the margin of victory you've had thus far on Beneath the Lilies. Multiple games, sub 1 million points. And right now, 16 million plus here for Emman. Here comes the first column. A couple get missed there by Flover.
Yeah, but again, I think a lot of it is just because of that timing, right? Running out of that energy, the blast and everything, kind of the timing messes up, and Flover not able to get the jump. It's starting to all fall apart here for Flover. But how many times have we seen this happen where the person in the lead makes a crucial mistake in the later half of the run? You can't just quite say you're out yet.
Yeah, Flover has to play for a win. Despite the rough early start, honestly, there is a chance if DRM has a misstep, if they have a collision, or if they fall, if they miss one of these jumps, there is a path to victory. But DRM, they know that. They just want to play safe right now. They don't want to take too many risks because they have a very comfortable cushion to work with.
Yeah, I mean, nearly 30 million, 20 million. As long as you don't have collisions in the most important parts, you should be okay. I mean, at this point, even with a collision, if you're not skipping a ton of jellies afterwards, I think DRM might still be able to take the lead with what a giant point difference he has.
Absolutely, and we talk about DRM and just needing to defend and not needing to take many risks, but I must say, even though they have this huge lead, they are not letting up on the gas pedal at all. They are catching basically every single jelly. I can't remember the last time they missed a Lotus Gem. Oh, it's been looking so good.
Yeah, this is looking rough as Flover continues on to run out of energy. Now about emptying out the tank, 2 seconds left, not able to continue floating forward into that third phase, and he can't collect the full row of Lotus Gem Jellies. It's a massive win for DRM as he celebrates with a second win in the round robin.
Yeah, DRM and Gingerbraid both can be really happy with that victory right there. That was a solid win, a ton of points. Actually, I want to go take a look again at the high score that they accumulated, because that was one of the best runs I think that we have seen so far on Beneath the Lilies thus far today. Yeah. And of course, Flover being so sweet, applauding the opponent. That was a really good run.
Yeah, a very, very nice clean run. 738 million here for DRM.
That's a new PR for DRM, and they did it here on stage. Man, the power of the plushie is real.
It is 100,000 more points than he's gotten during the preparation, during his practice. So setting a new personal best here for DRM and on stage as he takes the second win and a 10-point lead here for Group B of the round robin. He is relatively safe at the very least here for a tiebreaker, but of course he might even just be able to cruise on now through to the semifinals.
Yeah, for the majority of the groups, we haven't had tiebreakers thus far. We've just been kind of lucky both yesterday and today in terms of having these exciting matches with the 2-1 ties. And I think there's a lot of excitement for good reason there for DRM, because not only did you secure your second win, but you know your scores inside and out if you're a top player like this. He knows how well he played. He sees that one. He's like, wow, I just did that on stage. I set a new personal best. I think that might be just the second time we have seen any player in the entire preliminaries beat their personal top score, because that's not a top score.
We had one yesterday.
Yeah, we had one. I think that was the only other one, though, was yesterday, because that personal top score, it's not like it's your top score in a tournament offline. It's your top score overall.
More importantly, we were just told that that was actually the highest score we've had during the preliminaries on Beneath the Lilies.
Yeah, it was immaculate
among everyone who played on stage. So not only beating his personal best, but he's just saying, well, I actually just performed the best in studio on Beneath the Lilies. So for now, DRM is the best player on Beneath the Lilies as far as we're concerned, because that's what we got on stage on record, right? Because at home, you can reset, you can redo, but what a performance here from DRM and looking very comfortable.
Yeah, and doing it on the very last map Beneath the Lilies in the entire preliminaries. You know, we're closing out the preliminaries today. We're going to be seeding the final 2 players into the main event in October. By the time this broadcast is finished, we're done with Beneath the Lilies, guys. It is time to go to the Boiling Village here with the destruction points. And wow, what a way to send us there by DRM, and big congratulations for him. But, you know, his eyes aren't just on the high scores. He wants to qualify for that main event.
Yes, absolutely. And now awaiting to see if there's maybe a potential chance for tiebreakers and such, as Stan and Jojun will be preparing for their second matches. Stan sitting at 1-0, Jojun sitting at 0-1. So this means that if Stan wins, that we should be fairly safe for the results going towards the semifinals, and we'll have 2 people at 2 wins, 2 people at 2 losses, and that pretty much secures the gap between the top 2 and the bottom 2.
Yeah, here on Boiling Stock Village, we are all about the destruction points. The orange cookie, the Yugwa cookie, of course, with those activated abilities, really rack up the score of destruction points on the map. You get extra gold coins for destruction, and we even have, what is it, the pet coming in here for extra destruction points. So we are all in on destruction right now. The magic candy for both players is going to be destruction points. Here on Stan, we have a little bit of difference. They're going for the points in blast mode, whereas we have Jojun going for yellow bear jellies. Honestly, we have seen a lot of different builds for the second stage on this map. But my personal opinion after watching this countless times over last weekend and this weekend is that really it doesn't matter too much what the candy is. It feels like it really is just about the execution on the combis.
Yeah, it is going to, of course, kind of affect the timings, but it really is just whoever executes it better at the time of the day, because the destruction is such a core part here for the orange cookie in that second phase. So Stan versus Jojun here. as they get ready for their next match in the round robin. Match number 4, as we just explained, going to Boiling Stock Village. Stan, if he's able to win, that should secure him, or at least pretty much secure him, into the semifinals with 2 wins. But if Jojun wins, anything is still possible here for the remaining part of the round robin in Group B of the Glacier Preliminaries for the Cookie Run Oven Break World Championship.
All right, here we go. Boiling Stock Village for the quarterfinals, Group B, Match 4, as we enter the later stages of this round robin.
Jojun starting off a little bit ahead on our screens here on the bottom side. So Stan, we'll see if he continues to match all the movements here from Jojun.
I kind of like it when there's one player who starts the game just a little bit faster, because I can watch Jojun and then I look up at Stan. It's almost like an instant replay, a spot the difference game. It's fun.
True. Both of them kind of threading that needle right past the obstacles to make sure they can get the jump and the Hope badge bounds to get all the destruction points. So you see that the point difference very, very minuscule here.
Yeah, it seems like they're all taking the exact same line, but skipping the same jellies, just trying to really optimize the points, and that's reflected in the score. It is very close here early on as the skill activations are coming in. The game is calculating and catching up. We have, what, 400,000 point difference? That is minuscule in this early stage.
Yeah, nice jump over that big bunch of obstacles as well, dodging everything else.
Ooh.
Both missing a giant bear jelly, but about equals out as Jojun now continues to widen the lead.
But we are going to have a lot more giant yellow bear jellies coming in right now, and that's what I'm going to be waiting for to see who is going to be able to get more points in total, because a lot of players today have been missing 1 or 2 of those on the columns, on the jumps, on the drops. I wonder which of the 2 is going to do better. We have to keep a keen eye on that.
Yeah, and Stan realizing that he's quite far behind now.
I was just going to say, both players able to get every single one thus far. That's looking so good. Unfortunately for Stan, you know, they need to close the distance. They don't want Jojun to be perfect here. Jojun now they both miss 1. But Stan, I think in total +1 on that sequence, so doing a little bit of damage into the lead here of Jojun, but Jojun's still looking very good.
Yeah, look at the points here. The destruction still actually favoring Jojun, it feels, because again, that compounds into the treasures as well, which will give you nice bursts of points. So Jojun staying ahead. However, we should remember that there is a difference in the blessings once we switch to the orange cookie. Stan favoring the extra points during blast mode, so depending on his build and his combis here for the orange cookie, he might have a chance to catch up.
If his execution is just a little bit better here than Jojun's, that is going to be even further amplified by the candy that he is working with in the loadout. So it really is going to be about his performance here in this later stage. And 3 million, that is a wide gap, of course, but it's absolutely within the realm of possibility here for Stan.
Yeah, and both of them choosing to stay up top rather than a drop and a jump here for the Hope badge bounce. Looking for the double jump, gets the nice air time onto the yellow bear jelly. Just a tad bit ahead here for Stan, but more importantly, does he have a different combi here with the blessing to make sure he can maximize the points?
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see. It's actually gotten very close so far. 1.2 million point lead favoring Jojun right now, but with the combi coming in and the extra candy, I wonder if that's gonna be better for Stan. Seems like it did close it by a couple 100,000.
Yeah, I believe he got 1 or 2 extra obstacles as well. That plus the blast mode, of course, coming in big during that first phase. Jojun now trying to widen the gap again because he's going to be getting just more consistent bonuses here in the yellow bear jellies.
This is so close, Charbra. It's very hard to follow who is winning and who is losing in a moment like that one. A couple of jellies do get missed there by Jojun. He is saving 1 more charge too. If you're very surprised by the difference in the score, that is the reason.
Yep.
He's saving that for a later stage, potentially trying to get some more points with his build.
See if he's got the same idea as Kim Ganu to use it once more here once they enter the next area, because Kim Ganu was able to flip about a couple million there near the end.
Yeah, I think there's a certain build that you can do where you might get 1 extra charge. Oh no, Stan, a big shake of his head right there. Something just not going his way. Didn't catch exactly what it was. I've been locked in watching Jojun.
Yeah, he misses one of the jumps and he looks away, missing another jump as well. You have to keep your eyes glued to the screen. Has a nice lead for now. Does an extra charge come into play here for Jojun? Looks like he might have already used it. Now both equaled out. And I don't know if that's going to be enough. He has turned the tables for the time being, but it's so close down to the end. The last jump, all of the bear jellies collected for Jojun, and that will give him the lead with 400,000.
Wow, and Stan, you can see a lot of frustration there. They know that with that last jump missed, it might have been the difference maker. A 400,000 point difference. as the matches have been so unbelievably close today. If you didn't watch every day of the preliminaries, our matches weren't like this for all of last week, even for yesterday. We have had the toughest competition, 847.1 versus 847.6. Every single game, it feels like it is separated by a hair.
Yes, especially with these builds, the players who are coming in with saving that extra charge for the last area and then using it in just succession 2 or 3 times in a row, that suddenly flips that point difference. And I gotta imagine Stan, if he had just stayed focused when he made that small jump mistake and collected more jellies, it was 400,000. He might have been able to actually secure the win.
Yeah, 400,000 is such a small difference when you're getting 860 plus million points or just around there. So, oh my goodness, both runners doing an excellent job, but unfortunately there can only be one victor in each match. Of course, in these best of ones, it's a nail biter, man. There is a lot teetering on every single game.
Yes, exactly. So now we've got 2 players at 1-1 score, so +4 points. We have DR Emman sitting comfortably with 10 points so far, but we will have to wait to see, because if Stan now beats DR Emman, there's once again a chance for a 3-way tie.
It is possible. We might get a lot more cookie run action here for you guys, depending on the results of this game, because DR Emman, as is right now, he is the only player with a perfect record. Now, it is possible for there to be a 3-way tie among 3 players with a 1-2 record. I'm quite sure. If one of them goes completely perfect, in which case only one player is advanced to join whoever is perfect. So there is that possibility. DR Emman, if he wins this game, though, he is guaranteed securing his spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, so DR Emman's looking to just kind of separate himself from the rest of this group. Of course, there's still possibilities of tiebreakers as we continue on. The last 2 matches will continue to be played on Boiling Stock Village here with the destruction from the Orange and Yugua Cookie.
Yeah, we're all about the destruction here as we close out Group B. Looking at the builds right now for Stan 2012 and DR Emman. Destruction points on the first one, no surprise there. Do we have any difference in the Orange Cookie? Blast mode for Stan. Ooh, Yellow Bear jellies here for DR Emman. Okay, so a little bit of a difference again. Stan really favoring these blast modes.
Yeah, it just looks like that's what he's been prepared with. Now my eyes are going to be on DR Emman to see if he also goes kind of the Ganu route, saving that extra charge, or if he just uses them during the meteors as much as possible and then just uses the minimal amount in the very last area.
And DR Emman, cannot forget, he's got Ginger Brave on his side. Choker, he's got the power of the plush. Look, even on stage, in the screen behind him, he's got Ginger Brave right there, too. He's got double Ginger Brave.
Dude, he's
How
surrounded.
many Ginger Braves does Stan have right now? 0-0.
0 on his
Nothing.
side. Yeah, he's got a couple other of the cookies, but do they hold a can of the Ginger Brave? I'm not so sure. Surrounded by the power of Ginger Brave, here is DR Emman, looking to go undefeated in the group stage, in the round robin, and stand on your cameras, looking to redeem himself, trying to force a 3-way tie for qualification into the semifinals. This is going to be match 5 in Group B of the Glacier Region Preliminaries, going on to Boiling Stock Village.
We are almost at the end. Only 2 matches left here unless there is a tiebreaker in Group B of the Glacier Region Preliminaries. Stan 2012 on top, DR Emman on bottom as we go back here at Boiling Stock Village. And Stan looked very good that previous round. I wonder if he can close it out by not missing that jump, because I really think that was a difference maker last time.
Yeah, you just got to stay locked in all the way to the end. Stan surely learning of his mistakes there, both of them going for the jump and the destruction.
Absolutely. Neither player having any of those early collisions. It feels like the collision curse from yesterday has finally subsided.
Yes, it was a little crazy yesterday. If you missed it, we invite you to go check out the VOD afterwards, as DR Emman choosing to skip 1 or 2 jellies just for safety.
Yeah, just trying to optimize instead perhaps the destruction points. And in total, he's actually able to maintain the lead, even playing that safer line, not going for the jellies. 360,000 points in total as every player will match these ones up. And actually Stan with a different build there. You saw that, right?
Well,
the big jump high up.
Stan is taking the build that everyone's been doing to maximize the destruction, jumping over the obstacles, which means that the Hope bounce absolutely guarantees the full destruction.
Yeah.
DR Emman took the slide, but he's able to recover on the next to use.
Yeah, it was kind of surprising result there coming in from Stan. I thought that might pay off, but at the end of the day, it's actually DR Emman who gets a little bit better on that trade.
Yeah, overall, Emman still being able to consistently get as many points as possible. Now keeping a nice lead, still just about under 1 million.
Okay, -1, giant yellow bear right there for Emman as he did miss it. Of course, it's very hard to get every single one. And I think there actually is one, I think it's that jump up where there's basically a guaranteed miss. It's very hard to get that one perfect. We seldom see it. In total, Emman a little bit lackluster compared to Stan in terms of the yellow bears, but he still has a lot of room to work with, Trevor. This 1 million lead is cushioning him a bit.
Yeah, it's just a nice safe lead here in the first section, but of course, the orange cookie section can really flip a couple million, so we'll keep our eyes on it. Right now, both players still focusing to make sure that they're not making any mistakes. No collisions allowed, no falls allowed here.
Yeah, and I'm betting we're both going to have double jumps come in here for maximum distance. It seems like that is the most popular build so far today, although we have had some players, even in Group A, going for the different build where you try and trigger your active abilities a little bit earlier. Let's see what the choice is. As it is right now, these jumps coming in, the singles and the doubles, getting all the destruction points, all the jellies. There's a reason that score cap hasn't widened. They're both executing this perfectly.
Yeah, just the same builds as well, and now they'll be hopping off, just going for the higher jump, landing on the giant yellow bear jelly. A nice distance actually from Emman, usually just about as far as you can get, so we'll see if that comes into play towards the end as well.
I think Emman got the absolute perfect jump. That seems like it is max distance right there, going for a double jump all the way to the very end, and the fact that they also have the lead here, it's really going to come down to the blast points here for Stan. Will they be able to rack up that score, or will this gap continue to widen?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little tough, though, because we've seen players come in with the blast mode blessings, but seldom have they had a very healthy lead. It usually comes down to the opponents making a mistake. We'll have to keep our eyes on to see if Stan can show us something a little bit different.
There's a couple different builds that you can go for right here. We've seen a lot of players go for saving these ability charges for the later stages, trying to optimize their point usage that way. I wonder what the build is going to be for Stan. So far, identical. And actually, no, there we go. Emman a little bit later on the activation.
Yeah, Stan having to use that on those bunches of jellies because of the blast mode blessing. Emman, though, not saving an extra one for this section. So not the same thing that we've seen earlier from some of our players like Ganu.
Those jumps, I think one of the yellow bears get missed there for Emman. Remember, that is his bonus coming in, is not the blast mode, so that matters a lot, especially when the score is this close. Only 1.6 million points separating these two players.
Yeah, both of them getting the bear jelly party as well once more, so getting the maximum amount of points from all of these jellies, but that simply means that Emman will continue to keep the lead. He's smiling already. He can tell that he's got a nice hefty lead. Without a mistake, he should be able to secure it. Both of them making the nice jump. He's got so much more distance as well.
Yeah.
Using the extra skill activation to get through the walls, and it is a nice 2 million point lead here for Emman as he goes undefeated in the group stage.
Man, one of the few players that we have had so far today go undefeated in the group stage for Stan. Now they are 1 and 2. They are hoping for a potential tiebreaker match to try and save their run here in the preliminaries for the Cookie Run World Championship 2025. And man, Emman, what an impressive performance. Look at the difference in distance there with no collisions, 300 plus.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen a difference that big here on Boiling Stock Village.
Yeah, it was very big, but again, we mentioned it, a very perfect double jump into the relay, and then I think it just really well-timed blast there with the skill activation as well, and the orange cookie, everything coming into play as he gets a nice double jump at the end too. So far what I've noticed is Emman is very good at keeping tabs on the timing to jump right before the relay and right before the end of his run. That might be the difference maker as we move forward into the brackets as well.
Do you think there's any chance that Ginger Brave is telling him when to jump and when to activate the abilities?
Could be. Ginger Brave's got a lot of experience.
I mean, he
the most experience, actually. The absolute most experienced cookie in running and jumping. So it could be the power of the plushie.
I mean, we saw the power of the plushie carry some players to victories yesterday. We might be doing the same thing today, Trevor. It kind of feels like it.
Could be. Yeah, I mean, if you play with something at home that kind of gives you that comfort, you got to bring it in. Which cookie would you want as a plushie when you're playing?
Honestly, Ginger Brave. I think the one that he has right now is adorable. I was actually thinking mid-cast that I was like, you know what? I'm going to go find whatever store I can to buy that thing. I want to put that in my gaming room. I want to have that when I'm on webcam. I want to have my little Ginger Brave up there with all the other plushies that I've got for other games. It's adorable. I like the little tiny size too. It's like the perfect size just to hold both arms with one finger. It's adorable.
It is. It absolutely is, and it's giving him the power so far. So we know for a fact that Emman has moved on to the semifinals, going 3-0. But now the question is will there be a three-way tie to see which one player moves on, Or will we see it all wrap up? It really comes down to Flover. If he can get this win, we have 3 players with a singular win now having to go into a rematch tiebreaker. However, if Jojun wins, Flover will be eliminated with a 0-3 scoreline.
Well, we've been getting a lot of tiebreakers lately, Cho, where we might get one more. But this would be the first time that we have a tiebreaker with 3 players in a 1-2 record. And the important thing to note about that is the tiebreaker is a little bit different because we only have 2 players qualifying from each group into that playoff stage. That would mean that should, again, we have that tiebreaker, of course we're playing this one on Boiling Stock Village, should we have that tiebreaker, 2 players get knocked out.
Yep.
Only the one with the best score advances. Now, of course, Flover has to win to force that situation. That is not a guarantee. They're 0-2 thus far, but Flover's been playing pretty well, Chobra. It is certainly a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, pressure's kind of on Jojun as well, because if he wins here, he suddenly can kind of make this big upset, coming in as the lowest ranked player who's qualified for the preliminaries here in the Glacier region. So if he wins, he secures his way into the top 4, into the semifinals of the region. But if he loses, they're going to have to prove themselves once more. You got to imagine that Stan is on the sidelines kind of cheering on Flover to give him a second chance as well to stay alive with just that singular win earlier on today.
Oh, absolutely. For Stan, otherwise you might just have this regret where, well, if I nailed that jump at the very end of the round, I probably would have gotten it. Let's see what this result is going to be. We're going into the final match right now, Flover versus Jojun. Will we have a 3-way tie, or will 2 players be advancing?
All right, kicking things off, Flover on the top, Jojun on the bottom, jumping into Boiling Stock Village, filled with destruction, starting with a Yugua cookie.
Yeah, and thus far, players have been pretty much perfect today in terms of navigating this early game, maximizing the destruction points without any of the collisions that we had yesterday. Now, I hope I'm not doing a little bit of a cast or curse right now by pointing this out, but I have been very impressed so far with this region, both in Group A and in Group B. And yeah, that was the trickiest part right there, that jump. If you hit the timing just a little bit too early, you will suffer a collision.
Yeah, Flover does get a little bit of a better close line, so he's in the lead for now, but like you said, no blunders on either side.
Oh, absolutely. And now we just have the skill activations coming in here with the Yugua cookie, getting all those possible destruction points. It's a much easier part of the run right now for both these fellas, but once we get into the section where there's a ton of yellow bear jellies coming in, those giant yellow bears, who is going to come out on top?
Yeah, both of them going for that double jump above all of the obstacles to maximize the destruction. It did look like Jojun missed timing that second charge of the Hope bounce. He actually misses out on a bunch of obstacles down below, so he continues to stay behind on points just a little bit.
Yeah, Jojun, I think, might have also missed one of the yellow bears, whereas Flover been very good thus far. I think none missed in total. Of course, it gets a lot trickier later on as we have those columns that are quite spread out. On the jumps, these are usually a little bit easier to get. Yes, both of them do, but here on the drops, it can get tricky.
Yeah, Jojun continuing to look clean. Flover misses one earlier on. Of course, Flover's still a nice lead, though, so he's got some room to work with. Both of them missing actually a bunch in that second section, but just about equal, so Flover's going to be happy with that.
Yeah, I think Flover might have gotten one more in total if my count is right, but it was very close regardless, and plus or minus one giant yellow bear jelly. Obviously, you want to be on the winning side of that, but it's not the biggest of deals.
And now blasting on forward into the second area of this run on Boiling Stock Village. Jojun, about 1 million points to try to catch up.
Yeah, we have seen leads like this fall, though, Trubber. Let's not forget Flover does absolutely have a chance if the combis come in at the right moment.
Now jumping forward, neither of them going to choose for any drops here. Jojun just making sure he jumps back up. Oh, a lot of jellies being missed here from Flover up top.
Yeah, Flover, I think that might have been an intentional drop down. We've seen this from some players thus far. It is a bit of a sacrifice. Now, they do have a lead, so they can work with it. I wonder what they're going to gain as a result. Maybe a better combi, maybe a little bit more distance on this jump. Certainly more distance.
Yeah, he does get that. Lines up the double jump, so he might be in a place to get as much distance as DR Emman did in that previous match, now leading with about 3 million points.
Yeah, and the fact that you have more distance and the 3 million points lead is a really nice boon here for Flover. Skill activations coming in. It seems like a little bit better there for Jojun. That gap has closed up just the tiniest bit.
Yeah, but there's so much more to go. So Jojun may have to go for a save on the charge. As we saw earlier, he was able to get that big burst in the later part.
Absolutely, and as we see right now, is there going to be any difference in terms of the build? Will we have one player saving up a skill activation to use later? It seems like mirrored choices thus far, waiting for the next Destructibles to come in.
Yeah, now moving on forward, ending this area, we will be getting into the last area of this run with only about 2 million points separating the two players. Jojun trying to flip this in the latter sections.
Ooh, Yellow Bear gets missed there for Jojun, so Flover getting a little bit more of the lead. Both the giant Yellow Berries jellies do get caught there on both sides. Destruction points now coming in. Got to make sure you hit every single one of these obstacles. Indeed they do.
But Jojun actually missed times, and from the orange cookie, misses out on a bunch of the obstacles running down below, and widens the gap just back up to 3 million.
Oh, that's dangerous too, especially because of the distance that Flover's got. This might be Flover's first win on the board. We might have that three-way tie, Chobra.
And it's coming in. 3.8 million lead for Flover.
Oh, wow.
Jojun missing out on the opportunity to move on forward. Flover finally getting to smile and celebrate at the same time with one win, which does mean that there is now a three-way tie to determine the one player with the highest score and who will move on.
Wow. Well, I'm glad that everybody here in Group E got at least one win. You know, everyone's going to be feeling good about that, but we will be getting that tiebreaker, Chobra, and only one player is going to be able to advance because DR Emman was perfect. They're guaranteed to be the #1 seed. We now have to decide who will join them, and so it's probably going to be the same format that we had before with 2 players on stage and then one more to follow them, but this time it's going to be all about the highest score. It's not trying to get the top 2, it's trying to get top 1.
So it is, it is the same format, but like you said, it's now a high score race, right? So just because you won the first one, you're not actually guaranteed to move on. All the tiebreakers we've had so far yesterday and today, in the first 2, if you won, you were guaranteed at least the second seed. And then depending on the score, you would maybe get first seed, so you could kind of rest assured. But now, the script has flipped. The first 2 that go forward, I mean, you just have to wait. You have no idea because only one can move on. So this is going to be a little bit of a scary one. Of course, the map is going to be randomly drawn by the admin, so we could go back to Beneath the Lilies. And of course, the order of the players will also be randomly drawn, so we have no idea who's going, or which 2 are going first.
Yeah, I was thinking we were done with Beneath the Lilies, man. I didn't feel like we were shaping up for a tiebreaker here in Group E, but you're right. We might be running it back on Beneath the Lilies one more time as we're really going the distance in the final day of the preliminaries. A tiebreaker in Group A was very exciting.
Oh, boy.
That three-way tie, 2 players advanced by, what was it, 1.3 million points, I think, was the difference between User Cookie and Snow Yunsu. It was a really exciting one, and now we're going to be going into yet another.
Yeah, this is gonna be a very, very tough one. So Jojun, I think, probably feeling like he really missed an opportunity here. Kind of the underdog coming into the Glacier Region Preliminaries, had a chance to secure his way into the semifinals, but now he has to prove himself once more in a best-of-1 tiebreaker. But of course, on the other side, Flover and Stan, I mean, they're just both breathing a sigh of relief, coming in a bit more confident and saying, okay, I can prove myself once more. I just have to win. I just have to get the highest score.
Yeah, I kind of wonder who would be favored on any of the maps because I'm thinking back to all of the games that were played, and honestly, my opinion is that basically every player seemed equivalent on Beneath the Lilies and Boiling Stock Village. It didn't really feel like there was much of a standout. Obviously, some runs are going to be better than others just naturally, but nobody seemed like they were especially specialized.
Like a standout.
Like in a specific one. Like Stan, even in Boiling Stock Village, they look very good, but they did have that one run where they mistimed one of the jumps, and it led to them losing by, 400,000 points or something in the very end. And so this one is really up for grabs. I have no idea who's going to win.
Yeah, none of them preferring Boiling Stock Village, but we have just been told by the admins that we are, in fact, going back to Boiling Stock Village.
Oh, boy.
So we will not be seeing Beneath the Lilies any further, but Boiling Stock Village it is. And in fact, the random draw just so happens to bring Flover and Jojun back to the stage to go first. And that means Stan has to wait on the sidelines, look at the scores, and then aim to beat both scores to qualify.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd rather be Stan, who is waiting and watching and anticipating, or rather be Flover and Jojun on stage right now, just playing your best possible score because, when there's a three-way tiebreaker and everybody is 2-1 and 2 players are advancing, personally, if it was me that was competing, I would love to be the first one up just because I know if I beat my opponent, I'm at least guaranteed to get in. But the situation as it is right now, Flover and Jojun, depending on who wins this game, it might not actually matter. One of them might have a higher score than the opponent, but then finally we could have Stan come in at the very end. Only one player can advance. He could blow them both out of the water.
Exactly. So, I mean, I don't think you have to go into this match and just not worry about all of that, right? Just play as if you're playing from home, going for a high score, see how high you can get. It's not about the race. It's about basically the repetition here of playing this map one more time. Taking a look once more, I assume no big changes on the setups here, of course. We haven't seen anything different. I mean, I don't know why you would choose anything different for the Yugua cookie, of course, but both of them going for the yellow bear jellies once more for the orange cookie.
Yeah, identical builds. I figure Stan is probably going to be going for the destruction points there in blast mode as well. We'll wait
the
to see that
extra
later
points
on.
for the jellies during blast mode for Stan. Most likely, but we'll see. He might change things up, right, after watching all of these other players go through. But this is going to be Flover and Jojun. Both of them, it could be their last run here today, here in the preliminaries. We won't know, but looking to set a high score in a three-way tiebreaker where only one player can move on to the semifinals here in the preliminaries.
All right, we're back on Boiling Stock Village. Flover versus Jojun. Who is going to come on top on this one? It is a race to be number one among 3 players. 2 players will be eliminated here in Group B.
Jojun and Flover. Jojun, the absolute underdog of this group, of this entire region, trying to make an upset happen.
Absolutely, and just watching Jojun here on the bottom of the screen, they're a little bit ahead. Looking very good thus far. Oh, okay, did get the destruction points. For a moment, I was like, wait, was that a collision? But no, just very, very close.
Yeah, very, very close, but you need to cut it close if you want to maximize your destruction here.
Right.
Less than 50K separating them so far.
Yeah, it's a really close run, and you know, you have to beat your opponent in this race if you want a chance.
That's true.
At qualifying, so you do want to keep your eyes on that score on the right side a little bit, because if you're losing, you're absolutely guaranteed to be out.
Yeah, that is very true. There is that aspect where if you lose this, you're 100% eliminated, and so you want to make sure you win here, try to get the highest score so far out of the 3, as Flover has flipped the table just a tad bit. Had a couple of those earlier destruction points go his way.
Yeah, it's looking really close, though. Only about 200,000 points separating these 2 players here as we go into the giant yellow bear section of this map. And on the columns, it's been a little bit hit and miss so far today here in Group B. I wonder if either of them are going to do better. So far, perfect on that one. First drop coming in. One gets missed there by Jojun. Oh, on the second drop, one gets missed by Flover.
Yeah, just about equal so far as Flover continues to try to clean up the rest, so he's consistently ahead by just 1 or 2, but a nice double missed from Flover. So about equal, and that brings the point difference to just 200,000 for Flover.
It is about equal, but I feel like that was a little bit more misses than usual, and because of this 3-way tie aspect, if I'm standing right now watching this one from the sidelines, I'm kind of happy with the way that one went, Chobra.
That is true. You're thinking, okay, that's where I can make a difference, but now continuing on to the second area, Jojun having to catch up if he wants to even have a living chance to continue on to the semifinals.
Absolutely. Single and double jumps coming in, dodging these obstacles, and now the skill activations, now those destruction points coming in right now for both these players. It is still so incredibly close right now in this match. Jojun maybe just barely pulling ahead.
Yeah, Flover once again going for that drop, skipping out on a couple of the giant bear jellies, but favoring that for the destruction and making sure that he has the jump timing. See if he can get that maximum distance once again. Jojun landing right next to it. Flover not quite as far as before, but he does actually secure the giant bear jelly before relaying.
Yeah, Flover just a little tiny bit more distance, and that can be the difference maker here in this match.
And now the blast coming in from the orange cookie, trying to catch as many meteors as possible. Looked like just about an equal number. No, Jojun actually getting quite a bit more here in that first bit of the skill activation.
Yeah, Flover deciding to save one of these skill activations. They're going for the extra charge right now, so that's going to get used really soon here. There it is, finally getting utilized. And once we see Flover use all of the skills, actually having 2 more in the bank compared to Jojun, we will see that score difference start to close up.
I think he might have actually missed one in that the very first wave, because at this point, yes, we've seen some players save at least 1, but being so far behind and the number of charges now going all the way up to 4 charges before having to use 1 again, you're missing out on a lot of opportunities to get points.
Yeah, it's a very interesting build, and man, busting this out with everything on the line right here for Flover. They're down 11 million points. They're a little bit faster on the charges here compared to Jojun. That might translate into one more skill activation in total. Will that be the difference maker?
Yeah, gets the maximum 5 now, being able to just spam it through, and you have to, but how many opportunities do you have to use them? He has to use them to catch up, breaking through all of these obstacles as much as possible. The last bit of the run coming in. Last charge used by Jojun as he picks up the giant jelly, going for the double jump. Actually, a nice big destruction there at the end, but the extra jumps isn't enough for Flover.
No, it isn't.
It is not. Jojun staying ahead at 848 million.
Man, what a run there for Jojun. They are not through just yet, but they're in a very solid position. 848 is going to be the number to beat here for Stan.
Yeah, I do believe we'll have to double check that. Ignore the graphics for now because it should just be one player moving on. So Jojun, while he does get the win, he is not secured just yet.
Yeah, only one player can join the perfect DRM in the next round. Unfortunately for Flover, their run is ending here, but wow, terrific performance thus far. You know, they were able to force the clutch.
Yeah,
three-way
exactly.
tie right here at the end. Unfortunately, it didn't go their way in the very end, but...
So unfortunately, Flover is going to be eliminated. A brilliant showing so far here in the Glacier region, but alas, not able to get the highest score so far at only 846 million. That does mean he is eliminated, and now we have to wait to see if Stan can beat Jojun's score.
Honestly, I think Stan might have a very good chance. When we played on this map for the tiebreaker earlier in Group A, we had 860, 858.7, and 860 in total on the scores. Right now, the number to beat, only 848.2 here for Stan.
Yeah.
And I think if you're watching that one, you're of course observing the way that your opponents are playing. You're noting where they have a little bit of lapses, where they're a little bit weaker, where you can close the distance. You know, you tighten up maybe on the yellow jellies there in the early game. Maybe you get a little bit more destruction points in the late game. You could easily pass that 848.
Yeah, it is a relatively lower score, right?
Yeah.
Especially compared to personal best. Obviously, it's never easy to play it under pressure, but Stan should be feeling okay. Unfortunately for Stan, he's not very confident on this map. He's consistently said that he doesn't really know the best combis here for this map, and so there's this balance of like, okay, well, 848 should be doable, but
True.
also you're thinking, but can I? Like, I don't know. My scores, maybe his scores differentiate so much when he's practicing.
Yeah, honestly, actually, now that I think about it, you're right. The score difference between these three, every time they play here on Boiling Stock Village, it is very close among the three of them. I think that just these three players, this isn't their strong suit, the destruction maps. They're better at Beneath the Lilies. They're potentially better at the maps that we're going to be playing in the best of 3 and the best of 5 later on after this tiebreaker. And so for Stan, you're right, 848, you know, we say, okay, Fire Spirit, User Cookie, Kim Ganu, they're really good at this destruction map, even though they say they are.
Sure,
right?
yeah.
They probably can do it, but here for Stan, can you actually clutch up with all of the pressure, with everybody watching you, knowing that you must beat 848.2? It's tough.
All right. Well, all eyes on Stan as he will be the only player on stage. The number to beat, 848,277,000 points. Stan, the only player in this tiebreaker utilizing the orange cookie blessing with extra points for jellies in blast mode. We'll see if that comes in clutch for Stan.
Yeah, they might go for a different build as a result of that one, so they have the blast mode activations come in right before there are a ton of jellies that they can suck up and get those extra points. But you really have to optimize right here as Stan. You have no opponent. It's you versus no name. It's a solo game right now, playing for the best score. You must beat 848.2. And looking at the data sheets, their overall best record, 855. So if they can get close enough to their personal best, they can do it. But the question is, will you be able to perform under pressure?
Yeah, we'll see. Stan did have a little bit of trouble adjusting to the stage earlier today, but right now he's had plenty of time this afternoon. It's down to one last run on Boiling Stock Village to see who will be moving on to the semifinals of the Group B preliminaries.
All right, the game is loading in. Boiling Stock Village one last time here in the preliminaries. Stan in a battle against himself, fighting for 848.2 million points.
Going for the Yugua cookie. Of course, the very first one's going to happen soon. Having to jump right after the obstacles as you pass right under it. Let's see if he's able to cut it close, but get every single obstacle. He does, and he will be moving on with a nice bunch of points.
Yeah, honestly, that's one of the first big hurdles of this map, done and dusted. Because if you have a collision right there, it is basically over. You're not going to be surpassing 848 unless you have the most perfect run we've ever seen. So, should be a really nice sigh of relief right there for Stan.
Now just continuing on with the Tiger, relatively simpler, although you do still have to make sure that you're using all 6 charges of the Hope badge bounce. And a nice jump above and cleans up the entire batch of obstacles as well. So far, rather clean.
Yeah, interesting build too. Does dip down a little bit, so misses one giant yellow bear jelly, but I'm really going to be watching out for these columns that are coming up because the other players, they did miss quite a few of those giant yellow bears, but Stan, this is really an opportunity for them to gain some extra points.
Yeah, just nice and smooth as well on the Tiger. Once again, didn't need any extra jumps. Now let's see if he secures as many giant yellow bear jellies as possible in this section.
All right, now there is one that is really tough to get on one of these up jumps, but thus far they've just been perfect. My goodness, Stan, look at this.
Ooh, yeah. And
okay,
nice
one gets missed.
Nice use of the Hope badge as well to actually clear the way to make that jump a bit easier. And so kind of switching up the timing on that, perhaps just favoring the safety this time around as he knows the exact score he has to beat.
Honestly, that was quite beautiful. I think they only missed one of those giant yellow bears in total, whereas I believe that Flover and Jojun might have missed maybe 3 or 4 each.
Yes, exactly.
That is huge.
Yeah, now moving on, Stan already feeling good. However, we saw Stan kind of give up his focus in one of the earlier runs where he just made one mistake and he almost felt that that was the end of his run. It actually only came down to a 400,000 point difference. So now Stan has to make sure that he's staying locked in all the way to the end of the run.
Yeah, you have no room for error here as Stan. You must be that 848.2 if you want to reach it. We have him drop down going for the skill activation. So playing for maximum distance. How far is Stan going to be able to go here? Double jump going to be coming in just a moment, and that is basically max distance right there, Trobra.
Yeah, that's a nice one. Very, very well done. Kind of tying in that double jump at the end of the Tiger first to get maximum distance and airtime. Now on to the orange cookie. Reminder that he's got the blessing for the extra points for all jellies during blast mode.
Yeah, so you can see him using those skill activations, trying to maximize the destruction points, and then immediately jump on top of those jellies, trying to really rack up the score.
Yeah, so far nice and clean in that first wave of the skill activation on that smash. And now jumping down, getting all the rainbow bear jellies. We'll see another one. There's a double jump. Should see one more here. It gets the meteors nice and clean.
Chopra, I've got to say, this is looking really, really good right now for Stan.
Looks promising, honestly. I think as long as he doesn't make any mistakes, as long as he stays focused and locked in, it should be okay. Now sitting at 740 million. Just about 100 million to go.
This feels like it might have been one of the best runs we've had so far today here in Group B on Boiling Stock Village. Stan just locking in right now. Will they be able to carry this momentum? We're getting into the twilight of this map. Only a couple of skill activations left. How far can you go, Stan?
The number to beat is 848.277. Looking close now, about 30 million to go here for Stan.
Oh, they're getting so close right now, Trevor. The energy is starting to run out. When will the skill activation come in? Did he go for the destruction points?
He's already passed it, and he should be able to move on through as he's able to jump ever forward as well with maximum distance, 857 million. It's going to be Stan who advances to the semifinals.
857 million, a really, really good record. A new personal best for Stan in total, as that was one of the better runs that we have seen. Certainly the best run that we saw on Boiling Stock Village at all today in Group B. You know, the Group A players, they are absolutely monsters on Boiling Stock Village in terms of the combis, but in Group B, between Jojun, between Stan, between Flover, it's been a little bit more tough, but Stan just coming up so clutch here in the end. That was like, what? Maybe 10 million points better than some of these other runs that we've seen.
Yeah.
Really good stuff.
Really, really well done. Even getting that maximum distance that we saw from DR Emman as well. So favoring the safety of those jumps on the relays, even if you're not maximizing the entire points for the highest score possible from all players, you're just making sure that you're getting, you know, a very safe high score of 857 million. So congratulations, Stan. He will be continuing on when we'll see him again in just a bit later this afternoon for the semifinals. Unfortunately, that does mean Flover and Jojun will both be eliminated here in the preliminaries.
Yeah, so DR Emman, Stan, Fire Spirit, and Kim Ganu, all going to be advancing into that round of 4. It's going to be a very intense bracket here as we take a look at the standings overall. Of course, we had 2 3-way ties today in Group A. 3 players with a 2-1 score. Fire Spirit and Kim Ganu, they both advanced. Kim Ganu just by a hair, 1.3 million points in that tiebreaker. And then in Group B, as you just saw, Emman, absolutely perfect. The power of the plushie, Cookie Brave. Just absolutely phenomenal stuff, man.
Yeah, Ginger Brave Cookie really coming in clutch for Emman, and that does mean that he is so far undefeated, but now he has to prove himself against veterans of the offline competition in Fire Spirit and Kim Ganu. So they will basically flip the seeds to see who plays who. Fire Spirit playing Stan as the first seed from Group A versus second seed of Group B, and Emman, the first seed from Group B, will be going up against the reigning champion Kim Ganu for a ticket to go to the main stage of the World Championships.
Oh, that's going to be a really fun one, too. Emman versus Kim Ganu. The power of Ginger Brave versus the world champion.
True.
How strong are these plushies, really?
Yeah,
we are about to find out.
Exactly. We're about to find out. Of course, that does mean once we go into the semifinals, this is all happening today, by the way, we are going to have newer maps to look forward to. So we're done with Beneath the Lilies and Boiling Stock Village here in the preliminaries. We're done for this weekend with those. We now move on to more, I think we can say as viewers, more exciting maps.
They're more exciting, but they're also a lot more challenging. And by the way, I'm looking at the clock right now, 4:48 p.m. here in Korea. I think you might have 12 minutes left to activate the crystal code. I think it's, 500 crystals on the one that we dished out earlier. So make sure if you're in the chat, help everybody, give them the information so they can lock that in on their phone, get those extra crystals. We might have another coupon for you later.
Yeah, I think it was Glacier running 28. So make sure you submit that. We're going to give you a chance to do that. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it's the semifinals, the best of 3 matches.
이게 어디 갔지 이게? 이게 어서 오세요. 어서 오세요. 제 이름은 영케 탐정이죠. 자, 저는 의뢰인의 비밀 임무를 전달받아 호화선 에스카르고호에 잠입했습니다. 이곳에서 저는 다양한 사건과 여러 용의 쿠키들을 만나게 됩니다. 과연 어떤 사건들이 펼쳐지게 될지 먼저 간략히 살펴보시죠. 신규 쿠키와 펫, 신규 스킨, 타이틀 이벤트 탐정런, 1조 챌린지, 커스텀런, 다양한 이벤트와 개선 사항까지. 자, 그럼 에스카르고호에서 펼쳐지는 흥미진진한 이야기들 지금 만나보시죠. 아차! 그 전에 구독과 좋아요 부탁드립니다. 많은 유저분들께서 기다리셨던 탐정런이 돌아왔습니다. 탐정런은 여러분들이 직접 단서를 수집하고 추리하여 범인을 투표하는 방식으로 진행이 되죠. 지난 탐정런에서도 맹활약한 호두맛 쿠키, 이번에는 초호화 크루즈 에스카르고호에 탑승하게 되는데요. 출항을 하자마자 쿠키가 바다로 떨어지는 무시무시한 사건이 일어나게 됩니다. 더욱 엄청난 사건들과 함께 돌아온 탐정런, 지금 만나보시죠. 자, 이번 탐정런에서는 매 1차마다 뚜렷한 범인이 존재합니다. 여러분은 범인 지목, 신문하기, 증거 수집, 3가지 항목을 통해 여러 용의 쿠키들 중 범인을 찾아내야 하죠. 선배 탐정으로서 팁을 드리자면, 먼저 증거를 수집하고 해당 증거와 매칭하여 용의자들을 신문하고, 마지막으로 범인을 지목하는 방식으로 따라가는 것을 추천드립니다. 자, 이번 탐정론에서는 각 사건별로 여러분의 범인 지목 결과에 따라 엔딩이 달라지게 됩니다. 그렇기 때문에 여러분은 뛰어난 증거 수집 능력과 신문을 통한 용의 쿠키들에 대한 통찰력, 그리고 확실한 범인을 색출해내는 능력까지 여러 방면에서 탐정으로서의 실력을 보여주셔야 합니다. 범인을 색출한 횟수에 따라 엔딩이 나뉘게 되니 신중한 선택으로 최적의 엔딩을 보고 에스카르고호의 비밀을 밝혀주세요. 자, 이렇게 눈빛이 음흉하다고 범인으로 지목당하는 일은 없어야겠죠? 새로운 챌린지 모드 베타 버전의 1조 챌린지도 만나볼 수 있습니다. 여러분은 여러 스테이지를 거치며 카드를 획득하고 조합하여 최종 스테이지에서 1조점을 달성하는 새로운 형태의 챌린지를 즐기실 수 있습니다. 입장 티켓을 사용하여 1조 챌린지를 시작하게 되면 여러분은 파워카드가 있는 챌린지 쿠키 중 하나를 골라서 시작할 수 있습니다. 1조 챌린지는 총 3개의 챕터, 15개 스테이지로 이루어져 있으며 카드들을 모아가면서 점점 높아진 목표를 향해 달리는 방식입니다. 카드는 챌린지 쿠키에 귀속된 강력한 파워카드 외에 일반, 빨강, 노랑, 파랑, 무지개의 다양한 타입의 카드들이 존재합니다. 각 스테이지를 클리어할 때마다 크레딧과 카드팩을 획득할 수 있는데요. 카드팩을 열거나 상점에서 크레딧을 사용해서 카드를 얻을 수 있습니다. 보유한 카드는 10종을 넘을 수 없으니 선택과 집중이 필요하겠죠? 이렇게 카드를 모아가며 스테이지를 클리어해 나가서 다음 챕터에 도달하면 도우미 쿠키도 선택하여 이어달리기까지 사용이 가능해집니다. 이렇게 쿠키 조합과 카드 조합을 활용하여 최종 스테이지에서는 1조점에 도전하게 됩니다. 마지막 1조 스테이지까지 클리어하면 챌린지에 성공하고 특별한 보상을 받을 수 있습니다. 물론 도중에 실패하더라도 패스 포인트를 얻어 시즌 패스 보상을 획득할 수 있고 챌린지 경험치로 쿠키들의 챌린지 레벨을 올려 다음 챌린지를 더 유리하게 시작할 수 있으니 포기하지 마세요. 1조점에 도달하는 그날까지 열심히 달려보자고요. 자, 이번 업데이트를 맞아 새롭게 선보일 쿠키는 바로 스테이크 맛 쿠키입니다. 스테이크 맛 쿠키의 능력은 현상금 수배자 소굴에 뛰어들어 악당들을 소탕하는 것입니다. 스테이크 나이프로 달려드는 수배자들을 차례차례 베어내다가 무리를 지어 몰려오면 거침없이 휘둘러 단숨에 쓸어버립니다. 마법 사탕 능력은 커다란 스테이크를 던져 조각내는 능력입니다. 4조각으로 나누어진 스테이크 젤리를 먹으면 큰 점수를 얻을 수 있습니다. 스테이크 맛 쿠키의 짝퉁팻 와일드 포크의 능력은 바닥을 콕콕콕 찍으며 오른쪽으로 전진하는 능력입니다. 전진하는 동안 동선에 있는 젤리를 함께 꽂아 한 입에 먹어버립니다. 스테이크 맛 쿠키와 함께 찾아올 신규 보물은 젤리 디너 코스 요리입니다. 접시가 날아가면서 주변에 젤리를 담고 담긴 젤리로 요리를 완성해 다양한 고급 요리 젤리를 만들어냅니다. 멋진 스킨들도 함께 소개해드릴게요. 하얀 양복의 스파클링 주스, 범죄쿨을 잡기 위해서 낯선 변장을 하고 파티에 등장한 선상 파티의 불청객, 스테이크 맛 쿠키의 슈퍼 에픽 스킨과 디너 파티의 음식을 포크에 꽂아서 꿀꺽 먹어버린 패스킨, 디너 파티의 불청객 와일드 포크, 그리고 이번 명절에 아쉽게도 고향에 가지 못하는 쿠키들의 명절 편지를 배달하는 명절날 전하는 인사 솜사탕 맛 쿠키의 에픽 스킨과 안부 편지를 받고 반가워하는 쿠키들을 보면 날개짓이 가벼워진다는 패스킨, 명절날 전하는 기쁨 솜사탕 비둘기입니다. 귀여운 솜사탕 맛 쿠키와 패스킨은 잼 교환소에서 만나보세요. 다음으로는 와일드 스테이크 젤리 세트입니다. 두툼한 스테이크 젤리를 직화로 구워 풍미가 가득 화끈한 불맛을 제대로 사냥했으니 많이 기대해주세요. 아이고 벌써 4일차가 됐군요. 시간이 정말 후딱 가네요. 자, 랜덤 챌린지에 슈가 티어가 돌아옵니다. 과연 어떤 새로운 축복이 생길지, 그리고 또 어떤 버프들이 모습을 보일지, 지난 랜덤 챌린지 개편을 통해 변화한 점들이 슈가 티어에 어떻게 녹아들었을지 기대해주세요. 참, 이번 슈가 티어 랜덤 챌린지는 3주 동안만 진행될 예정입니다. 한가위를 맞이하여 찾아온 한가위 곰뚜껑 인형 이벤트. 맵을 플레이하다 보면 귀여운 한복을 입은 한가위 곰뚜껑 인형을 발견하실 수 있으실 텐데요. 이번 한가위 곰뚜껑 인형에서는 기존과 다르게 조금 더 특별하고 푸짐한 보상을 받아보실 수 있습니다. 이벤트 기간 동안 기본 곰뚜껑 인형에 더해 한가위 곰뚜껑 인형이 추가로 출연하고 이벤트 전용 슬롯도 추가로 생깁니다. 한가위 곰뚜껑 인형을 열면 풍성한 보상도 나오고 꿀송편도 얻을 수 있습니다. 꿀송편은 한가위 미션으로도 더 많이 얻을 수 있는데요. 꿀송편을 모아 꿀송편 상점에서 다양한 상품을 교환해보세요. 뱀사다리 보드게임도 돌아옵니다. 매번 주사위 던지기 힘드셨죠? 이번에는 버튼 터치를 통해 간편하게 주사위를 던지실 수 있고 여러 개를 한 번에 사용하는 배율 기능도 추가되었다고 하니 더욱 편리하게 보드게임을 즐길 수 있겠네요. 새롭게 단장한 뱀사다리 보드게임은 10월 중순에 만나보실 수 있습니다. 이외에도 모드리스트 개선과 잼 교환소 개선까지 만나보실 수 있으니 이번 업데이트도 많은 기대 부탁드립니다. 10월 중순에는 에스카르고맛 쿠키가 찾아올 예정입니다. 그리고 에스카르고 호를 타고 아름다운 궁전으로 유명한 기항지를 여유롭게 거니는 기항지에서의 산책, 에스카르고맛 쿠키의 슈퍼 에픽 스킨과 가는 도시마다 어울리는 모자와 리본을 달고 모두를 시선 집중시키는 패스킷, 산책의 목적 멋쟁이 달팽이도 함께 만나보실 수 있습니다. 가을을 맞아 가을 컨셉의 다양한 버프들과 함께 커스텀런도 돌아옵니다. 여러 버프들과 함께 가을 옷을 입은 커스텀런은 10월 초에 찾아오니 많이 플레이해주세요. 10월 말에 찾아올 월드 챔피언십 본선도 기대해주세요. 월드 챔피언십 관련 이벤트에 참여하고 월드 챔피언십 토큰으로 특별한 로비 스킨과 젤리 스킨도 교환할 수 있습니다. 자, 이렇게 에스카르고호에서의 다양한 이벤트들을 소개해드렸습니다. 저도 이제 여러 탐정분들이 있으니 마음 편히 에스카르고호를 좀 둘러봐야겠군요. 자, 그럼 이만.
We might be in the Glacier region, but things are heating up as we enter the semifinals. We just saw our first matchup on stage. It's going to be Fire Spirit versus Stan. And whoever wins, you're on your way to the main stage of the World Championships.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. We're playing best of threes now instead of best of ones. These are qualifying matches, as you said, for the World Championship. And we're also getting a whole different set of maps as well. So things are going to be spicy. There's new cookies, there's new maps, there's new pets, there's going to be new builds coming out. And what a dramatic way that we've gotten here, too. 2 three-way tiebreakers, one in Group A, one in Group B, deciding the fates, deciding the outcomes of these games, and now these players going head-to-head.
Exactly. So best of threes, of course, how that works in general is the first map is drawn randomly by the admins, and then after that, whoever loses gets to pick the next map. And of course, if they win and tie it, then the other person gets to pick the last map, but it's just one in the best of 3. It will matter in the best of 5 moving onward to the grand finals. But for now, it's this qualifying match. Win 2, and you get to come back to Seoul, South Korea to play in front of a crowd for the actual World Championships for Cookie Run Oven Break. Lose, and your run ends here.
Yeah, it's kind of brutal, man.
It is.
Imagine going through all the way through the round robin, and then you play this best of 3. You don't want to come up short. You want to absolutely seal the deal right here because this is the most important match, in my opinion, that you're playing tonight. Obviously, the finals is important.
Sure.
You want to have the best possible seed, but the most important first step is even getting to that grand finals. And so these best of 3. They have so much weight behind them. Everyone's going to be looking to bring their A game. I'm curious what builds we're going to see. We had a lot of collisions yesterday in these best of 3s and even the best of 5 finals. Things get crazy because the maps, they're getting harder. They're not just new. They're a lot more difficult.
Yeah, they get harder and harder. And like you mentioned, some of the maps are entirely new. Some, of course, have been around for a while, like the terrifying Bear Jelly Forests. But that doesn't mean that they're any easier, right? We've seen plenty of kind of dramatic moments there. But it looks like before we get started, we've got another code, a coupon. But what is this? get 1,000 crystals right away. Hold up. 1,000?
We started at 300 on day one, and then we worked our way up to 500. Now it's 1,000 crystals?
Okay,
Use the code Glacier Crystal with 3 L's. My
Exactly.
goodness.
Those of you who are here today for the Glacier Preliminaries, you're the real winners. So make sure you let everybody know. This one, you really should wake up your friends and family, even if they're sleeping, because you don't want to miss out on the 1,000 crystals. It's just 3 hours while we're continuing on with the matches that you can input this code. So make sure you get that in.
Yeah, and this just turned on, man. Fire Spirit and Stan, they're on stage right now. They can't input this code into their phones.
Oh, no.
They must be a little bit tilted. Like, oh man, as soon as this series is done, win or lose, I need to put this code in. I need to unlock those crystals.
Yeah, they'll be thinking about that as well. It's going to distract them during this best of 3.
I like the layers we've got here.
Yeah, but once again, if you are in the chat, make sure you put it in the chat so everybody can follow up, even if they're just joining late. Glacier Crystal, but with 3 L's at the end, and that will net you a whole whopping 1,000 crystals. And while we've got that going for us, the players, they must win this best of 3 to go on to the finals, secure their ticket to the World Championships, and have a chance to take the first seed to try to get a better bracket in 1 month's time.
Yeah, and Fire Spirit versus Stan is going to be a very interesting match to start things out on. Fire Spirit, of course, advancing in first place in his group after the 3-way tie, had 860.1 million points, as opposed to the 860 million points of Kim Ganu. It was miraculously close.
Yeah.
And then Stan just survived Group B by the skin of his teeth. Chobra.
Yes, yeah, it was a very, very close one, but he was given a second chance through the tiebreaker, and now to kick things off, the very first map randomly drawn here in this best of 3 is going to be Terrifying Bear Jelly Forest.
Grab your blankets. If you've got a plushie at home, make sure you keep that one in the room with you. It'll keep you safe. This is a very scary map. We don't want our viewers to be scared. But
you don't want to run away.
Yeah, we don't want you guys to run away. Those bitter bear jellies, though, man, that's the real reason why this thing is so terrifying, because you catch even one of these in the early game, and it could spell disaster for your run. It's no longer just the collisions you need to worry about. It's the bitter bears turning everything absolutely useless.
Yeah, and Stan kind of preferring this out of the 3 maps just because it's been around the longest. So he's had practice for it even last year, so he feels comfortable coming into Terrifying Bear Jelly Forest. And I think when you're going up against someone like Fire Spirit, that should mean that you kind of have to win this map. You got to win your most comfortable in a best of 3, because otherwise you're going to be going in with the back foot against one of, if not the best player that we've got, especially in this region, in the Glacier region, in Fire Spirit, who you can see on your screens right now on the left.
And, so far today, I think by count, we have had maybe 1 collision in total.
Yeah.
But I bet you that's going to spice up right now here in the semifinals, because the pressure is rising. This is going to be a much more intense match, both for Fire Spirit and for Stan on stage, because it is a qualifying match for that World Championship. And on top of that, things are getting a lot more tough. With the bitter bear jellies here on Terrifying Bear Jelly Forest, there are a lot of needles that need to be thread. There are a lot of daring jumps that need to be made. Will our players be able to do it? This is semifinal number 1, Fire Spirit versus Stan here. The winner is going to the World Championship. The loser is going home. Let's get started.
It's going to be Fire Spirit on the top, just making sure that he's all settled in. Stan on the bottom. Both of them having a little bit of a different form here. As you see the Schneeball come in first up. And of course, again, yes, you want to make sure that you're getting all the skills and the extra points there, but it's really going to come into these bear jelly parties. Both of them going for the drop so you can get the recovery, the intentional one, so you get a clean path onto that yellow bear jelly party.
Yeah, things are about to get very tricky in just a moment here with these bitter bear jellies. If you want to maximize points, you're really going to need to thread the needle. This is the first big jump down. Both players able to catch that jelly party.
Yeah, both of them getting relatively clean there for all the yellow bear jellies as well. A little bit more for Stan, I believe, on that section, but it's close enough.
They both actually connected with the bitter bear, I think.
Oh, most of them still getting all the points that they need here as they're moving forward here with the yellow bear jellies. Moving on. getting the giant ones as well, jumping over the bear jellies, and now this is where it gets a little bit tricky. The mind games coming in from the devs, right? They make you want to not jump, but then you have to jump in between, and you gotta keep switching gears here.
Yeah, the slides and the double jump combos are really tricky on these ones. The timing's very unforgiving, especially with the shurikens flying in. Both players so far doing a great job, though, collecting every single jelly and avoiding every single bitter bear. And of course, with the Schneeball cookie, you can, if you choose, skip one of these collisions, one of these hits, the skill activations on top of that Schneeball to get the extra gold. Both players, though, they just immediately get it out of the way.
And getting all of the yellow bear jelly parties as well. So when you have these like 2 yellow bear jelly parties in a row, that still matters because those in themselves give 8 million points right now on this map. So it's a lot of points. You don't want to miss out on it just because you've already got them transformed.
Yeah, but we're already at 430 million points in total on the board, and the points separating these two players is around 100,000. It is crazy how close this one is.
Yep, and there we go.
Yeah.
Skipping one, and on the last hit, getting that gold comet, jumping over. It did look like that was a bear jelly party being consumed by Stan there at the end. He actually transforms the entire last section into bitter bears.
I noticed that was really tough there for Stan, and now suddenly this game, which was oh so close, is a little bit out of reach. You got to hope here is Stan that Fire Spirit's going to make a mistake as well, because those bitter bears, there's still a lot of very tricky jumps like these ones coming in. Oh. But Fire Spirit's doing such a good job right now, Chobra.
Yeah, there's a reason he's one of the best. There's a reason he won the Invitational. This is not going to be easy for Stan, but right now all he can do is play as perfect as possible. You made one mistake, but you can't make any more as you hope that Fire Spirit has a slip-up somewhere later on in the run.
Yeah, but Fire Spirit is just looking so solid right now, collecting every single jelly, dodging all of the bitter bear jelly parties.
Now on to these rainbow jellies, and I think it might just quite be over here for Stan. Not an opportunity to catch up as we move on. He's out of energy just a bit earlier, and Fire Spirit will take the win first in this best of 3.
Winning the first map in the terrifying forest. Very well played there by Fire Spirit, going up 1-0 on this best of 3, and now he is only one map win away from qualifying for that World Championship in October. Just really well played in total, dodging basically every single bitter bear party, getting more distance run, and you can see they used mobility to the best of their ability. 233 jumps to the 193 there of Stan, collecting so many more yellow bears, and that's not because Stan necessarily was missing them, it's because of the bitter bear parties.
Well, yeah, that one is a big one, right? Because the opponent generally will have collected a yellow bear party at the same time, so they get extra yellow bears, you get none of them since you've got bitter bears, and that's why that forest is terrifying as we see Fire Spirit take the lead 1-0. But Stan has a chance to try to bring this back as he gets to choose which of the 2 remaining maps he wants to play next.
Yeah, this is loser's choice here in the best of 3, so it might take Stan a moment on stage to decide what the map of choice is going to be. We'll see when that decision comes through what it is. I'm wondering what he will go for, because it is a little bit different compared to the best of 5. When we have the best of 5 finals later on today, that will also be played with 3 maps, and so some maps will be played more than others if we go all the way to a 5th game, whereas here in the best of 3, right now, if you're Stan, you lost map 1, you must win on these other 2 maps no matter what.
Yeah, exactly. So it's really just a matter of which you want to do first to try to guarantee that extended lifeline. But at the end of the day for Stan now, you have to win on both remaining maps. And it looks like the map is in map number 2. We are going to be going to the Temple of the Sun Central Arena between Fire Spirit and Stan.
Going to the Temple of Sun, does not want to quite go into the Moonlit Bamboo Grove just yet, and this is a very, very tricky map. We had a lot of collisions on this map in the semifinals yesterday, especially with the Vampire Cookie trying to maximize points from those pass-throughs, and with the Skater Cookie, a lot of this just comes down to distance.
Yes, so really, a lot of the times we see the point difference come in with those pass-throughs, right? So yes, the Giant Star Jellies are important for the map as well, but the pass-throughs, you're using the pets, you're using everything in conjunction to get the extra points there, so you want to maximize that, and if you do that correctly, you're extending your life even further, and then the Skater Cookie has a nice start, a head start with the distance to be able to go even faster and further.
Yeah, there was a match that we had in the semifinals yesterday where one player actually had a collision in the early game, and the opponent did not, but they were better at collecting the grape juice And so as a result, they just got all this extra energy coming in with a vampire cookie because that is the mechanic. So it's something you absolutely need to look out for. If you're missing those grape juice jellies that you get from your ability, oh, you're in a lot of trouble, Chobra.
Exactly. So let's see how well practiced Stan is going to be on this map. It is the second map in a best of 3. He wants to take us to the Temple of the Sun Central Arena as he tries to challenge the runner-up at the Cookie Run Oven Break Invitational earlier this year, Fire Spirit, now trying to make a run back to the highest place possible at the World Championship. If Fire Spirit wins here, he's taking the 2-0 win. He's taking the absolute victory to go on to not only the finals later this evening, but his ticket to the World Championship.
Absolutely would love to go there, guys. Game number 2 is loading up. Who is going to win? If Fire Spirit takes game 2, they are going to the World Championship, and Stan is fighting for his tournament life. Let's get this one going.
Temple of the Sun Central Arena kicking things off with the Vampire Cookie. Fire Spirit once again on the top screen. Stan on the bottom, and we are off. Stan going a little bit too high, missing out on a lot of those jellies early on, so already a little bit out of sync.
Yeah, a little bit of an interesting build right there. I wonder exactly what they're optimizing for. I'm not sure if we've seen that before in these semifinals.
Yeah, it might just be something else that maybe makes it a little bit safer for him to try to secure whatever he can. The point difference still isn't that massive, still under 1 million, so anything can happen in this run.
Yeah, I wonder if you get a little bit of extra distance for that move from Stan at the cost of some early points, but in any case, things equalizing a little bit here as we're navigating through. Pass-through points coming in as they drop down, get through those obstacles, getting all of the points possible, and that lead is still a pretty comfortable 1 mil or so for Fire Spirit.
Yeah, the real difference maker will come in when you're not in that bat form, so you have to kind of weave in and out whenever you get the extraction with the grape juice jellies, and then you get the pass through just in and out, threading the needle, because of course in the bat mode, you're trying to just pass through as many obstacles as possible. Both of them playing it safe here on the jumps, collecting all the jellies one by one.
Yeah, and when you don't have the skill activation coming in, you got to be really careful with these jumps and double jumps. You do not want to miss the zip lines because that can be a disaster for your run.
Ooh, and right there, the extra pass-through is coming in for Stan. He actually secures it right after the transformation away from the bat, so he's able to take the lead for now. This section, we do see some collisions as you're trying to just maximize some of the pass-throughs.
Yeah, but both players are able to navigate it very well. No collisions just yet. It's a tricky section of the map. So is this one coming up here in just a moment after the skill activations. We'll see if they're able to continue on. Thus far, really clean runs. One of the closer maps that we've had here on Temple of the Sun.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of them getting the Bear Jelly Party as well. Getting those pass-throughs. Gets the last spike there as well. Both of them.
Ooh,
nice
can we do
and
it?
Clean so far. Yep, they land, they get the coins, and now onward.
Very scary moment right there, but both players able to thread the needle once more. Now with the jumps coming in here with the size up, trying to maximize the points. It seems like Fire Spirit might have gotten a little bit more of the trade.
Yeah, just a couple more, and it does look like Stan trying to maximize it, but he actually misses 1 or 2 extra obstacles there on the pass-through, I believe. So Fire Spirit continuing to extend his lead now past 1.5 million.
Yeah, Fire Spirit just looking really solid right now. Ooh, a couple of rainbow jellies do get missed though. Interesting choice coming in from Fire Spirit.
Yeah, we'll see what the plan is here as he's now collecting the rest of them nice and clean. So it gives Stan an opportunity to try to catch back up a little bit with the Rainbow Star Jellies. Those still give a nice chunk here on this map by default.
These pass-throughs, though, coming in. Hard to tell with the speed exactly who got the better end of that trade, but it seems like it's basically equal. It's still around an 800,000 gap, but Stan is slowly but surely lowering that lead that Fire Spirit's accumulated.
Yeah, now a little bit of that calmer section before we get ready to swap over to the Skater Cookie. Just making sure that you collect every single one. Misses out a Bear Jelly there at the end, actually, for Stan, who it is going to hurt a little bit when you're already behind, but now this is the more important section, making sure you get every single pass through in potentially this last phase in that bat form.
I think Fire Spirit might have gotten just one more pass through, but it is still so close. They're going to be going for the pass on to the next cookie at basically the same spot. Stan with maybe just a little tiny bit more distance.
Yeah, but Stan, he kind of messes up one of the jumps in the air, jumps a little bit too early, has to jump over a Rainbow Star Jelly, and now, especially moving away from the pass-through ability, it comes down to those Rainbow Star Jellies in this section.
Yeah, it's all about the jellies here. Much more important because, you know, the Skater, very simple. You go fast, you try and collect as many jellies as possible while getting as much distance as possible, and that does make things simpler, but as a side effect, it also makes things simpler for Fire Spirit, of course, right? It gives you less opportunities here as Stan to try and close the gap.
Exactly. So he's not going to have too many chances as he's consistently missing 1 or 2 extra jellies compared to Fire Spirit.
Yeah, they're small jellies, but they eventually add up, especially when the gap is this close. Only 1.5 million points separating each player. You got to get absolutely everything here as Stan to have a chance.
Yeah, Stan's getting a little fidgety as well. He's kind of missing which zipline he wants to stay on. He's getting all the most important jellies, but I just don't think it's going to be enough unless we see a mistake come in from Fire Spirit as they both just try to extend their distance, and Stan will not be able to take the win. It's going to be Fire Spirit moving on to the finals, securing his ticket to the World Championships with a 2-0 win in the semifinals.
Wow, really impressive win there by Fire Spirit. 2-0 over Stan on Terrifying Bear Jelly Forest and Temple of the Sun Central Arena. And that was some close games there, Chober, especially on Temple of the Sun. I feel like if Stan was able to get just a couple more jellies, he would have been able to potentially force a game number 3, but in the end, Fire Spirit advancing on to the finals today, and most importantly, qualifying for the finals in October.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is a tough matchup for Stan, right? It just so happens that you're in this region with players like Fire Spirit and Kim Ganu. You have to play against Fire Spirit, one of the best to ever do it here in the semifinals. Still showed an incredible game, but alas, it is Fire Spirit with the consistency taking the 2-0 win.
Yeah, those were some very clean games coming in from Fire Spirit. It wasn't anything particularly flashy. Like, he didn't go for any crazy plays or any crazy lines, but he was just super consistent. Rock solid the entire way through. He would consistently get 1 or 2 more jellies than the opponent, and over the course of an entire map, if you don't make any mistakes, that is a path to victory. You don't need to go for anything especially spectacular. You don't need your opponent necessarily to even mess up, because Stan, frankly, he didn't. He's just a little bit more clean. That's the kind of performance you expect from someone gunning for that World Championship.
Yeah, and we talk about this a lot in the semifinals and the finals, but a lot of these a little bit faster, right? Whether you have the skater cookie or just the map itself with the sprinkled ice cream land in the finals, things like that. So this is where those minor mistakes, like missing one of those star jellies, missing the giant bear jellies, those can really start to add up, because you miss 1 or 2 here and there, and you're thinking, okay, it's still fine. I haven't made any collisions. I've got the right build. And then you realize, oh, but that guy's playing near perfect. So I just am falling behind 100,000 points at a time. And that's exactly what happened here for Stan. So unfortunately, we bid adieu to Stan, and we hope to see him again in future tournaments. But right now, all eyes on the next semifinal.
Oh, it's going to be a banger of a semifinal too, Trevor. I am so excited for this one. It is going to be DR Emman going against Kim Ganu, the reigning champion of last year, looking to fight for a spot, qualifying for the World Championship again this year. And I must say, it has not been an easy path for Kim Ganu. Not at all. They had to qualify by forcing by just a couple thousand points or something like that.
Yeah.
A 3-way tiebreaker, and then they barely passed 3-way tiebreaker by 1.3 million points. It was... oh, man, it was absolutely wild. They almost were eliminated twice in Group A. They were able to persevere and carry on through, but they're going up against a DR Emman who is going to be perfect coming in.
Exactly.
With the power of the Ginger Brave.
Yeah, undefeated so far. But just as a quick review, getting the final results and tallying it up, a 2-0 victory here for Fire Spirit up against Stan here in the Glacier Region Preliminary Semifinals. So Fire Spirit punches his ticket to return to Seoul in 1 month's time, and will be awaiting in the finals, which, once again, that best of 5 will be played later today. And that's an important one, because you win that, you get a nice advantage in the group selection later on for the actual World Championships. We'll explain exactly how that's going to work at a later time, but now Fire Spirit's going to wait to see who will challenge him in the best of 5. Will it be Kim Ganu challenging him once more, the reigning champion, or will it be the so far undefeated DR Emman?
I'm kind of pulling for DR Emman here, man. I am a believer in the plushies after yesterday, and so far Ginger Brave has carried him to victory, and right there, Ginger Brave is leading the charge once more at the very front of the desk. DR Emman locking in, so far undefeated today, the only undefeated player in this region.
Exactly. Kim Ganu trying to look relaxed, but you got to imagine that he's thinking it just hasn't been easy. And again, it's just one single best of 3. It's brutal for everybody. It doesn't matter if you've won last year. You have to win today, but we'll see. This is a true test of the power of the plushies. see if Ginger Brave, with that confidence, is going to be able to carry him forward. Now let's look at the record so far and what we're looking forward to. DR Emman, 3 wins, 0 losses in the round robin.
Yeah, Kim Ganu 2-1, but he also did play second in that final tiebreaker match with 860 million points, just shy of Fire Spirit, who netted 860.1. He would love to get revenge on Fire Spirit and meet him in the final. He would love to qualify. And the first map randomly drawn, it's going to be Moonlit Bamboo Grove, my personal favorite. This one is so much fun. You can only jump 300 times, so the movement, it's very constricted. You need to go with a lot of decision making. You need to make judgment calls, and the way that the bamboo leaves fall after you defeat the bandits, it's random. Now, it will be the same for both of the players. They will get the same random seed, which means from their perspectives, they get the exact same leaves that their opponent does. And so it really is going to become more of a reflex in skill-based game in terms of, can you actually get everything better than your opponent? Can you think on your feet better than your opponent? It's not so much about having the prepared build that you would on another map.
Yeah, there's no muscle memory really involved. Obviously, there's a little bit in terms of getting the shurikens, but how you adjust once you defeat those bandits, that comes down to quick thinking as you try to maximize the points you can get through the bamboo leaf jellies. Now taking a look at the loadout here, of course, it's pomegranate cookie and cinnamon cookie, and it's going to be the bonus for all jellies on both sides, because why not? The real main focus is going to be on those bamboo leaves.
Yeah, the bamboo leaves really are everything. Basically, everybody that we've seen run thus far has always opted for the all jelly bonus on them because there's frankly just so many here.
Yes, this is going to be a tough one. I'm curious to see if DR Emman can continue his stride here, going for yet another win before any losses so far in the regional preliminaries. He's got Ginger Brave there, looking smug and confident, trying to lead the charge on his desk. However, his opponent on the left side of your screens, it's going to be the reigning champion of the 2024 Cookie Run Tournament. It's Kim Ganu trying to take the charge again, trying to stay humble, saying, oh, it's not an easy road. It's never easy for anybody, but so far, he is the man to beat. Starts on Moonlit Bamboo Grove. A little bit of randomness involved. Quick thinking required to try to get the lead in this best of 3 for a chance to punch your ticket to the World Championships.
All right, let's do this thing, Chobra. The second semifinal here in the regional preliminary Glacier region. A qualifying match for the Cookie Run World Championship in 2025 on Moonlit Grove. Kim Ganu on top versus DR Emman on bottom.
Yep, so far just clean around the earlier jellies from DR Emman, as we can see with the points. But again, it's the giant 300,000 points on the bamboo leaves. Oh, these are wide spreads from the get-go. I can tell this is going to be an exciting one.
Yeah, but both players are able to get every single leaf on the first 2 bandits. Can we stay perfect on 3? We can. Oh, it's been perfection thus far by both players, 4 in a row.
Yeah, DR Emman looking nice and tidy because of some of those earlier leads. Even though he's skipping some of the bear jellies, I think that's going to be okay if you can make sure that you are staying clean on the bamboo leaf jellies.
It's kind of wild that up until this point, we haven't had a single bamboo leaf get missed on either side. So it's actually coming down to the basic jellies, and that was a big miss there from Kim Ganu. 4 or 5 of the leaves actually going down.
For DR Emman, he missed a shuriken, so he wasn't able to take out both bandits. So it doesn't matter if Kim Ganu is missing 1 or 2 leaves. He actually just gets so many more coming out, and that puts DR Emman behind 4 million points.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I had just tunnel vision on the green color right there on screen, but an entire bandit getting missed is devastating.
That's rough, and we've seen this happen before last week as well. You have to at least make sure you're collecting all the shurikens. Missing the bear jellies, it's okay. But if you don't get the shurikens, you're not just missing 1 or 2 of the leaf jellies, you're missing an entire batch because you can't take out the full number of bandits. DR Emman knows what's happened, but for now, he has to look forward.
Yeah, Kim Ganu, though, it's been a little bit inconsistent on some of these drops. He hasn't been able to catch every single leaf. Fury is doing a little bit better, but still, 1 or 2 more going to DR Emman. That one exactly the same. Not quite getting enough there is Kim Ganu, and that lead is starting to shrink a little bit.
Yeah, DR Emman, he just has to be as perfect as possible. Hope that he can close the gap 1 bamboo leaf jelly at a time as we close in on the end of this section.
Yeah, only about 100 jumps left for each player. Kim Ganu still sitting with a comfortable 3 million lead. Of course, because he shuriken down every single bandit, will he be able to do the same here? DR Emman, it feels like he is making up ground. I think the collections have been a little bit better over the past minute or so.
Yeah, just both trying to get that extra distance. I think that might have actually costed DRM and 1 or 2 extra leaves as well. Oh, he actually misses just a bit more, and that brings the gap back up to 2 million points.
Yeah, still on Kim Ganu's side. DRM, I mean, he's trying to climb a mountain right now because he did not get that extra kill.
Yeah, that's so rough because it kind of just continues to linger in your head. Both of them cleanly getting the bear jelly party. And I think this might be the end. If you can get all the shurikens here, he does, but so does Kim Ganu. And Kim Ganu collects more bamboo leaves as well once more.
Yeah, DRM's been a little bit more consistent at collecting the leaves over the course of this game, but of course with that one bandit, Kim Ganu can afford to play more safe, and now he is locking in here, gets most of the leaves again on one of the last bandits.
Yeah, it's just the last couple of jumps here, and DRM, and what a shame, as he's been so good at reacting to the actual burst of the bamboo leaf jellies, but missing that one extra shuriken cost him the win, and Kim Ganu will lead the series as the reigning champion.
Yeah, big win there for Kim Ganu on one of the harder maps that we have here in these best of threes. As that one mistake coming in from DRM and absolutely proving fatal.
That's a rough one. That's a rough one because I'm pretty sure even DRM knows in his head, I was doing so well before that. I was so good at adapting. I had the lead as well. I thought I was very proud of myself of what was going on, but ladies and gentlemen, it just comes down to the fact that he didn't collect all the shurikens. You want to make sure that you collect all of them so that you can actually spawn the bamboo leaf jellies. But now here's the thing. You've got the quote-unquote randomness of the map eliminated here. It's already done in the best of 3. Of course, DRM, he has to win both of the remaining maps if he wants, but he can choose where to kind of warm up here in map 2.
Yeah, he gets to choose whether he wants to go to Temple of the Sun, Central Arena, or Terrifying Bear Jelly Forest. That decision is going to be coming in here in just a moment, but for DRM, just missing that one bandit really did prove to be the difference, because honestly, from what I could tell, and there's a lot of action going on, so it's hard to get the perfect read on it, it felt like he was just a little bit better on most of the trades with the bandits. He would get 1 or 2 more leaves, and maybe part of that is because Kim Ganu knew that he had that lead, knew that he had that buffer period to work with, and so, you know, why risk it? Just play more conservative with your jumps, keep that mobility in the back pocket, only then get greedy if you know the lead is thinning out. In the end, though, DRM just not able to make up the gap because Kim Ganu was perfect in terms of eliminating those bandits.
Yeah, just no big mistakes from Kim Ganu, and that has been the theme throughout the preliminaries. But now we have confirmation on DRM's choice going into map number 2 of this best of 3, and he chooses to take us to Terrifying Bear Jelly Forest.
Oh man, Trevor, going back to the spooky map again. I don't know if I'm ready.
Yeah, I do think this is a bit risky, though, considering that this map has been in the competition circuit last year as well. So this is one that Kim Ganu is so well prepared on.
Yeah, but I guess if you're DRM in this situation, I think you want to go with whatever you're the most comfortable on. You know, you have to play both maps regardless. Obviously, things did not go very well for you there on Moonlit Bamboo Grove, especially in the early game with missing one bandit. Let's just try and get some momentum back on a map where you feel confident, because no matter what he wins, whether he choose Temple of the Sun or Terrifying Bear Jelly Forest, you still need to win on both remaining maps if you want to close this one out.
That is true. So let's see what it's going to be here. The setup's coming in. I don't think it's going to be anything different. It's all about the yellow bear jellies here in the forest. We got Schneeball, we got Cream Puff Cookie coming in for both of these players. And all eyes on DR Emman. I almost call him Dr. Emman.
Yeah, I've almost been doing the same thing. It's been tripping me up a little bit.
DR Emman to see if he can bring this to a 3rd map.
Yeah, I would love to see one of these best of 3s go the distance. But for Kim Ganu, he won the Cookie Run tournament last year, and now he is 1 map win away from qualifying for the Grand Finals again in October. Our players are getting ready on stage.
And if I'm not mistaken, personal best in practice so far, DRM actually has the highest score.
Is that true?
We don't have it recorded in the code collection, but in his bio, he has recorded a 728,839,000, and no one else has gotten that high. We've had a couple at 728 million, but let's find out if he can repeat that here on the stage as we enter game number 2 of this best of 3 between Kim Ganu and DRM.
All right, it is match point here. Kim Ganu with one more win will qualify for the World Championship in October. DRM needs to win 2 maps in a row to close the distance and qualify himself. And you know what, Chobra? You said what you said with the personal best, but I'm going to go back to what Kim Ganu said at the very start of the day. Playing offline, completely different from playing for a personal best.
Very true. So let's see if DRM can try to flip that and say, I've prepared enough, as both of them going for that clean drop into the rescue for the Bear Jelly Party. Now all of the yellow bear jellies coming in.
And another jelly party coming in right there. And now we get to the tricky drops on these parties, because you really don't want to hit the bitter bear. We saw that happen earlier in Fire Spirit versus Stan, and it was just devastating there in the early game.
Ooh, okay. DRM actually misses out on a bear jelly party. So while he didn't pick up the bear jelly party, he misses out on the 1,000,000 points that he can get, and that flips the score table entirely in favor of Kim Ganu.
You can see how advantageous those jelly parties are if you can get them, but DRM just with his line didn't feel confident enough to take that risk. Now we have these jumps. Trying to thread the needle once more. These are very tricky. If you hit one of these bitter bears, it is a disaster for you.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's over. It changes everything back into bitter bear jellies, giving you 0 points while your opponent gets all the bonus points from everything. The map, of course, and your own blessings as well.
Yeah, Schneeball Cookie now coming in, getting the skill activation, confirming all that gold. So some extra points on both sides. And Kim Ganu, because of that early party difference, is still maintaining about a 1.6 million lead. It has fallen down to 1.1, but this is still pretty comfortable for the reigning champ.
Yeah, and DRM, he's trying to not risk anything too crazy, but that does mean he's missed a yellow bear jelly here and there. So that's making it very difficult for him to try to catch up in a very incremental state.
Yeah, and now the energy is running out. Is either player going to get more distance? Skill activation coming in, so we should be basically mirrored in terms of distance overall.
Yup, jumping over, and DRM lands just a bit behind, but we'll see how it goes through in the second phase.
It's basically identical. Kim Ganu just the tiniest little bit ahead, but he's still maintaining that 1 million point lead.
All right, both of them threatening the middle there for the yellow party. Getting all of those yellow bear jellies, so it's not too far apart here for DRM, and it is doable, but he is going to have to need Kim Ganu to make at least some small mistakes.
Very impressive for both players thus far, not hitting any of these bitter bear parties. They're getting so many points as a result, but unfortunately for DRM, he wants some disparity. He wants Kim Ganu to make a mistake, because otherwise he might not have any chance to close this gap.
Yeah, trying to avoid all of these bitter bears as well that are being thrown out from the bandits, not just the shurikens. Yeah, just collecting those bitter bear jelly parties here near the end, not going to be too impactful. Just trying to take the safer route here for DRM. But that does mean that there's no real chance for him to catch up. And that is why Kim Ganu is a reigning champion, consistently winning yet again, taking the 2-0 win in this best of 3.
Yeah, very impressive for Kim Ganu. And man, what a tumultuous road it has been for Kim Ganu. He had to fight for his tournament life and barely beat Fire Spirit in Group A, the final match, match number 6, to force a tiebreaker situation. And then by a hair, he wins the tiebreaker as the number 2 seed, and then he comes up to here. I mean, there have been so many second chances. He's been on the line so many times in this tournament. But in the very end, he is able to persevere. He is able to pull through. That is going to be a 2-0 victory. And Kim Ganu, the reigning champ, is going to return for a chance at a repeat.
That's right. He secures his spot at the World Championship, and we'll see if he can even go into it as the first seed here for the region, the Glacier region today, as there is going to be another best of 5 to be played today between Kim Ganu and Fire Spirit. But let's give a round of applause to DRM as well. Of course, there's a reason he was undefeated in his group. In Group B, still played very well, tried to keep it close and competitive against Kim Ganu, which is not an easy feat.
Yeah, it took the reigning champ to finally take him down. There is no shame in losing to Kim Ganu. This guy is a legend in his own right. As we look again at the match results, Kim Ganu with that solid win on Moonlit Bamboo Grove. And on set number 2, Terrifying Bear Jelly Forest, the exact same story, actually winning in a pretty similar fashion to Fire Spirit, just completely solid and consistent the entire way through both levels. We are setting up for a really epic best of 5 finals.
It's crazy that we're going to get these two here in the final. This could be the finals of the actual World Championship. We might be getting a preview here in the Glacier region.
It's absolutely possible. I would not be surprised by that at all with how well they've been playing so far today. The Glacier region, especially Group A, seem to be the most stacked out of every preliminary group that we have had so far in this tournament. And I think it's no surprise that two of the players that came on top are the two players that are going to the finals.
All right, so take a look at the brackets. It's going to be Fire Spirit and Ganu who will represent the Glacier region at the World Championship. But now we have to play a best-of-5 between these absolute beasts on the track as they run against each other to see who will take the first seed and try to have a chance at that massive advantage in the group draw.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. A really intense match is coming your way, and just like it did in the best of threes after we had those initial groups in the preliminary stage, we are going to have even more difficult maps.
Yes, exactly. Now we get to the most difficult maps. So now just the last 3 remaining in the finals map pool, and then we'll have a best of 5, which does mean the maps can be repeated, but only twice.
Yes.
So if it goes all the way, which I think with these two players, there's a likelihood that it will, then we'll see all 3 of the hardest maps that are prepared here in this World Championship preliminary.
And what a treat that's going to be. Honestly, if you want to learn how to play Cookie Run, this has been a great video to watch.
Yes,
this stream.
absolutely.
The consistent performance that we've had from these guys, they're not winning because their opponents make a mistake. They're not winning because their opponents have a collision. They're winning because they are just rock solid. They are consistent. They're hitting these perfect lines. And as a fan of the game, that's exactly what you want to see.
Yes, exactly. You want to see what the real limits are here. And I'm sure the devs are quite happy as well, as they've constantly tried to challenge all the runners. And then these players today, especially in the Glacier region, are saying, okay, well, we'll stand up to the challenge. We'll take it on.
It is complete opposite from the Ocean region we saw yesterday, which was just chaos galore. We had a lot of collisions. Anyway, guys, we're going to take a short break. When we get back, we're going to go into the final best of 5. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you soon.
어서 오세요. 어서 오세요. 제 이름은 영케 탐정이죠. 자, 저는 의뢰인의 비밀 임무를 전달받아 호화선 에스카르고호에 잠입했습니다. 이곳에서 저는 다양한 사건과 여러 용의 쿠키들을 만나게 됩니다. 과연 어떤 사건들이 펼쳐지게 될지 먼저 간략히 살펴보시죠. 신규 쿠키와 펫, 신규 스킨, 타이틀 이벤트 탐정런, 1조 챌린지, 커스텀런, 다양한 이벤트와 개선 사항까지. 자, 그럼 에스카르고호에서 펼쳐지는 흥미진진한 이야기들 지금 만나보시죠. 아차! 그 전에 구독과 좋아요 부탁드립니다. 많은 유저분들께서 기다리셨던 탐정런이 돌아왔습니다. 탐정런은 여러분들이 직접 단서를 수집하고 추리하여 범인을 투표하는 방식으로 진행이 되죠. 지난 탐정런에서도 맹활약한 호두맛 쿠키, 이번에는 초호화 크루즈 에스카르고호에 탑승하게 되는데요. 출항을 하자마자 쿠키가 바다로 떨어지는 무시무시한 사건이 일어나게 됩니다. 더욱 엄청난 사건들과 함께 돌아온 탐정런, 지금 만나보시죠. 자, 이번 탐정런에서는 매 1차마다 뚜렷한 범인이 존재합니다. 여러분은 범인 지목, 신문하기, 증거 수집 3가지 항목을 통해 여러 용의 쿠키들 중 범인을 찾아내야 하죠. 선배 탐정으로서 팁을 드리자면, 먼저 증거를 수집하고 해당 증거와 매칭하여 용의자들을 신문하고, 마지막으로 범인을 지목하는 방식으로 따라가는 것을 추천드립니다. 자, 이번 탐정론에서는 각 사건별로 여러분의 범인 지목 결과에 따라 엔딩이 달라지게 됩니다. 그렇기 때문에 여러분은 뛰어난 증거 수집 능력과 신문을 통한 용의 쿠키들에 대한 통찰력, 그리고 확실한 범인을 색출해내는 능력까지 여러 방면에서 탐정으로서의 실력을 보여주셔야 합니다. 범인을 색출한 횟수에 따라 엔딩이 나뉘게 되니 신중한 선택으로 최적의 엔딩을 보고 에스카르고호의 비밀을 밝혀주세요. 자, 이렇게 눈빛이 음흉하다고 범인으로 지목당하는 일은 없어야겠죠? 새로운 챌린지 모드 베타 버전의 1조 챌린지도 만나볼 수 있습니다. 여러분은 여러 스테이지를 거치며 카드를 획득하고 조합하여 최종 스테이지에서 1조점을 달성하는 새로운 형태의 챌린지를 즐기실 수 있습니다. 입장 티켓을 사용하여 1조 챌린지를 시작하게 되면 여러분은 파워카드가 있는 챌린지 쿠키 중 하나를 골라서 시작할 수 있습니다. 1조 챌린지는 총 3개의 챕터, 15개 스테이지로 이루어져 있으며 카드들을 모아가면서 점점 높아진 목표를 향해 달리는 방식입니다. 카드는 챌린지 쿠키에 귀속된 강력한 파워카드 외에 일반, 빨강, 노랑, 파랑, 무지개의 다양한 타입의 카드들이 존재합니다. 각 스테이지를 클리어할 때마다 크레딧과 카드팩을 획득할 수 있는데요. 카드팩을 열거나 상점에서 크레딧을 사용해서 카드를 얻을 수 있습니다. 보유한 카드는 10종을 넘을 수 없으니 선택과 집중이 필요하겠죠? 이렇게 카드를 모아가며 스테이지를 클리어해 나가서 다음 챕터에 도달하면 도우미 쿠키도 선택하여 이어달리기까지 사용이 가능해집니다. 이렇게 쿠키 조합과 카드 조합을 활용하여 최종 스테이지에서는 1조점에 도전하게 됩니다. 마지막 1조 스테이지까지 클리어하면 챌린지에 성공하고 특별한 보상을 받을 수 있습니다. 물론 도중에 실패하더라도 패스 포인트를 얻어 시즌 패스 보상을 획득할 수 있고 챌린지 경험치로 쿠키들의 챌린지 레벨을 올려 다음 챌린지를 더 유리하게 시작할 수 있으니 포기하지 마세요. 1조점에 도달하는 그날까지 열심히 달려보자고요. 자, 이번 업데이트를 맞아 새롭게 선보일 쿠키는 바로 스테이크 맛 쿠키입니다. 스테이크 맛 쿠키의 능력은 현상금 수배자 소굴에 뛰어들어 악당들을 소탕하는 것입니다. 스테이크 나이프로 달려드는 수배자들을 차례차례 베어내다가 무리를 지어 몰려오면 거침없이 휘둘러 단숨에 쓸어버립니다. 마법 사탕 능력은 커다란 스테이크를 던져 조각내는 능력입니다. 4조각으로 나누어진 스테이크 젤리를 먹으면 큰 점수를 얻을 수 있습니다. 스테이크 맛 쿠키의 짝퉁 펫 와일드 포크의 능력은 바닥을 콕콕콕 찍으며 오른쪽으로 전진하는 능력입니다. 전진하는 동안 동선에 있는 젤리를 함께 꽂아 한 입에 먹어버립니다. 스테이크 맛 쿠키와 함께 찾아올 신규 보물은 젤리 디너 코스 요리입니다. 접시가 날아가면서 주변에 젤리를 담고 담긴 젤리로 요리를 완성해 다양한 고급 요리 젤리를 만들어냅니다. 멋진 스킨들도 함께 소개해드릴게요. 하얀 양복의 스파클링 주스, 범죄쿨을 잡기 위해서 낯선 변장을 하고 파티에 등장한 선상 파티의 불청객, 스테이크 맛 쿠키의 슈퍼 에픽 스킨과 디너 파티의 음식을 포크에 꽂아서 꿀꺽 먹어버린 패스킨, 디너 파티의 불청객 와일드 포크, 그리고 이번 명절에 아쉽게도 고향에 가지 못하는 쿠키들의 명절 편지를 배달하는 명절날 전하는 인사 솜사탕 맛 쿠키의 에픽 스킨과 안부 편지를 받고 반가워하는 쿠키들을 보면 날개짓이 가벼워진다는 패스킨, 명절날 전하는 기쁨 솜사탕 비둘기입니다. 귀여운 솜사탕 맛 쿠키와 패스킨은 잼 교환소에서 만나보세요. 다음으로는 와일드 스테이크 젤리 세트입니다. 두툼한 스테이크 젤리를 직화로 구워 풍미가 가득 화끈한 불맛을 제대로 사냥했으니 많이 기대해주세요. 아이고 벌써 4일차가 됐군요. 시간이 정말 후딱 가네요. 자, 랜덤 챌린지의 슈가 티어가 돌아옵니다. 과연 어떤 새로운 축복이 생길지, 그리고 또 어떤 버프들이 모습을 보일지, 지난 랜덤 챌린지 개편을 통해 변화한 점들이 슈가 티어에 어떻게 녹아들었을지 기대해주세요. 참, 이번 슈가 티어 랜덤 챌린지는 3주 동안만 진행될 예정입니다. 한가위를 맞이하여 찾아온 한가위 곰뚜껑 인형 이벤트. 맵을 플레이하다 보면 귀여운 한복을 입은 한가위 곰뚜껑 인형을 발견하실 수 있으실 텐데요. 이번 한가위 곰뚜껑 인형에서는 기존과 다르게 조금 더 특별하고 푸짐한 보상을 받아보실 수 있습니다. 이벤트 기간 동안 기본 곰뚜껑 인형에 더해 한가위 곰뚜껑 인형이 추가로 출연하고 이벤트 전용 슬롯도 추가로 생깁니다. 한가위 곰뚜껑 인형을 열면 풍성한 보상도 나오고 꿀송편도 얻을 수 있습니다. 꿀송편은 한가위 미션으로도 더 많이 얻을 수 있는데요. 꿀송편을 모아 꿀송편 상점에서 다양한 상품을 교환해보세요. 뱀사다리 보드게임도 돌아옵니다. 매번 주사위 던지기 힘드셨죠? 이번에는 버튼 터치를 통해 간편하게 주사위를 던지실 수 있고 여러 개를 한 번에 사용하는 배율 기능도 추가되었다고 하니 더욱 편리하게 보드게임을 즐길 수 있겠네요. 새롭게 단장한 뱀사다리 보드게임은 10월 중순에 만나보실 수 있습니다. 이외에도 모드리스트 개선과 잼 교환소 개선까지 만나보실 수 있으니 이번 업데이트도 많은 기대 부탁드립니다. 10월 중순에는 에스카르고마 쿠키가 찾아올 예정입니다. 그리고 에스카르고 호를 타고 아름다운 궁전으로 유명한 기항지를 여유롭게 거니는 기항지에서의 산책, 에스카르고마 쿠키의 슈퍼 에픽 스킨과 가는 도시마다 어울리는 모자와 리본을 달고 모두를 시선 집중시키는 패스킷, 산책의 목적 멋쟁이 달팽이도 함께 만나보실 수 있습니다. 가을을 맞아 가을 컨셉의 다양한 버프들과 함께 커스텀런도 돌아옵니다. 여러 버프들과 함께 가을 옷을 입은 커스텀런은 10월 초에 찾아오니 많이 플레이해주세요. 10월 말에 찾아올 월드 챔피언십 본선도 기대해주세요. 월드 챔피언십 관련 이벤트에 참여하고 월드 챔피언십 토큰으로 특별한 로비 스킨과 젤리 스킨도 교환할 수 있습니다. 자, 이렇게 에스카르고호에서의 다양한 이벤트들을 소개해드렸습니다. 저도 이제 여러 탐정분들이 있으니 마음 편히 에스카르고호를 좀 둘러봐야겠군요. 자, 그럼 이만.
Welcome back, everybody. One last match here for the preliminaries, and it's against two legendary players. It's Fire Spirit versus Ganu to see who will take the first seed here in the Glacier region and get that advantage going into the group draw.
Yeah, this is going to be a very fun best-of-5 series. Both these players played spectacular today, just looking consistent, looking honestly infallible. I feel like there were hardly any mistakes from either of them in any level they played. They were just consistently performing so well, and now that consistency is really going to get put to the test because we're playing a best-of-5 on 3 maps that are very hard. We've seen countless collisions and other mistakes in the other regions, but right now it feels like Glacier region kind of built different.
Yes, it does seem like it, doesn't it, right? We are kind of seeing maybe some notable favorites going into the actual World Championship, but before we get there, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. We're looking at Fire Spirit and Ganu playing against each other once again. They played against each other, of course, earlier this year at the Invitational, now again earlier today in the same group, and they meet yet again in a best-of-5. Both of them have secured their ticket to return to the actual World Championship. However, you want that first seed. You want to be able to control your destiny a little bit when you're facing off against some of the best from the other regions as well. So we are going to have to make sure that they bring their A game against the toughest maps.
Absolutely, and with 3 really difficult maps in the pool in total, I'm wondering immediately, what is the random draw going to be? Because the first map, entirely random. The maps following that is going to be loser's pick, just like it was in the best of 3. I think the players just had it revealed because they very energetically looked down at whatever note card was passed to them by the admins.
Yeah, we'll have to wait to see what the actual map is. Of course, we've got some tough ones prepared for the players here in the finals. We've got One Future of TBD, Torch the Trial, and Sprinkled Ice Cream Land.
Yeah, and Sprinkled Ice Cream Land, no matter how pleasant that may sound to you, actually is one of the most difficult maps that we have in the entire pool with the high speed, the obstacles. It is just collisions galore.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a nasty one. And of course, one future of TBD. It's been around for a little while, but that doesn't make it any easier when you're just having to use all of the infinite jumps you have to make sure you're bouncing up and down towards the right jellies. And of course, last but not least, Torchlit Trial. Definitely no walk in the park either.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of players try different builds on Torchlit Trials too. It is just, no matter what approach that you have on that map, it is very difficult. I mean, talk about threading the needle with the bitter bear jellies on Terrifying Bear Jelly Force. It feels kind of like the same thing there on Torchlit Trial with all of those torches in the middle section of the map, having to dip down, get those giant yellow bear jellies. It is really tricky. Actually going to be one future of TBD here as map number 1. So Pink Choco Cookie, Chess Choco Cookie. Oh, this is going to be crazy.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting, especially because, again, both of these players surely have a ton of practice on this map. They've had to play it before, and now it's returning here for the World Championship. Ganu, in fact, specifically stating that it's his favorite map here in the finals map pool, since he has the most practice.
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely can go that way, but it's a very difficult map, and, you know, what happens in practice doesn't necessarily translate to what's going to happen here on the main stage, although for Ganu being such a professional, being the reigning champion, I do expect him to perform here as we look at the loadouts, and it's exactly the same, plus 10,000 destruction points for each of them on the Pink Choco and the Chess Choco Cookies.
Yeah, and here I think with these two players, right, all the jumps and the builds and the lines, that should all be pretty consistent. So it really might just come down to who is getting all the destruction points that they possibly can here with the Pink Choco Cookie and the Chess Choco Cookie as well to make sure that they get the lead.
Yeah, actually looking at the best scores, remarkably close between these two here. It is going to be a very, very intense race overall.
Yeah, no surprise there.
I cannot wait for this thing to get started, man. I am so thrilled. These two players have been just the definition of fortitude on stage thus far, not shying away from any challenge. It has been a very difficult road to get here, but they've already qualified for the World Championship. Right now, they're fighting for seeding. They're fighting for glory. They want to come out on top, and this very well could be a preview of one of the main matches in October.
Exactly. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a best of 5 between Fire Spirit and Ganu to see who will be the first seed going into the World Championship here from the Glacier region.
All right, folks, match number 1 here is loading up in the finals. Fire Spirit on top, Ganu on bottom. This is a best of 5, so it will take 3 map wins to win this series, and let's get started with infinite jumps.
There we go. Start jumping all the way. A ton more jellies being missed here early on by Fire Spirit, so gives a nice little lead for Ganu to start.
Yeah, a bit of a shake of the head there for Fire Spirit as he's not happy with this beginning, but hey, it's only a couple 100,000 points.
Yeah, that can change any time here, especially as this is all going to be destruction focused once again. Both of them getting that skill activation to get the full clear on those pillars up top.
Of course, with those candies, as you said, very important for the destruction points coming in. But ooh, a Rainbow Bear Jelly getting missed right there by Fire Spirit. On this map, it's an extra 600,000 points for Rainbow Bear, Giant Bear Jellies. That is tricky.
Yeah, you want to make sure you're trying to maximize everything, but it does seem like Ganu trying to just make sure that he's keeping all the safe builds here going forward, and that is costing him a little bit in getting behind in the points.
That's interesting. Even after that Rainbow Jelly gets missed, for Fire Spirit to still have the lead right now just really is a testament to how well they've been playing. Besides that, as it's quite close coming in now, Ganu, as the score settles, is going to be up 5 million here in this section.
Yeah, nice burst there on the first set of destruction as well from both players. Both of them dropping just in between.
Oh.
They're both so good right now here on One Future of TBD.
Yeah, I mean, these drops are just absolutely beautiful. The character's barely below them at all. They get the skill activation and they get every single one. That is so difficult to time. And now it's getting even closer.
Yeah, they're back down to just about 300, 500,000 as both of them are being so good with the beam usage here from the Pink Choco Cookie. Both of them getting all of those Giant Bear Jellies as well.
All these infinite jumps, a bit of a drop down right there to set up for this staircase climb of jumps, getting every single one of these giant jellies. Very well played on both sides.
Now dipping back down. It's just constant up and down, but the focus is incredible here from both players.
Wow, only plus 400,000 right now for Kim Ganu. On a map like this one, it is absolutely insane. Scores can go past 1 billion here, so what a small difference here as we're halfway through the map.
Yeah, this is getting intense. Both of them do secure the Bear Jelly Party as well, and of course, energy restore, clearing those obstacles, gets the magnet, and now moving on to the next area.
Moving on to the next area, you got to be very careful here. Another skill activation to confirm some more destructible kills, and then a very good timing. Actually, Fire Spirit activating earlier. I wonder if Kim Ganu's going to get the better trade, saving the skill again.
Yeah, he used it on the bottom section right away afterwards, whereas Fire Spirit used it on the top. Curious to see if there's going to be a clear difference in the build here.
It actually feels almost equivalent right now. It's hard to tell with the skills going up and down.
Yeah, the bursts coming in as we try to stabilize right now. Kim Ganu is still just about 600,000 ahead.
Yeah,
this is so neck and neck.
He gained a couple 100,000 points. I wonder if that was because the build was just a little bit different with that destruction line, as now we have the top pass coming in, the relay into the chess cookie.
Yeah, the chess choco cookie now entering the fray, throwing down those chess pieces with the different power-ups.
Also got to thread the needle. It's not too tricky here, but with how much you have to press the jump button, it can get kind of tiring.
Yes, exactly. Trying to maximize everything. Of course, you can't collect all of them if you want to jump up to the higher portion of those pyramids. Now, trying to make sure they destroy every single piece of obstacle possible.
Yeah, you want to stay as low as possible to just barely get those jellies and maximize your destruction points. It seems like Kim Ganu just got a little bit better at that. That lead has grown, sometimes surpassing 1 million right now.
Yeah, staying right around that million mark. We'll see. Okay, it looks like a bit of a different build. Once again, a bit of a reset on the jumps here from Kim Ganu.
Yeah, that was an interesting approach there from Kim Ganu. It's a lower line, but it's going to translate into a pretty good score.
All right, both of them getting those rainbow bear jellies, and here come the giant bear jellies as well. Now, we see a lot of differences here. The drop down into the rescue to make sure you're securing everything, getting those destructions as well.
Yeah, now we have the jumps coming in, making sure they do not collide with those destructibles, able to thread the needle perfectly, and we're entering the twilight now of this level. Map number 1, Kim Ganu in a really confident position, but it is still so close.
Yeah, this could flip with a couple more of the last uses here as we're running out of energy, trying to stay afloat here with the chest spawns, and it is going to be Kim Ganu in the lead so far in this last section. Can he collect as many, get all the destructions? He is going to keep that lead with 700,000 points.
How unbelievably close.
Holy.
1 billion plus points on both sides, and the score is separated by 700,000. Kim Ganu showing why he is the reigning champion, and that was just some beautiful play by both of them. Even though they took separate lines, the points converged again.
Exactly.
At multiple moments. You could see that sometimes Kim Ganu, he's not greedy early, he tries to cash in later, but at the end of the day, the dust settles, and it was basically equivalent.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a couple of those small early mistakes from Fire Spirit seemingly costing him. You see a collision in there as well, but a couple of those early jellies being missed, a couple of the early destructions being missed. Both of them also taking slightly different lines, although I think in theory it's supposed to equal out, but it can impact on the day, of course, how smooth you go through the rest of the jellies. So Kim Ganu looking very satisfied with his performance there, taking that first win, and this means Fire Spirit will choose the next map.
Yeah, and for Kim Ganu, the fact that he had to force a tiebreaker in Group A where Fire Spirit was able to come out on top with the number 1 seed, he's looking good. You know, usually you say this about rookies who are having one of their first appearances on stage where they start kind of slow and then as they play more, they get better. I feel like we're seeing that with Kim Ganu right now because it was kind of a rocky start. He was on the verge of elimination twice in Group A, playing the final match versus Fire Spirit, barely beat him to force the tiebreaker, and then barely surpassed User Cookie. As we go back to one future of TBD, and
the run back.
Yeah, I must say, just Kim Ganu, to quickly wrap up the point, he seems completely locked in now. It might have been a rocky start, but we are seeing championship caliber performance from him in the very beginning of this best of 5.
Yeah, seemingly just need to get used to the stage once more, but Fire Spirit thinking, okay, 700K, if I didn't make that mistake early on, I should be able to win. So It looks like Fire Spirit pretty confident in maybe the build differences, whatever else it might be, but thinking I can match you once more on this map to take you down. And you know what? I respect it, especially as two of the best players that we have in the entire scene. If you're going to win, you have to win on every map anyway. You just say, oh, I mean, I lost once, you're going to lose once. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the scores were so close there in the previous map that why not run it back here as Fire Spirit? Because I'm thinking back to the early game, and it's hard for me to tell whether it was a build choice or if it was just a miss coming in from Fire Spirit, but they did miss one of those rainbow giant jellies. And I'm thinking, you know, if you collect that with the bonus points you get on this map, that might actually be the difference of 700,000 points. It is very close to it in total. So coming in for Fire Spirit, he could just play the same game, maybe make a couple tiny adjustments, tweak some knobs, and eventually get back into that high score and go 1-1 here with Kim Ganu.
Let's see if Fire Spirit actually chose the right map for a little rematch here against Kim Ganu. Of course, having wrapped it up, they can look at that statistics as well. And I think Fire Spirit just thinking, nah, looking at the numbers again, it just comes down to one or two of those mistakes. Actually, eventually getting more of those rainbow jellies and more of the giant bear jellies as well, but just not able to secure all the important destruction points either. So now it's going to be a rematch going to one future of TBD. Fire Spirit's choice to run it back as Kim Ganu has already taken the win once on this map in this best of 5. Win 3 and you take the first seed for the Glacier region. Heading into the World Championships, can Fire Spirit tie it up or will Kim Ganu take us to a potential match point?
Game 2 of this final best of 5 loading up. Fire Spirit on top. Kim Ganu leading the series 1-0 on bottom as we run it back here on One Future of TBD.
All right, the early jumps. Now, it all started there earlier with Fire Spirit missing a ton of those jellies to start. This time he collects them all.
Yeah, much better play there by Fire Spirit here in the very beginning. There's a big shake of the head in game number 1 when he missed those, and now I think he's absolutely locked in, only missing 1 star on both sides.
Going for that slight 100,000 point lead. Of course, both of them continue to line themselves up for the beam here from the pink choco cookie.
Yeah, and one important thing to watch here with Fire Spirit is whether he's able to collect every single rainbow bear jelly. So far, absolutely perfect here on these.
Yeah, just weaving in and out, above and below, dropping down for that destruction as well, lining themselves up for all of the bear jellies. A couple missed here and there.
Yeah, but it is so close right now, Chobra, and we kind of saw that same story in game number 1 where there actually wasn't eventually a big difference, a big separation in score. It was constantly just about 500,000 starting out for Kim Ganu, and then it slowly incremented all the way up to about, what, 700K at the very end?
Yeah, I mean, it was still very close. Kim Ganu did have a bit of a lead coming into this section, but missed out on a couple more bear jellies, so we'll wait for the points to try to stabilize once more. Fire Spirit taking that drop onto the column of bear jellies to try to get that destruction point.
Yeah, destruction points, I think, identical right there between the two of them. And Kim Ganu still coming out on top by about 400,000 points. I think that's mostly from the basic jellies, as both players have been able to get every single one of these giant gels.
Yep, and both still going for the same amount of destruction points, it feels like so far. We haven't seen too many big differences. We'll see later on if Fire Spirit still goes for that higher route, whereas Kim Ganu will take the lower route in a little bit. Yeah,
there's still some potential for different builds as we move on to these later stages of the maps, but thus far it seems like the approach nearly identical and the score identical as well.
And now moving on forward to these columns of the giant bear jellies.
Make sure you get every single one of these, especially the rainbow bears, so critical here on the staircase climb. They're both able to do it, and now with the double jumps coming in, yeah, just perpetual jumping gets every single one of those.
Okay, a nice little boost to the energy as well as we enter the next area. It's still neck and neck between these two players.
Yeah, but I feel like I've seen this story once before, Chobra. Kim Ganu just with the slightest bit of a lead going into this later stage. He's been so good at defending so far in this tournament. I'm wondering if it's going to be the same story again.
Yeah, there was the same difference once more. Fire Spirit choosing to destroy the obstacles on the top line with the cog wheels. Kim Ganu taking the bottom line. We'll see if it makes a difference this time.
It feels like it did. I think Kim Ganu might have got a couple 100,000 more points from that in total. He's worked his way all the way up to 600K right now as both players are basically perfect.
Yeah, both of them lining themselves up here right near the end on the relay. Now on to the chest choco cookies.
I think Kim Ganu might have the tiniest bit more distance right there, as he did break one more cog on the relay. And coming into these jumps, gotta make sure to get all these rainbow bears while avoiding the obstacles.
Jumping up top, trying to get as many of the regular bear jellies there. Both of them getting equal amounts.
Oh, it is so close again, Trobra. It's almost hard to believe. About 500,000 points separating these two players on one of the most difficult maps that we have in the tournament.
Yeah, it's so tight. I mean, if it comes down to once again a below 1 million, maybe even 500,000, it is going to be so hard to call as they both go for similar builds once again. Just slight differences as 1 or 2 cogs being destroyed.
Yeah, it's nearly identical, and for Fire Spirit, you kind of want to break away from this. You don't want it to be exactly the same build because you still have to pass, what, 600,000 or so points?
Oh boy, now going in for all of these giant bear jellies. Here comes the destruction plus weaving in and out, choosing your route correctly.
It is so close right now, Trevor. We're getting closer and closer to the final skill activation coming in for both players, but Kim Ganu is able to maintain a lead of about 1.1 billion. Okay, it does go down to 600,000 after the recalculation right there, but I'm not sure if we have enough map left to play for Fire Spirit to close the distance unless Kim Ganu messes up.
Yeah, that looked like 1 or 2 extra destruction from Kim Ganu as well on the lineup. Now here comes the transformation and into all of the bear jellies. And dropping down, Fire Spirit is able to collect more of them, and it's going to be the win from Fire Spirit to tie things up 1-1.
Yeah, it was at the very end. He got one more of those giant yellow bear jellies. He just had a little bit more distance with his build. We didn't see it coming, but yeah, Fire Spirit definitely proving that picking one future of TBD once more is the play, because Kim Ganu held the lead for 99.5% of that level, and then in the final last moment with the last jellies, it was Fire Spirit coming out on top. Wow, what a close run.
Yeah, it felt like a little bit more destruction. We'll have to double check the total tally. Obviously, it's hard to tell at what point would have happened, but near the end as well, just a couple more objects destroyed here from Fire Spirit, and of course, a little bit more distance, securing him a couple more of those jellies. There's the giant bear jelly coming in here for Fire Spirit. So Fire Spirit, correct choice to run it back, takes the win, ties it up 1-1, but more importantly, that's it for one future of TBD. We've already played it twice. You cannot pick it, and Kim Ganu will now have to choose between the remaining maps of Torchlit Trial and Sprinkled Ice Cream Land.
Yeah, I wonder what the selection is going to be here for Kim Ganu, because a player of his skill, even going up against one of the best in the world right now in Fire Spirit, I think you kind of want to flex. You want to go for these very difficult, very mechanically challenging maps, and both of them are, but I wonder if the choice will be Sprinkled Ice Cream Land, just because both players have been so rock solid. If one of them is going to break, if someone is going to have a collision or make a mistake, I feel like that is probably the map.
Yeah, it does seem like such a good map to challenge each other when you're some of the best players in the world. And also, there we go, Sprinkled Ice Cream Land coming in. It doesn't seem too surprising considering Torchlit Trial being a bit on the newer end here. So maybe both of them saying, I don't want to deal with that, don't want to take the risk. Let's go with something just a bit more familiar as we go to Sprinkled Ice Cream Land. Every jelly is important. This is about just micro perfection.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wonder how much Fire Spirit's approach to the other map that hasn't been played yet, Torchlit Trial, is coming into the factor here, because when he was interviewed heading into this tournament, he said, you know what, I've got some new skills on Torchlit Trial. My scores, my top scores, they've gone up by millions of points. And maybe he's bluffing a little bit. We would have to see him play on that map to find out. But if Kim Ganu caught wind of that, or maybe we saw it on the high scores in game or something, there might be a reason why he's trying to avoid Torchlit Trial.
That is true. So taking us to Sprinkled Ice Cream Land, one mistake could cost you everything, since every single piece of jelly gives you the extra 55,000 points.
Every single point is critical. It's really about just collecting every single thing possible and avoiding all of the obstacles, which is hard to do with how fast this map is. I mean, it just plays like nothing else.
We'll see. Kim Ganu looking still relatively calm, obviously just a little bit anxious, but who wouldn't be here on the stage? Whereas Fire Spirit just making sure that everything is set up correctly, wants to make sure that we can get into the game as fast as possible.
It's gonna be Sprinkled Ice Cream Land here for map number 3, and I really do feel like if Fire Spirit drops this map, he is gonna probably want to bring us there to Torchlit Trial. I am so curious. This is one of the maps, I know we're not playing it just yet, but it's been one of the most mysterious maps in terms of the builds players have prepared. And so I would love to see that revealed here by Fire Spirit, what the new tricks are that he's been cooking up. But before we get there, it's just going to be the raw mechanical challenge of Sprinkled Ice Cream Land. And this is a map that, whether you were desert, plain, ocean region, it felt like a mistake was inevitable. A collision was inevitable. I don't know if Fire Spirit and Kim Ganu are going to have the same instance, but look at this. We almost always see the bonus for all jellies on the first Magic Candy, but this time it's Kim Ganu going for bear jellies.
Okay, 1,300 points for bear jellies of all types, whereas Fire Spirit's going to go for the plus 500 for all jellies. In fact, I don't think we've seen anyone go for this blessing on any of our maps so far from Kim Ganu. So going for the bear jellies instead of every single jelly, but obviously more points per bear jelly. See if this works out. See if this is going to be the difference maker here for Kim Ganu, as it is his choice.
Yeah, interesting choice coming up from Kim Ganu, and I believe you are right. I think we literally haven't seen anything other than the all jelly blessings coming into Sprinkled Ice Cream Land, and so yeah, this is one of the maps where, because of the speed, because of the obstacles, it is hard to just get everything. So I wonder if Kim Ganu has just worked on perfecting a specific line where he's like, you know what? I don't have to try to get everything. I'm going to try to go for a line that only gets the bear jellies. And at the end, I can have an equivalent points, but maybe the path is easier, or maybe the path is a little bit more difficult, but the ceiling is higher. And guys, we're going into game number 3, Sprinkled Ice Cream Land. It is loading up. This best of 5 series tied up 1-1.
Moving on into game number 3, tied 1-1 in this best of 5 so far. Fire Spirit on the top versus Kim Ganu on the bottom. This is Kim Ganu's choice, jumping into Ice Cream Land.
Yeah, and immediately with the single jumps, a lot of jellies up for grabs, and already a lot of bear jellies here for Kim Ganu.
Yeah, we'll see if once again that blessing difference is going to make all the difference here between these two players.
Absolutely, and the timing on these jumps is so tricky to get, because if you hit one of these obstacles, your run is basically over before it even started.
Oh, weaving in right there for the bear jelly party for both players. He secure all of that, and again, those bear jelly parties, that's what Kim Ganu is going to be looking for.
Yeah, absolutely, but it feels like Fire Spirit maybe just a little bit ahead right now with the all jellies. He has really caught basically everything thus far.
Yeah, Kim Ganu did miss 1 or 2 early on here and there, and that starts to add up just a bit, but he has plenty of time left, of course, to try to catch back up.
Yeah, there's some very fast column drops. Both players been able to do it absolutely perfectly. This is a masterclass that we're seeing so far here on Ice Cream Land.
I mean, again, this is why they're some of the best. It's just so clean. It's almost relaxing to watch these two play.
It really is. There's something hypnotizing about it. When Kim Ganu and Fire Spirit go at it, now we have skill activation coming in, slide under. Now you got to jump over all these snowballs.
Yeah, and then you just have to start weaving in and out, making sure you're jumping at the right height at the right time. More bear jellies here for Kim Ganu to try to collect.
Yeah, and we are separated by just tens of thousands of points right now as another column comes in. Ooh, Kim Ganu missing a couple 3. Normally, we would not remark on that, but this has just been so close that it actually does matter.
Yeah, and again, especially because that's where he's going to get the extra bonus points. So missing out on an opportunity there, both of them still getting the destruction.
Destruction points now coming in. Have these jumps drop in. It's very tricky here with these snowballs that kind of gather like an avalanche, growing in size over. You have to dip down between them. Both players able to successfully navigate it.
Okay, and now looking for the swap coming back in, and that is the end of the blessing here for Kim Ganu. So now it's just a straight shot all the way to the end.
Yeah, the first stage absolutely going Fire Spirit's way. I feel like the distance basically equivalent between these two, but the mechanics are really just perfect on both sides. I'm not even sure if we're going to see a single mistake. Thus far, it has been so mesmerizing watching them just duke it out.
Yeah, and I think this is already feeling a little bit tough for Kim Ganu, right? Because you were meant to try to make the difference there in the first half, I feel. But now,
no!
A collision here, a slip up on the jump. Kim Ganu knows it. He kind of reels back, smiles. He knows the run is pretty much over. That's so devastating when you're playing against one of the best.
Yeah, and with the scores having been so close up until that point, I think Fire Spirit just immediately recognized what happened, because This point difference, it shot up by millions there on his screen. He knows he just needs to clutch this out with some nice defense.
Yeah, I mean, he really just has to play it safe. Just make sure that you're getting all the energy restored so you don't fall behind on the energy. And that does mean that you're going to have the absolute advantage near the end of this run.
Yeah, some final jumps coming in right now. Both players basically perfect for this section, but really it's up to Fire Spirit. Will he make a mistake or will he continue to clutch this one out? More jumps coming in. Despite the collision, only about 5-6 million points separating these two players because Kim Ganu is just that good, but at the end, the energy is really going to matter.
Yeah, still a couple more Giant Star Jellies being missed from Kim Ganu as well, along with the jumps as he runs out of energy. And that's going to be Fire Spirit taking the lead 2-1 in this match, in this best of 5 against Kim Ganu.
Wow, what a comeback. Drops game number 1, wins on his map choice, and then wins on Kim Ganu's map choice. As Fire Spirit is now 1 map win away from being the #1 seed in the toughest region we have seen yet in these preliminaries.
And now the question remains, do you run it back on Sprinkle and Ice Cream Land, or do you take the risk on Torchlit Trial if you're Kim Ganu? Because he chose this, but I mean, first of all, obviously it really just comes down to the collision, right? If it wasn't for that, who knows near the end, depending on the number of jellies. But even then, I mean, Fire Spirit just does not look phased.
Honestly, that was just so clean coming in from Fire Spirit. Mechanically, I think that was probably the best performance I have ever seen on Sprinkled Ice Cream Land on this kind of stage.
Yeah.
You were right. It was hypnotizing watching them play. They were basically making no mistakes, especially through the very first stage. Everything was perfect. Nearly every jelly was collected on both sides. The point difference between the two of them in the tens of thousands, sometimes at most in the hundreds of thousands. I think you run it back right here as Fire Spirit, even if you have something cooked up
or
for
as Kim
Torchlit Trial. No, oh yeah, from Kim Ganu, excuse me. Yeah, I don't know why I thought it was Fire Spirit's map choice for a second.
Yeah, well, Kim Ganu, yeah, taking the loss there, will have to take the map choice. So
yeah.
Does he run it back against Fire Spirit, or does he know that, does he know that he can try to take the chance against Fire Spirit on Torchlit Trial? Of course, for Kim Ganu at this point, since you are down 1-2, if you want to take the entire win, you will have to face him at some point on Torchlit Trial. It's just a question of, do you take the chance of potentially having to play it twice?
Exactly. That's the point that I was going to make. I still think you run it back. I think it makes sense for both of them to run it back here on Sprinkled Ice Cream Land because Kim Ganu, that was very close. If you don't have that collision, it was already close enough. Maybe you get a couple more bear jellies and then suddenly you're winning there in the first stage. And okay, we are going to see Torchlit Trial. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
All right, it is coming in. And as we said, it sounds like Fire Spirit has something cooked up. He says, new skills, let me rack up billions of more points.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious if it's like something specific to him or if he just means that the new, things you can do on this map, right? The map is new with the cookies and whatnot. If he just enjoys trying to reach for higher points because you get so many opportunities for points here on this map. Another map where, of course, all the top scorers breaking that billion mark. So we'll have to wait and see as it's Fire Spirit versus Kim Ganu.
Yeah, we'll see if the build here for Fire Spirit comes in with Magic Candy selection. And no, it's actually going to be identical here to Kim Ganu. But yeah, I'm looking at the score sheets. The reported best scores for both players, it actually is millions of points higher for Fire Spirit over Kim Ganu. 1.105 billion for Fire Spirit. 1.1 billion clean for Kim Ganu. So I believe in it, man. I don't think he's talking generally. I think he's talking about himself. I think that he has elevated his game because he is by far the best player we have in this tournament in terms of personal record on this map. But the question is, can you perform that technique on the pressure in the finals, going up against Kim Ganu, the reigning champion?
Exactly. We'll have to wait and see. But Kim Ganu says he'll take on the challenge. He'll gladly face it. Try to see what we have prepared from Fire Spirit. As Fire Spirit now calmly awaiting the call to begin on Torchlit Trial. His highest score, like you mentioned, at 5 million higher. And the camera is going in, but that's not Fire Spirit. That's just our admin.
Man, our admin.
Oh, that is actually the developer of Torchlit Trial.
Whoa, really?
We were just told. Okay.
I saw him flexing. I was like, man, they really want to show off his muscles.
No,
but
no,
he's the developer of Torchlit Trial. That is so cool.
Okay,
what
so
a perfect human being. Imagine being perfectly fit and also being one of the most creative minds that's able to make one of the best maps we have here in Cookie Run. That is so cool.
Yeah, so not just an admin, but designing the map itself.
That's
and
awesome.
now getting to see two of the best players compete on it. Kim Ganu perhaps a little cheeky nod to him and saying, okay, you designed it, we'll show you what we got. Let's find out who is able to reach higher and further here in this fourth game of the finals of the Glacier region.
All right, game number 4 is loading up. It is match point. If Fire Spirit wins, he is going to be the victor today. The #1 seed for the Glacier region coming into the grand finals. Kim Ganu trying to force a game number 5.
Yeah, now very curious, now even more curious in fact, to see what Fire Spirit has cooked up for us here.
Absolutely. You know, we've had a lot of different builds come in to Torchlit Trial, and sometimes the players, they really hype them up. We had that, I think, actually yesterday, where one of the players saying they had something especially cooked up here for Torchlit, but the execution on this map is so hard with the different builds that it is difficult to see.
Yeah, you see the little shake of the head here from Fire Spirit as he misses a giant bear jelly, but I mean, if it comes down to that, it's a close match because we've got so much left.
A couple of these yellow bears getting missed here by Fire Spirit in the early stage. Ooh, a rainbow gets missed there by Kim Ganu, though, so a little bit of tit for tat. That's basically going to equalize the playing field.
Yeah, but of course we also have to remember that you've got the stacking bonuses here on this map, so Fire Spirit having to keep tabs on that.
Yeah, it's really about the count here with those rainbow jellies. You want to get as many of them as possible because the points just keep going up.
Yeah, those giant bear jellies all adding up 1,000 extra bonus points each, so it's 1,000, then 2,000, 3,000, and it keeps on compounding on itself.
Absolutely, as every player, Kim Ganu and Fire Spirit both being basically perfect. I see, one of the yellow bears does get missed by Fire Spirit. Big reaction coming out of him, but Kim Ganu also misses one.
Yes, exactly. So that should give Fire Spirit a chance to come back into the game. Of course, he's not quite aware of it just yet.
Absolutely, and it is just neck and neck right now. Kim Ganu with the tiniest lead, 4.5 million. I say it's tiny because the scores on this map, it does go down to 1 million, but the scores easily past 1 billion.
Exactly. I mean, this is still only a fraction of what we're about to achieve. So we'll have to wait and see. Fire Spirit missing another giant bear jelly there on the bottom. So does Kim Ganu, though. So far, a little bit equal. Kim Ganu still going to be ahead in the bonuses that you get because Fire Spirit has missed more in total from the giant bear jellies.
It is so difficult to get every single one of them because you have to go so deep below the fire. And oh my goodness, was that a flash of red?
I think that was a collision as he was trying to make sure he greens it this time on the drop. I mean, yeah, we see the difference in the energy right now.
Oh no, that is so painful right now here for Fire Spirit. Yeah, that energy bar definitely ticking down faster. I was watching Kim Ganu try to see him thread the needle, and then suddenly, peripheral vision, a flash of red, and Fire Spirit, he's on the ropes right now in game number 4.
Oh, this is dicey. I mean, it was the same story yesterday where one of the players, I believe it was Shinju, saying he's got something cooked up, but you have to greed for it, and you run those collisions, you miss one, and it starts to really kind of shake you up because you know you want to try to play perfect. Okay, the energy running out here for Fire Spirit. He's already on the relay. Kim Ganu going to be so far ahead on this run.
The energy level is just an insane difference. For a moment there, Fire Spirit was ahead in points, but with how much energy that Kim Ganu has left, unless he has some kind of collision. Oh no.
I mean, it's messed up his rhythm too. You can tell because he kind of missed out on one of the jumps as well once you switched over to the cherry cookie. Oh, this is a little bit rough here for Fire Spirit.
Yeah, I feel like this is basically a match already, unless Kim Ganu has like a double collision.
Yeah.
In the map that we have left, which I don't think he's had a single collision so far today, if I'm not mistaken. He's just been completely perfect. No, sometimes he might not have the highest score, but he has just been so safe, rock solid, and now he's up 30 million points against a Fire Spirit who's basically out of energy.
Yeah, I mean, just going to show us why he's the reigning champion so far. Meanwhile, Fire Spirit, I mean, the cool idea is we can't see him just yet because he's fallen a little too far behind.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell the execution absolutely is there.
There's a collision here from Kim Ganu.
Yeah, but I mean, still, look at the energy bar right now, right? Like, I feel like Kim Ganu could have another collision. He's even laughing. He's like, it's fine.
The other part is when you get the collision here on this map, right? Because if you miss a bunch of the giant bear jellies, then you're at a bigger loss of not just the energy, but Kim Ganu not missing out on too much just yet. He knows that now the points continue to widen. He just has to finish the run here. And ladies and gentlemen, this does does mean when the run ends for Kim Ganu that we will be going to map 5 as Fire Spirit. I think words of consolation from the designer of the map here in Fire Spirit just kind of grimaces and smiles at the same time there.
He's like, yeah, why do you have to make it so hard, man?
Oh boy, well, what a choice from Kim Ganu.
Yeah, big bow coming in, a cheeky grin as well as, man, even with that one collision, just a huge lead in terms of energy over Fire Spirit is, as you said, the timing of the collision doesn't matter a lot because I think even having the earlier collision, changing the cookie and having that happen at an earlier time, it messes with the rhythm so much. It might seem like a small thing, but for folks like this who are practicing for the perfect scenario and not practicing to make mistakes,
yeah,
you're not really expecting this to happen. You immediately go into uncharted territory. Everything feels a little bit off, and now we're going to a game number 5.
And it did look like, we'll have to wait, but based on his hand motions, it looked like Fire Spirit might want to run it back. But we'll wait to hear from, of course, the stage to see exactly what it is. I mean, it just comes down to the collisions, really. Sure, a couple of the early Giant Bear Jellies being missed by Fire Spirit as well, but the collisions is where the story started to end here for Fire Spirit. And now tied 2-2. Now, Fire Spirit can choose either of the maps. This is an interesting scenario here with the best of 5. He can choose either Sprinkled Ice Cream Land or Torchlit Trial. Now, he did win on Sprinkled Ice Cream Land, but he said he's got something cooked up for Torchlit Trial. It's a tricky choice.
I think you should go to Ice Cream Land. Honestly, that Torchlit Trial, I'm sure you have the best build to get the personal best when you're practicing at home, but executing it on stage, we saw the same thing with Jinju. He said he had something cooked up. He's able to get these huge PBs at home, but executing it in one shot on the main stage in the finals, it didn't work out for him. So I think just the greedier lines, I don't know if they're what makes champions,
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, it might just be consistency all throughout to see who can actually take the wins. But we'll see. We'll find out what the choice is coming in from Fire Spirit. Kim Ganu, a little bit of a grin, and it's Sprinkled Ice Cream Land. All right, you don't want to take the risk. You just go with what you've already done. This is a fair and square match, a pure cookie running to decide who's going to be the winner of the Glacial region.
Yeah, the only map thus far that Kim Ganu has had a collision on that led to Fire Spirit winning game number 3 by 40 million points. And I think it makes sense here as Fire Spirit, the defense so far from Kim Ganu has been superb the entire day. You've seen this one glimpse of him making a mistake.
Yeah.
Let's force him to revisit that. Force him to try and beat it one more time. Ice Cream Land for all the marbles here, for all the jellies, for all the cookies.
Yeah.
Winner of this map going to be the #1 seed from the Glacier region going into the main event, the World Championship here for Cookie Run in October.
And what a way to wrap things up here for the Glacier region as well, bringing us to Ice Cream Land, bringing us to the snowy mountain here for the Glacier region, just fitting the theme of this region that has had some of the best players that we've seen so far here in the preliminaries. Of course, all of these players going on their route to the World Championship. That's what they're all aiming for. Both of these players have qualified. But the real question is who takes the first seed? Who will have the power to wield in that group draw ceremony?
Yeah, I'm sure both these players are incredibly confident in their skills, but you want to have the best possible path to reaching the finals when you get to that main event in October. The #1 seed is the tool that allows you to reach that path. Is our players are getting ready. We'll be jumping into game number 5 here in just a moment, and I am on the edge of my seat, Chobra. Kim Ganu, Fire Spirit, they were dominating in Group A. They were dominating in the playoffs. They meet again here in the finals. One of them is going to be the #1 seed. I cannot wait to find out who it's going to be.
All right, Fire Spirit on the left will be on the top side of the screen when we jump in. Taking a look once more. Okay, we do see the switch up coming in here for Kim Ganu. It's just all jellies. He says, you know what? It didn't work out for me. Let's just keep it nice and simple. You want to go here for the last map? All fair and square. Just whoever plays better wins.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense because the Bear Jellies, even before the collision, he entered the second cookie stage with less points. And
Yeah,
so
exactly.
the line just simply wasn't there. Maybe it's too hard to execute. Maybe it's a little bit too safe. In any case, he is going to mirror it up here with Fire Spirit, go for the exact same build. And I'm very curious what the score is going to look like, assuming no collisions through that first cookie.
Yeah, this is going to be a tight race here in Sprinkled Ice Cream Land. One map, one run to determine who will be the winner of the Glacier region. Fire Spirit going up against the reigning champion, Kim Ganu, to decide who will be the first seed and winner of the Glacial region preliminaries.
All right, folks, map number 5 is loading up. Fire Spirit on top, Kim Ganu on bottom. We are all tied 2-2. This one is for everything here in the final preliminary match.
All right, starting off with just the nice jumps, just constantly jumping over each one. Now we get some mix-up in the patterns.
Yeah, I feel like a couple of these jellies getting missed here by Fire Spirit as the timing just not quite as crisp there as Kim Ganu. It's going to translate into a 75,000 point lead, but with how close these two have been thus far today, that might be manageable.
Yeah, we'll see if Kim Ganu can at least keep the lead this time around. No jumping on up for those Giant Star jellies, but again, you get points, bonus points for every single type of jelly, so you do not want to discriminate. You want to collect as many of everything that you can.
Yeah, and it's a couple more jellies right now here for Fire Spirit in some moments, but actually Kim Ganu, man, he is locking this down. He's plus, what, 23K right now? So I think that's exactly one jelly advantage that he has.
Yeah, pretty much. Misses out on a bear jelly there, though, and that's the thing. It's such a small lead, it can just flip at any point in time. So Fire Spirit, once he lost the lead initially, he was slowly catching back up with those jellies. And it looks like Kim Ganu trying to catch back up at that burst of jellies.
Yeah, now we have the single jumps coming in here, dodging those snowballs. Often have to weave back down in between them to get all the points. Both players able to do that successfully. Near identical scores thus far through about the first third of this map.
It's really going to come down to maybe even the basic jellies. All of them getting all of the most important. Both of them missing a column of the bear jellies there as well.
Yeah, and I know both of them are kicking themselves right now, but little do they know they both actually missed that column, so it's still an even playing field.
Yeah, it's insane how identical it's been. Getting the destruction there to pop, getting the restored energy, collecting the Giant Star jellies. It's still a matter of who just has simply more jellies at this point.
Fire Spirit has been just a little bit more consistent over the past minute or so, and that has accumulated into, what, a pretty significant lead?
Yeah,
I want to say about 500,000 or so once the score stops calculating.
It looks like a little bit more distance here for Fire Spirit as well on the relay, I think, making that jump up top.
Oh, is
so
that
I think
right?
he might have a giant advantage here in the rest of this run.
Yeah, I think he actually might have gotten a couple more jellies there at the very end of that extra distance. That would explain the higher score because Kim Ganu has hardly missed anything. Oh, no.
Yeah, this is going to look a little bit rough for Kim Ganu unless we see Fire Spirit miss out on maybe some power-ups or maybe some giant jellies right now.
Yeah, a bunch of double jumps coming in right in here. You got to get absolutely everything, both as Fire Spirit and as Kim Ganu. It's a 3.5 million point lead, but that can vanish in the instant if there is any mistake. This is the segment where there was a little bit of trouble before for Kim Ganu. Will he be able to lock it down this time?
Oh, okay, both of them missing one giant bear jelly right now, back and forth, but it's still a nice point gap here for Fire Spirit to keep the lead. Both of them get the bear jelly party and the restored energy.
I feel like the lead has gone down just the tiniest bit, but there might not be enough map left. And man, a lot more jellies collected there for Fire Spirit.
Yeah, Kim Ganu is still missing a bunch as well, but you have no time to pause and think. You just have to keep going. He's still collecting all the most important ones, but little does he know that he's not going to really be given too many opportunities to catch up.
Yeah, 3 million point lead right now for Fire Spirit. It's going to come down all the way to the wire. We're nearing the end right now. The last few moments of energy, and a lot of these Star Jellies actually getting missed here by Kim Ganu.
Yeah, he's just jumping just a bit too high near the end here. Now up to 3 million. Back and forth in favor of Fire Spirit. And he makes it all the way through on the last jump. Truly a little bit more distance for Fire Spirit as Kim Ganu's run ends. And Fire Spirit will take the win to become the first seed of the Glacier region.
Man, what a win here for Fire Spirit. What a close series overall. Both these players are going to be represented again at the World Championship in October. Big grin there by Kim Ganu. He knows that he got bested as a champion. He can respect it. Oh, I feel like this is a preview of matches to come in October because Shober, this is one of the most impressive finals that we've seen in the entire preliminaries.
I mean, this was a very, very impressive one. That last collision, of course, playing a role for Kim Ganu, but he was already so far behind as well. It does end his run just a bit earlier. Of course, you know, maybe 5 jellies, a little bit extra, but at the end of the day, Fire Spirit just staying even cleaner, missing less jellies on all of those smaller jumps. And Fire Spirit's able to take the win 3-2 here in the finals.
Yeah, Fire Spirit was actually very close to even setting a new personal best on that one. He was down only a couple million points, which it sounds like a lot because on other maps it would be a lot, but they're in Ice Cream Land. I mean, what, you're at 815 million or something in total? That score gets really high, so that is an impressive feat on Game 5 match point against the reigning champion, the guy that won the Cookie Run tournament in 2024. And I am thrilled because I know I've said it a couple times now, but this really does feel like a match we're going to see again. We saw it multiple times in Group A, both of them matching in the round-robin stage, and then we saw it in the tiebreaker, and now we saw it in the finals. The maximum number of games we could have gotten between Kim Ganu,
that's true.
We did.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a nice treat for us, them starting in the same group as well, kind of continuing this lineage of these offline players here for the Cookie Run tournament starting in 2024 for Kim Ganu. And then, of course, the invitation comes through, and we see Kim Ganu kind of taking that loss earlier on in the year. Now both of them coming back here through the GCL. But what a finals it was. Kim Ganu started with the win on One Future TBD. Fire Spirit runs it back. And at the end of the day, it's Sprinkled Ice Cream Land that will bring home the victory for Fire Spirit.
Yeah, these two are just so evenly matched. Fire Spirit at the end of the day is going to be the winner. But, you know, Kim Ganu also took the map that he played in the head-to-head during the round robin. They're 3-3 if you catch that one in the map score. And then you go, oh, well, what about the tiebreaker? 100,000 point difference in a tiebreaker. I mean, it is so neck and neck between these two. Fire Spirit eventually clutching it out with a win on One Future of TBD, running it back, winning on Sprinkled Ice Cream Land twice. One of the most mechanically challenging maps here versus Kim Ganu. Oh, what a great day of Cookie Run. This has been so much fun.
A very, very intense day, and we wouldn't have it any other way with Fire Spirit and Kim Ganu. Of course, both of them moving on to the World Championships. And ladies and gentlemen, please stay because we are going to have a winner's interview as well to hear from both of them on their thoughts on today's matches, but also looking forward to the World Championships. Now, we do have a brief moment, I believe, while they wait to set up, so I'd like to let everyone know what happens at the group draw, because we talked about the first seed advantage that the players will have. So Fire Spirit, for example, being the first seed here for the Glacier region. The first seed of each region is going to gather once again on October 2nd to play a best-of-1 match. And based on their rankings there, they take turns in order of choosing where they want to go in the bracket, and then they get to choose again where the second seed of each of their regions will go. So then not only do they choose their own fate, but they get to choose the fate of their overall region. But for now, let's hear from our finalists.
네, 자, 쿠키런 브레이크 2025 월드 챔피언십 드디어 모든 지역의 예선이 마무리가 됐습니다.
All right, so this wraps up all of the preliminaries here from all of the regions. And today, it was Fire Spirit and Kim Ganu moving on to the World Championship. So let's hear from them. Let's start with the runner-up, Kim Ganu.
이번에도 대회에 나온 김건우라고 합니다.
Hello, my name's Kim Ganu. I've come back for another
방금
tournament.
이 해설분들의 멘트 들으셨죠? 사실 아까
So did you hear what we said on the Korean cast?
3승 3패거든요.
Yeah, you guys are actually tied right now looking at the
못
quarterfinals.
들어가지 한 번만.
3승 3패잖아요. 오늘 3승 2패로 결승은 졌지만
So you lost the finals, but you count the quarterfinals. You're tied 3-3.
네.
Yeah, 3 wins, 3 losses.
그렇게
What are your thoughts?
생각해주시면 저는 감사한데.
You know, if people want to consider us as a tie, then I'd be thankful, you know, but I did lose, so hopefully I can show you guys something better in the World Championships. Okay, well now looking forward to the World Championships. You are the reigning champion. How does that feel?
일단 8강에 저희 조가 너무 빡센 조여가지고 좀 걱정을 많이 했는데.
Yeah, so this group and this region was so tough. So I was a little bit worried, but I think I got a little bit lucky, and I'm very thankful that I was able to move on and continue on here.
알고 있거든요. 또 그 작년 쿠림픽 때는 이제 와이프에게 설거지 면제권을 받기 위해 열심히 하던.
And so, Ganu, we've heard that you have some extra special news. Oh, it sounds like he's about to become a father. Baby on the way here. So anything you want to say to your family.
아니 감사히.
누구한테 감사할지는 본인이 가장 잘 알겠죠.
You know, anyone you want to thank?
네, 저를 믿고 따라와주는
Well,
와이프 오늘도 저 응원하러 와줬거든요.
I'd like to thank my wife who's always supporting and trusting me. She's actually here to cheer me on. So thank you, and I'll continue to become a better husband.
Aw, that's so sweet.
Yeah, that's nice.
8명이 확정이 됐습니다. 어떤 선수와
Okay, so now we know everyone who has qualified. Who do you want to play against at the World Championships?
공주님이 저를 찾으셨더라고요.
네.
한번 하시죠, 정대님.
오, 같은
Oh, so
네, 하면 재밌을 것 같습니다.
yeah, I know someone was looking for me yesterday. Jungdeck said he would like to play against me. So sure, let's match up. Let's play.
오늘은 좀 아쉽게 준우승했지만 본선 가서는
And lastly, you know, a little bit unfortunate that I ended as a runner-up today, but I will make sure that I come back even stronger here for the World Championships.
인사 한번 부탁드립니다.
All right, now let's hear from Fire Spirit. I will have to wait for the Korean translation first.
Little game of telephone.
저는 화신입니다. 정말 기쁘고요.
Hello, everybody.
결승전에 진출할 수
My
있게
name
돼서
is
정말
Fire Spirit. I'm just really happy that I won, and also that I'm able to move on to the
오늘
finals.
정말 결승전도 그렇고 김건우 선수의 매치들이 다 쉽지 않았을 것 같은데 좀
Yeah,
김건우
you've had to
선수의
play against Kim
대결은
Ganu
좀
several
어땠는지
times today. I
궁금해요.
can't imagine it was easy.
想
So
请
how were
教
they?
您跟那个金选手就是比赛的那个感觉是什么样？
非常紧张，因为之前
Yeah, curious to hear his thoughts here. Intense matches.
정말 긴장이 많이 되었습니다. 왜냐하면
Yeah, it was
지난번 인비테이션
really
때
nerve-wracking.
그 김건우 선수와 이렇게 대전을 했었기
Because I
때문에
actually had to play against him at the
굉장히 대단한
Invitational
선수라는 걸 알기 때문에
as
굉장히
well.
긴장이
So
많았습니다.
I know exactly how good he
인정받았네요.
is.
네.
And so
자,
it was very
그러면
nerve-wracking to have to face off
이제
against him today.
8강의 8자리가 결정이 됐고, 네, 또 같은 대만의 청팀
And
선수도
so,
이미
of course,
한 자리를
we have
차지하고 있는데
everybody
혹시 8강에서
solidified. We
좀
also
선수랑은
have
꼭 붙어보고
another
싶다
player from
하는
the same
선수가
region,
있을까요?
Chuang Tim, who has qualified. So is there anyone that you want to play against, or maybe you're kind of keeping your eye on going into the World Championships?
，team 也是已经在那个在8强选手里面，那你在8强那个选手里头，你最想跟谁对战？
I wonder if it's going to be Kim Ganu, to be honest, but we'll have to wait to see what Fire Spirit says himself. Oh, I understood that. Sick Duck.
알겠습니다.
Okay.
자, 그러면은 마찬가지로
Wants to
카메라
play
보시고,
against
네.
Sick Duck
자,
going on
본선
towards the World
티켓
Championships.
거머쥐였습니다. 설산 지역의
See,
챔피언으로서
both of them, of
본선
course, the
경기
first seed,
어떤
so
각오를
we would have to wait a
임하실지
little bit at the World
말씀드리겠습니다.
Championships, even if they continue on. But let's hear also just his thoughts now moving into the World Championships and what his plans are and what his goals are going into the main stage.
你现在就是跟各位说那个你的觉悟是什么？
希望可以在决赛对上强挺。
Oh, nice and short. Okay.
저희 결승에서 저희 그 팀 선수와 한번 맞붙어보고 싶습니다.
Oh, last but not least,
선수와 같이
I
결승전에
also
나가는
want
선수가
to
어때요?
go all the
알겠습니다.
way and
다시
meet
한번
Chuang
좋은
Tim in the
경기
grand
보여주신 두 분도
finals.
감사드리고 본선
So both of them
축하드리고
representing the
본선에서
same
다시 만나도록
region,
하겠습니다.
wanting to kind of raise that flag all the way at the grand finals. That would be very, very sweet. So congratulations once again to our players.
이따 챙기셔도 돼요. 네, 괜찮습니다. 네.
And so that's going to be Fire Spirit and Kim Ganu moving on here for the Glacier region. So once again, just a reminder for everybody, the main stage, the finals, the World Championships is at the end of October. I believe the 26th and 27th, but it's a weekend. So it's that weekend of October. However, the first seeds of each region will be joining again on October 2nd for a quick little match to determine who gets to pick in order where they line up in the bracket. And then those guys have the choice to therefore determine where the second seed goes from each region as well. So we'll take a quick look here at exactly which of those 8 players it's going to be. So they are in seeding order: Sick Duck, Kikuchi, Jinju, and Fire Spirit, the first seeds of each region, as you can see at the bottom of your screens. And then Chuang Tim, Jungho, Jungdex, and Kim Ganu as the second seeds.
Yeah, it's a pretty stacked lineup for our 8 finalists. And what a cool format to have Sick Duck, Kikuchi, Jinju, and Fire Spirit just all go to town in
Yeah.
a 4-player match to determine the seeding. I feel like there's a lot of ways they could have done it. That's probably the most fun way they
this
could have
is-
done it. That is a really cool idea.
Exactly, because you're also kind of representing your region, right? So
Yeah.
you win there, you get to choose your place in the bracket, but then when it loops back in order, you say, okay, well, do I want to help my fellow region player, or do I think maybe, if you're Fire Spirit, maybe you're like, well, I want to keep Kim Ganu on the other side of the bracket.
exactly.
I don't want to meet him anytime sooner than I need to. So you can maybe send him to the other side. And then also, if you win in that first seed competition, right, in that 4-way competition to see who goes first, you actually have a chance to swap one more person at the very end of all of that. So it's a very, very big benefit if you just keep on winning.
Oh, that is just so much fun.
It's also
Trevor.
very fun.
Yeah, I
yes.
can't wait to watch and find out exactly what the picks are going to be, who's going to win the 4-player match. I feel like Fire Spirit probably has a pretty good chance. I know that it's been stacked and recency bias. I mean, we just casted Fire Spirit win. We already casted some games last week, but he just looks so solid versus Kim Ganu. It's going to be a great finals in October.
It should be very fun. So make sure you tune into for October 2nd as well. But of course, we will see you at the main stage of the World Championships on October 26th. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you all in 1 month.